Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 7 Stars Square. The flying boat had just landed, and before everyone got off, an old man with a horse face and a foundation building skill wearing a Taoist robe from the Xingqian sect had already taken the initiative to greet them respectfully. "Excuse me, seniors, are you here to attend the Xingqian conference held by our sect? We are from the Xiao sect of Wei State, and we are invited by your senior master to attend the conference. Please lead the way," Yao Qianshu, who was standing in front, explained a little and threw a red invitation to the visitor. After opening it and carefully checking it, the old man with a horse face from the Xingqian sect immediately nodded and respectfully returned the invitation to Yao Qianshu, and then politely led everyone into the market. The Seven Stars Market was built on a fourth-level spiritual vein. This market was much more prosperous than the Giyan Market, which was second to none in Wei State, and it was also the largest market in Wu State. Because the Star Conference was about to be held, many monks from other places had gathered in the market. There were local monks and family monks from Wu State, and there were also many monks from other places like Qingming and others. This lively scene of many monks from various sects was somewhat similar to the opening of the Taiyu Lake Secret Realm that Qingming experienced that year, except that the scale of the Star Conference was obviously much larger. Because only foundation-building monks could enter the Taiyu Lake Secret Realm to search for treasures, almost all the monks who went to Wei State that year were foundation-building monks. Not long after Qingming entered the Seven Stars Square for the Star Conference, he had already seen several unfamiliar Jinan monks. It was obvious that the levels of the monks who came to participate were obviously different. After entering the Seven Stars Square, Yao Qianshu declined the reception of the monks from the Star Sect and took everyone directly to a shop called Guiyang Pavilion. This shop has been operated by Xiao sect for thousands of years in Wu State. It is responsible for helping the sect to buy and sell spiritual objects in Wu State. Many of the monster materials obtained by Xiao sect during the Monster Rebellion have been transported here for sale. This is also an industry of Xiao sect outside. In addition to trading various spiritual objects, Guiyang Pavilion also provides various services such as accommodation for monks. It is a shop with a wide range of businesses. Generally, monks from the sect who come to Wu State will choose to live here first. In addition to the dozens of Qi Refining disciples busy in the shop, the sect also arranges a foundation-building monk to be stationed here all year round. These people have already received the news that the elders of the sect are coming, and they have already made preparations and arranged people to wait at the door for the past few days. When they saw Qingming and other Jinan elders of the sect arrived at the door, they immediately welcomed them in. Disciple greets all the uncles and uncles. After taking Qingming and others to a private room on the second floor, an old man in a gray robe who was in the foundation building stage immediately walked in. The foundation building disciple in charge of running the Guiyang Pavilion is named Wang Mingxiao. He is older than Qingming. When Qingming had just built his foundation, he had dealt with him because of his third brother Qing's affairs. He was very impressed by Wang Mingxiao's secret method of finding people through blood, and he immediately thought of him when he saw him. When Qingming met Wang Mingxiao, he was only at the second level of foundation building, while Wang Mingxiao was already a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. 100 years have passed, and Qingming has become a famous Jinan cultivator. However, Wang Mingxiao's cultivation has always remained in the late stage of foundation building and has not made much progress. When the two met, they were filled with emotion. For a foundation-building cultivator like Wang Mingxiao who has been over 200 years old and has no path, the sect will not invest resources in them. Being sent by the sect's General Affairs Hall to run a shop in a large market like Wuguo, performing such a task that is not dangerous and earns enough spirit stones for their daily cultivation, is actually a good choice for them. After looking at Wang Mingxiao, Yao Qianshu smiled and waved his hand, then asked directly in front of everyone, "Business here seems to be good recently. It seems that you are also working hard. Have you got any news about the things I asked you to find out last month? Who did the Wu Kingdom invite to this Star Conference?" The reason why Xiao sect arranged so many disciples in the Guiyang Pavilion is not only to run this shop, but also to help the sect to gather information in secret. Many of the major events that happened in the Wu Kingdom were also transmitted to the Xiaoyao sect thousands of miles away through the Guang Pavilion. Reporting to the headmaster, since the Xingqian sect sent out invitations, all the major sects in a dozen neighboring countries seem to have received the invitations. As of today, including us, more than a dozen monks from major sects have arrived at the Seven Stars Square. We now have definite news about the Mist Snow Ice Lotus that the headmaster asked us to inquire about. A few days ago, I found an opportunity to ask the shopkeeper Yang of the Seven Stars Tower. According to him, this Mist Snow Ice Lotus was found by the Xingqian sect in Taiyu Lake more than 20 years ago, and the quality of the elixir should be of third grade mid-grade. This time, the Xingqian sect is very likely to put it directly on the auction in the last few days of the conference. Hearing Wang Mingxiao's patient story, Yao Qianshu's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. Well, you did a good job. This Pearl Mist Snow Ice Lotus is very important to the sect. As long as you can successfully obtain this item this time, the General Affairs Hall will give you a reward at your discretion. When you go down, you must keep a close eye on the news related to this Pearl Spirit Medicine, and never let others get it first. The reason why Yao Qianshu, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, came to Wu Kingdom with a body full of injuries was because he heard about the news of the spiritual medicine Mist Snow Ice Lotus from the Guang Pavilion. Since Yao Qianshu took the Deer Soul Pill forcibly to fight against the monsters for the sect in Xixing Square last time, his original injuries have worsened a bit, and he also damaged a lot of his own blood in essence. It will take at least more than 20 years to recover normally. For this reason, Xiaoyao sect and Yao Qianshu himself have been trying their best to find a way to help him recover from his injuries in advance. The Mist and Snow Ice Lotus that Yao Qianshu came to Qingming to find this time is a spiritual medicine that is extremely useful for treating his injuries. As long as he can successfully obtain this Mist and Snow Ice Lotus, Yao Qianshu can at least shorten his healing time by about 10 years. However, even if Yao Qianshu can recover from his injuries in advance, the loss of his own blood in essence is not so easy to recover. Except for some rare spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation, there is almost no magic medicine that can return to the original state and quickly restore the blood and essence of the cultivator. The cultivators who can break through the nascent soul in the world of immortal cultivation are basically before the age of 500. Yao Qianshu's lifespan is now approaching 500 years. If he had not chosen to swallow the Deer Soul Pill that year, in theory, as long as he was treated in time and waited until his injuries recovered, Yao Qianshu would still have the last chance to form a nascent soul. Now, because the loss of blood and essence in the body cannot be restored in a short time, Yao Qianshu has almost no hope of breaking through the nascent soul. However, because he has taken some longevity elixirs, as a giant cultivator, Yao Qianshu still has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. As long as he can recover from his injuries in time and maintain the peak state of a giant cultivator for several decades, Yao Qianshu can still do it. After Wang Mingxiao retreated, Yao Qianshu whispered to everyone in the room, "This star conference is estimated to start in more than 10 days. If you are bored, you can go to the market, but don't leave the Seven Stars Market casually, so as not to find anyone for a while. And this is the jurisdiction of the Star Gate after all, not your own territory. Don't cause trouble when you go out, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to yourself." After hearing Yao Qianshu's instructions, everyone present hurriedly responded and then retreated together. After coming out of Yao Qianshu's room, Song Qingming went down to the second floor alone, wanting to go to the market first to see what kind of good things there were in a big market like Qingming. The reason why Yao Qianshu invited Song Qingming to come to Wu State this time was that he wanted to take him out to see some giant masters in the cultivation world around Wei State, and to meet a few more cultivators of the same level, which would naturally be beneficial to his future path. After this monster war, Song Qingming made great contributions to the sect by killing the White Lion Demon King and repelling the monster army of Jin Shinfang. He was also an important contributor to the Xiaoyao sect's successful survival of the monster chaos. Some giant elders in the Xiaoyao sect also gradually changed their attitudes towards him. The head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, also changed his attitude towards Song Qingming very quickly. Not only did he take good care of this guest elder, but he also had some ideas in his mind to directly bring Song Qingming into the sect. However, because of the sect's supreme elder Li Mufen, he was still a little afraid of the master behind Song Qingming, so he had not made up his mind on this matter. "Junior brother Song, are you going out for a walk?" Just when Song Qingming had just walked to the door of Guiyang Pavilion, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him, making him turn around and stop. Seeing Bai Yuxin walking towards him, Song Qingming was also a little surprised. He hurriedly bowed and replied, "Senior sister Bai is polite. This is my first time to come to a big market like Qingfang. I can't help my curiosity and want to go out to the street to take a look. This is also my first time in Wu State. If junior brother doesn't mind, why don't you take me for a walk?" After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, she had already walked in front of Song Qingming, waiting for his reply with expectation. Facing Bai Yuxin, who was already so close, Song Qingming looked a little embarrassed. He paused for a moment before speaking, "Sister Bai, please stop joking. I am giving you face by not looking down on me. How dare I say the word looking down in front of you?" Hearing the answer she expected, Bai Yuxin showed a satisfied smile on her face. Then it settled. "I saw several interesting shops on the way here. Come with me to have a look." Chapter 502 Dengayan Tower. After the two of them walked out of the Guiyang Pavilion, Song Qingming followed behind Bai Yuxin. Before they walked far on the street, they immediately felt many strange eyes around them staring at them. Bai Yuxin's face was as beautiful as a flower, and the temperament flowing between her eyebrows and eyes was even more extraordinary. She was a rare beautiful female cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation. As soon as she walked into the crowd, she immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Even Song Qingming, who was standing behind her, also felt a lot of pressure. Fortunately, both of them were giant cultivators. The surrounding low-level cultivators felt the pressure emanating from the two of them and immediately retracted their gazes, not daring to offend the two strange giant seniors in front of them. Because Wu State is located in the south of the Floating Cloud Mountains, far away from the Floating Cloud Mountains in the north, the various monster materials here are slightly less than those in the market of Wei State. The Seven Stars market is more of spiritual medicines and some special spiritual objects of Wu State. Especially those large shops under the control of Qingming. The second-level spiritual medicines that are extremely rare and hard to find in the Uyghur market can basically be bought here as long as you have enough spiritual stones. Even some not-so-rare third-level spiritual medicines can be sold directly in the Seven Stars market. Song Qingming naturally made some preparations for this trip to Wu. He brought tens of thousands of spiritual stones with him, almost all the spiritual stones that the family's treasure pavilion could use. It was not easy to come to a large-scale trade fair, and he didn't want to miss those spiritual objects that were useful to him or his family. After walking around the market with Bai Yuxin, the two entered a shop on the street that sold various magic tools. "Two guests, just tell us what magic tools you want. Our store has everything. This is a century-old store, and the quality is guaranteed." The shopkeeper only has the cultivation level of Qi Refining stage, and he couldn't tell the cultivation level of Song Qingming and the others at once, so he hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Bai Yuxin nodded slightly to the boss, and pointed to a few silver hairpins placed in front of the counter. The shopkeeper immediately understood and helped her take the items. "Sir, you have a good eye. This silver hairpin is carved from second-level silver coral." Seeing Bai Yuxin start to walk around the shop again, Song Qingming sat aside with a helpless look on his face and waited patiently. After walking around with Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming was a little surprised that Bai Yuxin always looked like a fairy with a cold temperament in front of everyone. Once she arrived at the market, she immediately seemed to have changed into a different person. She was actually very interested in those new things that only low-level cultivators would buy. The two of them walked around for a long time. Song Qingming accompanied her to small shops that sold low-level spiritual objects. There was nothing that high-level cultivators could use. Song Qingming felt a little helpless. He had promised to go shopping with her before leaving, and it was not easy to leave directly. "Junior brother Song, do you think this is pretty?" Song Qingming, who was sitting aside thinking about other things, suddenly heard Bai Yuxin calling him. He looked up and found that there were two silver hairpins on Bai Yuxin's black and shiny hair. It's pretty, it's pretty." Hearing Song Qingming's answer without thinking, the happy smile on Bai Yuxin's face suddenly disappeared. "Are you saying that I am pretty, or this hairpin is pretty? Haha. I think this hairpin is really suitable for senior sister. When I first came in, I didn't think it was so pretty. Now that it is on senior sister, it suddenly feels different to me. That's why I lost my mind just now." Seeing that Bai Yuxin's face was a little unhappy, Song Qingming's mind quickly turned. and he hurriedly gave a serious answer that he was satisfied with. Seeing Song Qingming's serious look, Bai Yuxin's somewhat tense jade face slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face again. Junior brother Song, I didn't expect that you, who usually look serious, can be so sweet. You seem to be a little tired. Let's stop here today. Let's go back and rest for a while. Come out and see us when we have time. Hearing that Bai Yuxin was going to go home, Song Qingming was relieved and was also thinking that he should try to avoid his senior sister next time he went out. After walking around with her for half a day, although he didn't do any hard work, he was exhausted just dealing with Bai Yuxin. Song Qingming has broken through and become a giant and cultivator. In such a large territory of Uyghur, to be honest, there are not many people that Song Qingming is afraid of, but Bai Yuxin happens to be one of the few people that Song Qingming can't afford to offend in Xiaoyao sect. Bai Yuxin's cultivation has reached the 9th level of Jiandan, and she is the one with the brightest path among all the Jiandan cultivators in Xiaoyao sect. If there is no accident, she will sooner or later replace Yao Qianshu as the head of Xiaoyao sect. In addition, as a rare cultivator with a natural spiritual root in the world of immortal cultivation, Bai Yuxin is also the one with the greatest hope of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in Xiaoyao sect. If Song Qingming really offends her now, he will know how sad he will be in the future. After the two returned to Guang Pavilion, Song Qingming had just rested for a while in his guest room when Qu Fengping, with a smile on his face, took the initiative to come to the door again. Junior brother Song, I came to look for you earlier and found out that you accompanied senior sister Bai to the market. How was it? Did you gain anything? Hearing Qu Fengping's question, Song Qingming shook his head with a bitter face and said, I went out for half a day today just to accompany senior sister Bai around, and I didn't have time to go to other places. I'm sorry to make you laugh, haha. Junior brother, don't be sad. I also know senior sister Bai's temper. Those of us who formed the Dan later learned from senior sister Bai when we went on a long journey for the first time. Didn't you see that today, except for you, senior brother Li, junior brother Chen and I didn't dare to go out during the day. Junior brother, I've been feeling like the day is a year for the past half day. Why didn't senior brother Chu remind me earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out today and stayed to accompany you to drink tea, Song Qingming said angrily. Qu Fengping smiled and nodded, saying, haha. When senior sister Bai comes here, she always looks for someone to go out with. This time, senior sister Zha didn't come, so we will definitely have to do this. If you don't go today, we may not be able to go out for the next few days. Don't worry, junior brother Song, when senior sister Bai arrives at a place, she usually goes out just for fun once or twice. She just has this little temper. You will get used to it in the future, Alice. Originally, I wanted to go out today to find out if there is a spiritual object suitable for me, but I didn't see anything. I hope I can have good luck tomorrow. Hearing Qu Fengping's explanation, Song Qingming also smiled helplessly. Qu Fengping shook his head and said, Alice. Junior brother Song, you are wrong. I came to see you now because I have a good thing. Maybe you can find good luck today. Oh? What good thing does senior brother Chu have? Tell me quickly. Hearing that Qu Fengping had something good to come to him, Song Qingming immediately swept away the decadence of the day and became energetic again. Qu Fengping paused and continued, just now, senior brother Li received a message from several fellow Daoists of Lingyuan sect. Someone in Dengyuan Tower organized a discussion and exchange meeting for giant and cultivators tonight. Senior brother Li invited us to go together. I am not here to inform you, junior brother, discussion and exchange meeting, this is really worth going. Thank you, senior brother. When Song Qingming heard that it was an exchange meeting organized by giant and cultivators, he immediately nodded and agreed. No matter whether he could exchange for anything good, he could get to know more monks of the same level by going there, which would definitely be beneficial in the future. More than an hour later, Song Qingming, Qu Fengping, Li Wutuang, and Chen Zuongxin quietly walked out of Guiyang Pavilion under the cover of night and came to a restaurant called Dengyuan Tower in the market. Yao Qianshu and Bai Yuxin did not travel together this time. Both of them have reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Now, except for those spiritual objects that are helpful for breaking through the nascent soul realm, ordinary Golden Core realm things have long lost their appeal to them. This kind of exchange meeting organized by Golden Core cultivators is indeed not necessary for them to participate. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, a waiter came up to greet them. After Li Wutong reported a name, The waiter immediately nodded and respectfully led them to the top floor of the restaurant. As soon as they came up, a burly man at the door walked towards the four people from Xiaoyao sect. Song Qingming happened to have met this man before. He was Chang Bufan, the Golden Core Elder of Lingyuan sect back then. Song Qingming followed Xiaoyao sect to support the front line of Lu state. When they first arrived in Lu state, it was Chang Bufan who came out to receive them on behalf of Lingyuan sect. After not seeing each other for decades, Chang Bufan's current cultivation strength has also reached a higher level and has broken through to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Chen, you've come at the perfect time. We've been waiting for you. These two look unfamiliar. Are you both Taoists from the Xiaoyao sect? Haha. Thank you for your courtesy, fellow Taoist Chang. You guessed correctly. Junior brothers Chu and Song are also elders of our sect. They came with us to attend the exchange meeting. After bowing to Chang Bufan, Li Wutuang introduced Chu Fengping and Song Qingming behind him. After Chang Bufan glanced at Song Qingming and Chu Fengping, he bowed and said, everyone who comes today is a guest. Fellow Taoist Chu and fellow Taoist Song are here to give me face. Since we all know each other and call each other fellow Taoists, if you two have any problems when you arrive in Lu in the future, just come to Qingming Mountain to find me, fellow Taoist Chang. You are too polite. After exchanging a few words, Chang Bufan led everyone to the hall to sit down. Song Qingming took a quick glance and found that there were nearly 30 cultivators sitting around the hall. All of them had a thin layer of golden light on their bodies. They were obviously true Jinden cultivators. Chapter 503, Old Monster Mo. Among the many Jinden cultivators present, most were in the early and middle Jinden stages. In addition to Lingyuan sect's Chang Bufan, who organized the exchange, the other two Jinden late-stage masters were a veiled woman and an old man in yellow sitting aside with his head down and eyes closed. When they saw the four Xiaoyao sect members coming in, except for the old man who had been resting his eyes, the others all looked at them directly. Some of them even nodded slightly to Li Wutong, who was walking in front. After they sat down, Li Wutong glanced at the Jinden cultivators in the hall. When his eyes fell on the old man in the middle with his eyes closed, a hint of surprise gradually appeared on his face. Seeing the strange look on Li Wutong's face, Chen Zuixin, who was also a little curious about the old man in yellow, said softly, I have been to Wu Kingdom several times before, and I haven't heard that there is such a late Jinden master near the Wu Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Senior Brother Li, do you know where this person came from? Could he be a casual cultivator from other places? Hearing Chen Zuixin's curious words, Li Wutuang explained calmly, if I am not mistaken, this person should be the old monster Mo who left Wu Kingdom 200 years ago. I didn't expect that after so many years, this old guy would come back again. Could it be that Senior Brother is talking about Senior Mo Zhuan from Yulong Mountain? No wonder I felt so unfamiliar with him. I didn't expect it to be him. When Chen Zuixin heard the identity of the old man in yellow, his face also showed a hint of surprise. Li Wutong nodded and said, Brother Chen, you guessed right. Old Monster Mo is a long-established Jinden cultivator in Wu. When he left Wu to travel to other immortal cultivation realms, you and Brother Song had not yet formed a den, so it is normal that you have not met him. This old Monster Mo not only has a strange temper, but also acts as he pleases. He never likes to make friends with others. How could he be interested in coming here to participate in this kind of exchange meeting? It's really a bit strange. After Song Qingming and others came in, the dozens of seats in the hall were almost full. Chang Bufan walked to the front of the stage and exchanged a few polite words with everyone, then announced the start of the exchange meeting. In addition to allowing everyone who is a Jinden cultivator to get to know each other, the most important purpose of this exchange meeting is to gather everyone together to see if they can exchange the spiritual objects they need. After the exchange meeting started, Chang Bufan took out a purple vine from his body, put it on the table and introduced it directly. This third-grade upper-grade purple vine was obtained by this old man in a secret realm many years ago. I originally wanted to keep it to refine a magic weapon for myself. But now I urgently need a third-grade middle-grade or higher fire attribute spiritual fruit. If the Taoist friend present can take out this thing, just send a voice message to let me know. As long as this old man is satisfied, the purple vine will belong to this Taoist friend. After Chang Bufan finished speaking, he put the purple vine directly on the table and waited patiently for everyone's reaction. As soon as Chang Bufan on the stage took out this purple vine, The eyes of most of the cultivators present were immediately attracted to his hands. After hearing him introduce this thing, they all whispered to each other. Only the old man in yellow clothes, Moleogwe, who was sitting next to him, closed his eyes tightly and did not move at all, as if he was not interested in this spiritual object at all. A third grade, top quality purple vine, this is really a good stuff. If you're lucky, you can refine it into a third grade, top quality magic weapon. It's a pity that the third grade spiritual fruit that fellow Taoist Cheng needs is not an ordinary thing. I don't know which fellow Taoist can get it. Yeah, a third grade, top quality magic weapon is not something that an ordinary giant and cultivator can get. Even in the Xiaoyao sect, a major Yuanying sect, there are not many people who can hold such a treasure. Song Qingming, who saw this high-level spiritual object for the first time, was also attracted by the purple vine in Cheng Bufan's hand. Brother Li, I've also heard that fellow Taoist Cheng has a third-grade spiritual item of good quality, but I've never had the chance to see it. Today it seems to be this purple-green ivy. This piece of purple-green ivy is enough to refine a third-grade top-grade magical weapon. This time, fellow Taoist Cheng is willing to take this item out to exchange for a fire-attributed spiritual fruit. It seems that he is preparing to break through the 9th level of the golden collar. Chen Zuixin, who was sitting next to Song Qingming, stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth and said to Li Wutong with envy on his face. Li Wutong nodded slightly and said, Brother Chen is right. Cheng Bufan is practicing the unique fire refining and body tempering magic of Lingyuan sect. If he can really get his wish and exchange it for the third level fire attributed spiritual fruit, he will have a chance to break through the 9th level of the golden collar. It is said that his lifespan has exceeded 400 years. This time he came out to find spiritual objects to break through the realm. It seems that he is also determined to try to impact the nascent soul realm. Chen Zuixin was relatively old when he formed the Dan, and he was almost 180 years old before he successfully formed the Dan. His appearance also looked a little older than Song Qingming and others. If they hadn't heard him call Li Wutong brother, the people around him would have mistakenly thought that he was the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Although there were some bumps in the road during the foundation building period, Chen Zuixin's road became much smoother after forming the Dan, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than 100 years, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the golden collar. His future path is brighter than that of Li Wutong and Chu Fengping, who formed the Dan earlier. After Cheng Bufan, who was standing in front of the stage, took out the purple vine, although he attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, it was a pity that after waiting for a long time, although several people whispered to him, no one could take out the spiritual object that satisfied him. In the end, he shook his head, put away the spiritual object on the table and walked away. After Cheng Bufan went down, the next person who came forward was an old man in black. He looked very casually dressed, like a giant and cultivator who came from a casual cultivation background. The old man in black walked up to the stage impatiently, took out a white porcelain bottle from his body and said directly, I have a bottle of gilded water in my hand, which is extremely useful to Taoist friends who practice golden water attribute exercises. After refining, it can save at least 5 years of hard practice time. I want to exchange it for a defensive magic weapon. It doesn't matter if the quality is lower, as long as there are no obvious defects. If Taoist friends are willing to take out defensive magic weapons with higher value than this, I am willing to make up the difference. Please don't worry, compared with the spiritual object that Cheng Bufan wanted to exchange just now, the thing that the old man in black took out for exchange was obviously much lower in value. An ordinary third-level defensive magic weapon has a market value of about 10,000 spirit stones, which is not much different from the gilded water he took out. As soon as the old man in black finished speaking, several secret transmissions flew into his ears. Even Chu Fengping, who was sitting next to Song Qingming, was tempted to participate, but he didn't have any extra defensive magic weapons on him. In the end, he quoted a pill of similar value to see if it would work. It was a pity that his offer failed to get the old man in black to agree. In the end, the old man chose a giant and cultivator sitting opposite Song Qingming and others to exchange spiritual objects, and then walked away with satisfaction. Chu Fengping sighed with some disappointment on his face because he failed to exchange for the golden water. He happened to be a cultivator with both golden water spiritual roots. This golden water was indeed a spiritual object that helped him a lot. However, At this kind of exchange meeting for giant and cultivators, it mainly depends on whether you can take out spiritual objects that the other party is satisfied with. Otherwise it is difficult to impress the other party no matter how many spiritual stones you have. The next person who went up also took out a variety of spiritual objects, including various monster materials above level 3, spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and so on. However, Song Qingming soon discovered a pattern. At this kind of giant and level exchange, the things that everyone would take out on their own initiative were basically semi-finished spiritual objects. It seemed that no one was willing to take out finished magic weapons, elixirs, and other items. If you want to exchange for good things here, it is indeed very luck dependent. Among the dozen giant and cultivators who went up, only a small half of them exchanged for what they wanted. Song Qingming and several others from Xiaoyao sect did not have any big gains. Only Li Wutong used a third-level low-grade spiritual talisman in his hand to exchange for an ordinary monster material. Li Wutong is a third-level middle-grade talisman maker. His talisman-making skills are also the best in Xiaoyao sect. He also made some preparations for this visit to Wu Kingdom, and brought with him a lot of spiritual objects that he had drawn over the years. Seeing that no one seemed to have gone up to the scene, Mo Leogui, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, glanced at the people around him with a calm face, and walked straight to the front. After seeing this old monster Mo stand up, the noisy sounds in the hall immediately quieted down, and everyone turned their attention to him. Song Qingming also saw that many people around him looked at old monster Mo with a hint of fear in their eyes. Old monster Mo, dressed in yellow, walked to the front of the stage, and then waved his right hand gently. Immediately, 7 or 8 high-level spiritual objects with golden lights suddenly appeared in front of him, which made everyone present stare at them. Among these spiritual objects, there were magic weapons, elixirs, and spiritual talismans, and the grades were not low. They were all spiritual objects above level 3. The appearance of so many high-level spiritual objects at the same time was also an eye-opener for everyone. It was really unclear what this old monster Mo wanted to do. Even Cheng Bufan, who organized this trade fair, showed a hint of surprise on his face after seeing the operation of old monster Mo. My fellow Taoists, I came here today only to exchange for a third grade or above elixir that can improve my magic power. If any of you are willing to take it out, you can choose any 2 of these spiritual objects and take them away. I will only wait for half an incense stick of time. Just tell me when you have made up your mind. Hearing what old monster Mo said, Song Qingming and Chu Fengping on the side looked at each other immediately. Song Qingming happened to have one of the things that old monster Mo wanted. It was the Bailu pill that he and Chu Fengping had worked together to refine a few years ago. Chapter 504, Longevity Avenue, Star Conference. Seeing Song Qingming also looking at him, Chu Fengping showed a trace of regret on his face, and said softly, Junior brother Song, you don't know that I now have some third-level low-grade elixirs. The only one you know, the Bailu pill, was directly refined by me 2 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, you should still have one left. This old monster Mo took out so many good things to exchange for this thing. This is a good opportunity. Junior brother, you should try to send a message quickly, and don't let others get it first. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately nodded slightly, and cast a spell to send a secret message to the old monster Mo on the stage that only he could hear. Song Qingming had already taken one Bailu pill before, and the remaining one was not very useful to him. The reason why he brought this pill with him when he came to Wu this time was actually that he had long intended to see if he could exchange it for some other spiritual objects here. In addition to Song Qingming, there were 5 or 6 people at the scene who had also sent voice transmissions to Mo Leogui. After hearing these voice transmissions, Mo Leogui's face did not change. It was not until the voice transmission sent by Song Qingming entered his ears that he slowly raised his head and looked at the location of the Xiaoyao sect. Which one is fellow Taoist Song? Please come up and talk to me in detail. Hearing what Mo Leogui said, Song Qingming was also delighted. He quickly stood up and walked to Mo Leogui's side under the gaze of everyone. Fellow Taoist Mo, I am polite. After lightly glancing at Song Qingming, Mo Leogui waved his hand and cast a circular barrier directly, isolating Song Qingming and himself from the people sitting outside. At this kind of exchange meeting, although most of them are acquaintances, in order to prevent being spotted by others after going out, most cultivators will try to be more concealed when trading precious spiritual objects. Fellow Taoist Song, let me see the Bailu pill you just mentioned. As long as the quality of the pill is good, you can choose 2 of these spiritual objects to take away. After hearing what Mo Leogui said, Song Qingming gently stroked the jade pendant on his waist with his left hand, took out a purple wooden box, and threw it directly to Mo Leogui in front of him. After a moment, Mo Leogui, who confirmed that there was no problem with the pill in the box, nodded slightly at Song Qingming, put the Bailu pill directly into his bag, and then pointed to the many spiritual objects in front of him and chuckled, "Fellow Taoist, just tell me what you want. I remind you in advance that you can't regret it after you choose it." Song Qingming, who had been carefully observing Mo Leogui, saw that he had confirmed that there was no problem with his spiritual objects, so he put his eyes on the 7 or 8 spiritual objects next to him. Among the 7 or 8 spiritual objects that Mo Leogui took out, the quality was all of the 3rd level middle and lower spiritual objects, and the most valuable one was a 3rd level middle quality flying sword magic weapon. As expected by old Monster Mo, Song Qingming walked forward and decisively picked out the most valuable flying sword among the many spiritual objects. The value of this 3rd level medium grade flying sword alone is almost 20,000 spiritual stones, which is not much lower than the Bailu pill that Song Qingming took out. No matter which spiritual object he chooses next, this deal will definitely not be a loss for Song Qingming. After that, Song Qingming hesitated for a moment, and did not directly choose the 3rd level lower grade defense magic weapon with a higher value, but directly picked a 3rd level middle grade defense magic talisman that seemed to be quite effective. The defense ability of Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror has exceeded that of ordinary 3rd level lower grade defense magic weapons. For Song Qingming, adding another defense magic weapon will not increase the effect in the battle. A level 3 middle grade defensive talisman is worth about 8,000 spiritual stones. Although it is slightly less valuable than a level 3 low grade defensive magic weapon, it can help him easily block a powerful attack from a mid-stage giant and cultivator at any time. This use is still more important to Song Qingming at present. Since Song Qingming formed his elixir, he has always wanted to equip himself with 2 high-grade defensive talismans for emergencies, but he has been troubled by his talisman making level and has not been able to break through the 3rd level, so he has no way to draw such talismans. In the past few years, Xia Oyo sect had to deal with the monster turmoil, and the Good Merit Pavilion had long been free of such spiritual objects. It was not until the monster turmoil ended that Song Qingming used some spiritual objects from Li Wutuang to exchange for a level 3 low-grade defensive talisman for self-defense. This time, he was able to directly exchange for a level 3 middle-grade defensive talisman, even if he suffered a little loss in spiritual stones. Song Qingming was willing in his heart. Seeing that Song Qingming had actually chosen a lower level, mid-grade defensive talisman, Mo Leogui showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then asked, "Dao Yao, have you made your choice?" "Yes, I only want these 2 spiritual objects." "Dao Yao Mo, you can put away the other spiritual objects." Seeing Song Qingming nod to confirm his choice, Mo Leogui's face slowly regained its calmness, and he waved his hand to put away the other spiritual objects in front of him. "Dao Yao Mo, wait a minute. I have something else to ask you." When Mo Leogui was about to remove the barrier around the 2 of them, Song Qingming suddenly interrupted him. "Dao Yao Song, you have just experienced the things, is there any other problem?" Hearing that Song Qingming still had questions, Mo Leogui frowned and turned around to reply. Seeing that old monster Mo had some misunderstanding, Song Qingming hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Mo, you have misunderstood. I just learned that you have traveled to other immortal realms before, so I want to ask you something. It has nothing to do with the transaction just now. Please don't worry, since you didn't want to take advantage of me just now, you can tell me what you are asking first. As for whether I can answer you, it depends on whether I know what you are asking. Of course, I just want to ask fellow Taoist Mo about a place. This place may be located in other immortal realms. I don't know if you have heard of it when you were traveling outside." After a while, as old monster Mo removed the barrier outside the 2 of them, Song Qingming cupped his hands to him and retreated directly to sit in his seat. After completing the transaction with Song Qingming, old monster Mo did not choose to stay and continue to participate in the discussion and exchange activities to be carried out below. After saying hello to Cheng Bufan on the side, he left the hall and walked down the Dengayan Tower. "Junior brother Song, how is it? What good stuff did you get just now?" As soon as Song Qingming sat back in his original place, a voice came to his ear. It was Chu Fenping who persuaded him to go over and trade with old Monster Mo at the beginning. Seeing the curious eyes of several senior brothers, Song Qingming directly told everyone the spiritual objects he had just chosen. Hearing his choice, the Xiaoyao sect members were not surprised. They also knew the cultivation method of Song Qingming and naturally knew the function of his life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror. Choosing a higher level defensive talisman, for Song Qingming, a giant cultivator who has been practicing for hundreds of years, although it would lose some spiritual stones, it would add a powerful means of life-saving, which is also difficult to measure completely with spiritual stones. The reason why high-level talismans above level 3 are not as easy to buy in the market as level 2 talismans is mainly because the materials needed to draw such high-level talismans are very difficult to obtain. They need to use the fur of level 3 demon kings and spiritual herbs with a medicinal age of more than 1,000 years as the main materials. These spiritual objects are not something that a sect can easily find in a short period of time. Even if there is a level 3 middle-grade talisman maker like Li Wutong in Xiaoyao sect, he does not always have materials to use for drawing high-level talismans. Since Li Wutong's talisman-making technique broke through the 3rd level for more than 200 years, the total number of level 3 talismans he has drawn is only more than 20. The average number of Jinden elders in Xiaoyao sect can only be divided into 2 at most. This is not only the case in Uyghur, where spiritual resources are relatively scarce. The situation is not much better in dozens of countries around the floating cloud mountains, even in a large country with relatively abundant resources like Uyghur. In the Qingming, except for some limited auxiliary talismans that can be bought in the market, other talismans with greater functions are also difficult to exchange with spiritual stones here. After the exchange meeting, under the organization of Chang Bufan, many Jinden monks present began to exchange ideas in groups. During this period, Song Qingming not only met many monks of the same level outside the Wei Kingdom, but also gained a lot of different cultivation experiences from exchanging cultivation experiences with everyone. Participating in such a discussion meeting of monks of the same level can also be of great help to Song Qingming, who is often used to practicing alone. This discussion exchange meeting lasted from the evening until the end of the next morning. The many Jinden monks who came to participate in the meeting dispersed and left reluctantly. After returning to his residence, Song Qingming first took out a flying sword magic weapon he had exchanged from Mo Lao Gui before. After a careful look, this flying sword magic weapon was called Mo Bai, which was made by Mo Lao Gui himself in his early years. The quality of the Mo Bai sword is higher than the Qingling sword that Song Qingming is currently refining. It is already a 3rd level middle-grade magic weapon. After obtaining this magic weapon, Song Qingming's future fighting ability will be immediately improved. Because he had practiced a 5 elements shield light needle, Song Qingming could also use this magical power to increase the power of his magic weapon at any time during the battle. With the help of the magic weapon Mo Bai sword, Song Qingming, who has now broken through the 2nd level of the Golden Collar, should be able to easily win if he faces an opponent like the White Lion Demon King, who has no powerful magical powers in the early stage of the Golden Collar. After putting away the Mo Bai sword, Song Qingming sat down to rest for a while, and took out a piece of paper with the 2 big characters Mo Zhuan written on it. This was the real name of the Mo Old Monster who traded with Song Qingming at the exchange meeting, and he also wrote it to Song Qingming personally. At the exchange meeting, when he heard Li Wutong say that this Mo Old Monster had left the floating cloud mountain range to travel around for 200 years, Song Qingming immediately thought that this person must be knowledgeable and know many places in the world of cultivation. When he finally completed the transaction with Mo Old Monster, Song Qingming asked him about the 2 place names he had obtained in the Yuzhuan Sutra before. Funiu Mountain, Taxa Palace. Unfortunately, although Old Monster Mo has traveled to many places in Donghuang Xian's Hao over the years, he has never heard of the 2 place names mentioned by Song Qingming. At the last moment, perhaps because he still had a good impression of Song Qingming, Old Monster Mo wrote him a note. He claimed that there was a place in the Donghuang Kingdom's Xiuxin world where he might be able to find out the news that Song Qingming wanted to know. If Song Qingming really wanted to go there in the future, he could take the note in his hand, and maybe it would be of some help to Song Qingming. Song Qingming was very grateful for Old Monster Mo's kindness. Since he got the 2 place names in the Yuzhuan Sutra, Song Qingming has also asked several Jinden elders in Xiaoyao sect who are more familiar with them from the side over the years, but without exception, They have never heard of this place. Even Chen Zuixin, who loved to travel and meet fellow Taoists, had no impression of the two place names given by Song Qingming. According to what they said, it is estimated that these two places either do not exist at all, or may not be in Donghuangxian's Hao, but in the immortal cultivation world of other continents. The immortal cultivation world where Song Qingming is located is called Yuxing Realm. In addition to the continent of Donghuangxian's Hao where the floating cloud mountains are located, there are other large land islands in Yuxing Realm, a total of 9 large immortal cultivation worlds. Because the distance between each other is very far, it is almost difficult for the immortal cultivation worlds of each state to directly contact each other, and they can only rely on giant interstate teleportation arrays to connect with each other. Donghuangxian's Hao and the 2 immortal cultivation worlds of Fenglingxi and Nanayuxian's Hao have several interstate teleportation arrays that can be directly connected. There are often cultivators from other immortal cultivation worlds who take the teleportation array to travel in Donghuangxian's Hao. However, this kind of large-scale long-distance teleportation array in Donghuangxian's Hao is basically controlled by several major sects in Donghuang country. It costs a lot of spirit stones to use it once. It is basically impossible for ordinary cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building stages to afford it. Only high-level cultivators above the Jinden stage can take the teleportation array to travel between several immortal realms. The reason why Song Qingming is so interested in these two places is mainly because of the incomplete Yuxun Sutra in his hand. Since he accidentally obtained this set of exercises in Gianfeng more than 100 years ago, as Song Qingming's cultivation gradually increased, he also felt more and more the mystery of this set of exercises. He can become a Jinden cultivator today. In addition to the personal opportunities he encountered in his cultivation over the years, the Yuxun Sutra set of exercises that helped Song Qingming the most is still the Yuxun Sutra. Even though he no longer has the follow-up exercises of the Yuxun Sutra Jinden period, Song Qingming has now switched to the 5 elements Zhuan Gangju, but the magical powers of the Yuxun Sutra that he has been practicing for many years in his body can still help him now. However, without the subsequent exercises of the Golden Core stage, the current effect of the Yuxun Sutra will definitely become more and more limited in the future as Song Qingming's cultivation level improves. This also makes Song Qingming now eager to go out and find the answer to the last few words left for him in the Yuxun Sutra. After entering the Dao for 100 years, Song Qingming has improved his cultivation step by step from a small Qi refining cultivator with ordinary qualifications to successfully building a foundation, and now he has entered the Golden Core Avenue. The goal pursued by Song Qingming in his heart has also changed a lot in the past 100 years. When he was still in the Qi refining stage, a small Qi refining bandit in Yingchao Ridge almost took Song Qingming's life. At that time, Song Qingming's cultivation was just to have more self-protection power so that he could walk in this dangerous world of immortal cultivation. After building the foundation, Song Qingming suddenly became the person who carried all the hopes for the development of the entire family. His goal was no longer limited to preserving himself, but to find ways to protect the entire family to develop and grow with all their strength. Even though Song Qingming had a hard time and encountered many dangers for this, his goal in his heart has always been very firm over the years. After more than 100 years of hard work by several generations of cultivators in Funiu, the Song family has now been promoted to the Golden Core Immortal Clan. There are 5 foundation building cultivators in the family alone, and they are still developing steadily step by step. They are no longer the weak family that can only rely on Song Qingming alone. Song Qingming, who has now become the Golden Core Patriarch in the eyes of others, if his eyes are only on a small place like Jiangling County in Uyghur, then Song Qingming's current cultivation is enough for him to enjoy a comfortable life for hundreds of years. And there is no need to go out and take risks to find the opportunity to become a Taoist. But with the improvement of the realm of cultivation, Song Qingming's Tao heart and goals are gradually shifting to his own Tao path. Since he was a child, his spiritual roots were detected by his family and he was taken to Funiu to practice. Like most children who have just embarked on the path of cultivation, Song Qingming also yearns for the colorful world outside, dreaming that he can become a fairy who can fly and escape, and walk between heaven and earth without worries. Even though Song Qingming is now a giant and cultivator, his lifespan is only 500 or 600 years. The world of immortal cultivation is so vast, and there are so many beautiful sights in the world that Song Qingming wants to see. He doesn't want to practice for a lifetime. but in the end he can only stay in his small place of Uyghur. Even though he is still far away from this step, Song Qingming's heart has begun to turn to the legendary longevity road. Since his spiritual root talent is far inferior to others, he can still surpass those genius cultivators to successfully form a pill. No matter how difficult the longevity road is, he will definitely have a chance to touch it. All living things have spirits, whether they are human cultivators or monsters, even those who practice evil magic. As long as they can finally practice and gain the Tao, they have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. In the history of Yuxing realm for more than 100,000 years, the cultivators who can ascend to the upper realm and enjoy longevity are not all geniuses. After participating in the exchange meeting in Dengaian Tower, Song Qingming used the Beiludan in his hand to exchange for 2 spiritual objects that are very useful to him at once, and he was very happy. It was a pity that Song Qingming did not have such a good opportunity to participate in the exchange meeting of the same level cultivators in the next 10 days. He could only go to the 7-star square alone and buy some spiritual objects unique to Wu. More than half a month later, with the sound of several crisp bells in the market, the mountain protection formation in the 7-star square immediately started to work, and the long-awaited star conference in the market finally began. This star conference was a trade fair hosted by the Wu Star sect, which invited cultivators from more than a dozen surrounding countries to the 7 Stars Square. During this period, many casual cultivators who were mixed in the vicinity of Wu would also come here to admire its reputation. The Star Conference was held for a total of 10 days. The first 7 days were the free trading time in the market. In order to attract the cultivators who participated in the Star Conference, all the shops in the 7 Star Square were deliberately exiled, and some rare and precious materials that were rarely seen in the market were also shipped from many other surrounding countries. Since the Xingqian Gate released the news of the conference a few months ago, tens of thousands of cultivators have come to the 7 Star Square. With the appearance of many rare and precious spiritual objects, the entire market suddenly became lively. Whether it is a casual cultivator or a foreign cultivator from another country, as long as they hand in 10 spirit stones at the entrance of the market, they can enter and buy and sell the spirit objects they need. During this period, all the spirit objects sold in the shops and stalls in the 7 Star Square will be supervised by the law enforcement cultivators arranged by the Star Gate to prevent all fraudulent behavior in the conference. During the Star Conference, a Yuanying Supreme Elder of the Star Gate will also be stationed in the 7 Stars Square. Anyone who dares to make trouble during this period will be directly expelled from the market, and even face severe punishment from the Star Gate. By holding such a Star Conference, the Star Gate can earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a day just by collecting the participation fees from these cultivators to enter the market. In addition to the earnings of these shops and the market, if everything goes well, the Star Gate can easily earn hundreds of thousands of spirit stones by holding such a conference. However, Xingqian sect invited so many monks from the surrounding big sects to come and support the event, so naturally they had to bring out a lot of good things. Otherwise, so many high-level monks would have to go back empty-handed, and the next Xingqian conference would definitely not have such a good effect. In the previous few days of the trade fair, the Guang Pavilion opened by Xiaoyao sect was also very busy. Most of the low-level disciples of Xiaoyao sect were arranged to go out to buy low-level spiritual objects needed by the sect, and prepare to transport them back to the sect after the conference. Yao Qianshu and other Xiaoyao sect giant and elders, they would not have any interest in such low-level spiritual objects, and they stayed in Guang Pavilion all the time, basically not going out to show up. Only Song Qingming was a little unlucky and was caught by Yuxin to go out for a walk. Fortunately, Song Qingming also had some experience this time. Facing this active-minded senior sister Bai, he was able to speak up at any time to deal with it. The two of them walked around the market, and unexpectedly, Bai Yuxin, who was very lucky, picked up a barred third-level array plate in a small stall. The seller was an elderly Qi refining casual cultivator. Because this third-level array disc was a bit worn out, and part of it was damaged, the spiritual energy had long been lost, and it looked like an inconspicuous high-level material. Even for a well-trained foundation-building cultivator, as long as he was not a high-level array master, it would be difficult to identify the value of this item in his hands at once. A Qi refining cultivator with a low level of cultivation, like the stall owner, could not possibly know the true value of this array disc. Chapter 505, The Auction Begins, Phantom Boat. After the sharp-eyed Bai Yuxin discovered this third-level array plate, Song Qingming and the others bargained with him. In the end, The old man happily treated this array plate as a second-level magic weapon with some defects and sold it to them for 300 spirit stones. After leaving the stall and finding a place with few people, Bai Yuxin immediately took out the array plate he had just obtained with a smile. Junior brother Song, it's okay that this little brat doesn't know the value of things, but he actually treats the two of us as ignorant juniors. Just now, his greedy look almost made me laugh out loud on the spot, haha. This thing has been in his hands for many years, and it is a blessing to meet senior sister Bai who has a keen eye for it. Seeing Bai Yuxin so happy about picking up a big bargain, Song Qingming also smiled and complimented him. Junior brother Song, you performed well. You looked reluctant to give up the spirit stones at the end. You acted really well. No wonder that guy was not alert to you at all and didn't realize anything was wrong. But when I offered 200 spirit stones just now, he was about to agree. Why did junior brother Song suddenly agree to add another 100 spirit stones? He got some advantages for nothing, and finally made that guy very happy. Song Qingming shook his head slightly with a calm expression and said, it's not easy for us to be low-level cultivators. Since we have already obtained other people's treasures, it's harmless to give more spirit stones. We have benefited from this deal, and he is also very happy. It's good that everyone is happy. Hearing Song Qingming's words, Bai Yuxin was stunned for a moment. After that, she suddenly stopped and bowed to Song Qingming and said, Junior brother Song is right. Junior brother was born in an outside immortal cultivation family. He can indeed understand the difficulties of these low-level cultivators better than me who joined the sect early. Today, I have learned a lot. Senior sister Bai, you are too polite. The immortal cultivation world has always been a place where the strong are respected. There is a huge difference between giant and cultivators like me and he, a small key training cultivator. I just gave him a few more spirit stones just because I felt like it. Please don't worry about it, senior sister. Speaking of which, this third-level formation plate looks badly damaged. I wonder if senior sister Bai's sure she can repair it. Seeing Bai Yuxin's face suddenly become serious while talking, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and changed the subject back. Level 3 arrays and above are also very rare high-level spiritual objects. A new one on the market is estimated to cost at least several thousand spiritual stones. Although the level 3 array in front of them is already in their hands, they still need to find a way to repair it in order to use it, otherwise it will be difficult to restore its original value. Bai Yuxin is a level 3 middle grade array master, and her array level is also the highest in Xiaoao sect. If they want to repair the level 3 array they got, Song Qingming estimates that in the entire Wei Kingdom, only Bai Yuxin herself should have absolute confidence. Seeing Song Qingming holding up the formation plate in his hand, Bai Yuxin's expression slowly eased up, and she nodded slightly and said, although this formation plate is badly damaged, it is not difficult to repair it. When I return to the sect and gather all the materials, it will take at most 1 or 2 years to repair it. I already have a higher level formation plate in my hand, and this thing is not that useful to me. I remember that you, junior brother Song, seem to be a formation master. If you are interested in this thing, I will just give it to you. When I go back and repair it, I will send a letter to notify you to come and pick it up. Thank you very much, senior sister Bai. Although this thing was given to me by senior sister, I can't take it for free, but I don't have any spiritual objects that senior sister would like. Please accept these spiritual stones, senior sister Bai. If there is a chance to help senior sister Bai in the future, I will definitely do my best. Haha. Forget about the spiritual stones. I don't lack them. I am happy that you can accompany me to go out for a walk these few days. This thing is your hard work fee. If I want to ask you to go out for a walk in the future, just don't hide. Facing Song Qingming taking out a bag of spiritual stones, Bai Yuxin waved her hand and didn't accept it. She put away the array plate in her hand and walked away. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only smile bitterly, put away the spiritual stones in his hand, and quickly followed. The first 7 days of the Star Conference passed quickly. In addition to picking up a third-level array plate in the market with Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming went out alone twice later, but he never had such good luck as her. He only bought some low-level spiritual objects he needed. However, the free trade fairs in the first 7 days of the Star Conference mainly featured low-level spiritual objects of the first and second levels, targeting low-level cultivators who were still in the Qi refining and foundation building stages. Only the auction held in the market on the last 3 days was the highlight of this Star Conference. In a huge hall located in the middle of the Seven Stars Square, Song Qingming, Yao Qianshu and 6 other Jiandan cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect were already sitting in an ancient-style attic on the second floor, looking at the auction that was about to begin below. The threshold for the final auction of the Star Conference was also very high. In addition to the invited guests from various sects such as Song Qingming, cultivators who wanted to come in and participate not only needed to have a cultivation level above the foundation building stage, but also had to pay a high entry fee of 200 spiritual stones. Even so, nearly 1,000 cultivators squeezed into the auction on the first day, almost filling up the seats under the stage. There were also nearly 100 Jiandan cultivators in the private rooms on the second floor. Most of them, like Song Qingming and others, were specially invited from various places by the Star sect. After everyone was seated, a Jiandan cultivator from the Xingqian sect dressed in a white Taoist robe walked to the center of the hall, politely introduced the rules to everyone, and immediately announced the start of the auction. The Xingqian convention is an auction held by a large sect, and naturally the rules are different from those of the Xiandan League in Funiu Mountain. All auction details are directly open to the public. No matter who you are, as long as you like the spiritual objects on the stage, you can bid as much as you want without worrying about offending others here. In this hall where the auction is held, the Xingqian sect not only arranged many disciples to strictly guard every place, but also in a loft on the third floor of the hall, there is an old man sitting with his eyes closed, who is the 6th level nascent soul grand elder. He Wuao from the Xingqian sect. The consciousness of this unyielding ancestor had already spread to every corner of the auction. No matter who made any small moves in the hall, they would definitely escape the eyes of this ancestor. There was a unyielding ancestor watching from above, and the participants in the auction were all cultivators above the foundation building stage. No one should be stupid enough to dare to make trouble here and challenge the majesty of Xingqian. After the auction began, the teleportation array in the 7-star square leading to various places in Wu Kingdom could be activated at any time. As long as you completed the transaction and wanted to leave, you could be directly teleported thousands of miles away at any time. In other large squares in Wu Kingdom, you don't have to worry about being targeted by others after you get the spiritual objects. As the auction began, the Jiandan elder of Xingqian who presided over the auction immediately took out the first item, a good quality second-level upper-grade magic weapon, with a starting price of 800 spiritual stones. Seeing that the reserve price of this magic weapon was set so low, the scene soon rang with bids, and soon the price of this magic weapon was raised to a high price of more than 2,000 spiritual stones. The excitement at the scene was also a little surprising to Song Qingming, who was attending such a large auction for the first time. Although the market on the Wu side was relatively more prosperous than that on the Wei side, this second-level high-quality magic weapon was rare. With so many foundation-building cultivators coming to the auction site, naturally many people wanted to come here to buy a magic weapon for themselves. The first magic weapon was quickly bought by a foundation-building cultivator, sitting in the audience at a high price of 2,500 spiritual stones, and the second spiritual object was immediately brought up by the Xingqian cultivator. The first few auction items were all second-level spiritual objects, and only the foundation-building cultivators below competed for them. It was not until the fifth auction item was brought up that the Jiandan cultivators sitting on the second floor slowly shifted their attention to the middle of the auction. The elder of the Xingqian sect, who presided over the auction, held a very small red talisman in his hand. He walked around the middle of the auction and then slowly said, "Dear Daoists, what I have in my hand is a third-level middle-grade red flame thunder and fire talisman. The power of this talisman is so great that even some late-stage Jiandan masters have to avoid it. This is a good thing that can be used in a battle. Daoists who are looking for self-defense spiritual objects must not miss it. The starting price is 3,000 spiritual stones. A third-level middle-grade spiritual talisman with strong attack power is a very rare good thing." After seeing the red flame thunder and fire talisman that suddenly appeared, the Jiandan cultivators sitting on the second floor instantly became agitated, and soon some cultivators began to quote their own prices. As the voices of quotations came down, the price of this red flame thunder and fire talisman slowly rose from 3,000 spiritual stones to 6,000 spiritual stones. Even Chu Fangping, who was sitting next to Song Qingming, actively participated in the quotations, as if he was quite interested in this talisman. 6,600 spiritual stones, 6,700, 7,000 spiritual stones. As the price of spiritual stones increased, the voices of the cultivators at the scene gradually began to decrease. The price of a third-level medium-grade spiritual talisman is generally around 7,000 spiritual stones. Although spiritual objects above the third level are very rare, it is difficult to have such an opportunity to exchange them directly with spiritual stones, but if it is not something that you must have, it will be a bit uneconomical if the premium is too high. After all, the auction has just begun, and no one wants to be a sucker as soon as they come. Now that they have spent all the spiritual stones in their hands, if a better spiritual object appears next and they find that they can't take out the spiritual stones, they will regret it. 7,600 spiritual stones, 3 times. Congratulations to Xiaoao Sect Chu Daoyao for winning the Red Flame Thunder Fire Talisman. Hearing this voice, Chu Fengping, who was sitting among the crowd, suddenly had a little more joy on his face. He hurriedly got up and walked out of the private room, went downstairs to exchange the spiritual object he had just won, and walked back with satisfaction after a while. Chu Fengping is the only third-level alchemist in Xiaoao sect with such a good skill of cultivating immortality. He usually earns spiritual stones faster than other giant and elders in Xiaoao sect. As the richest one among the people who came to participate in the auction, Chu Fengping was more casual than Song Qingming and others in competing for spiritual objects. Congratulations to junior brother Chu for winning the first prize today. Seeing that he successfully won the first third-level spiritual object that appeared on the field in the Xiaoao sect's auction, everyone in Xiaoao sect also stood up and bowed to Chu Fengping to congratulate him. After a third-level middle-grade spiritual talisman pulled the atmosphere of many cultivators at the auction site, the giant and cultivator who presided over the auction of Xingqian sect also made persistent efforts and took out 8 third-level low-grade jade dust pills at once, pushing the fiery emotions of the cultivators present to a new climax. Jade dust pill, I'm sure you are all familiar with it. I won't explain its function in detail. The starting price is 2,000 spiritual stones per pill. Please make your bids. 2,300 spiritual stones, 2,500 spiritual stones. As soon as the old man who presided over the auction finished speaking, a large number of bids rang out at the scene, making the Xingqian monks who presided over the auction a little too busy. Spiritual pills of quality above level 3 are very rare in Uyghur. Xingqian actually took out so many of them at once, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, the jade dust pill that was auctioned this time is a pill with the effect of assisting the formation of the pill. This is what the foundation building monks below dream of. No wonder they are so crazy. Seeing such a hot scene below, Song Qingming, who originally wanted to participate in the bidding, was also a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he chose not to speak up and participate in the competition for the first jade dust pill. He decided to wait and see the situation before making a move. As a giant and cultivator, Song Qingming has participated in many similar auctions. He also knows that such popular spiritual objects are often sold at high prices at the beginning. Since there is more than one, it is definitely right to be patient and wait. As expected by Song Qingming, the first jade dust pill was sold at a high price of 4,600 spiritual stones, which was a direct premium of more than 1,000 spiritual stones. Not only Song Qingming, but also other giant and cultivators present took a deep breath when they saw the final transaction price. Fortunately, after the first jade dust pill was in the limelight, the prices of the next few pills slowly dropped, and basically stabilized below 4,000 spiritual stones. Although the price was still much higher than the normal market value of this pill, it was not too outrageous in this auction. Song Qingming and Li Wutong both took action and each one won. The reason why Song Qingming tried to snatch a jade dust pill was mainly to prepare it for Song Qingyu at home. Her current cultivation level is almost at the 9th level of foundation building, and she is not far from the stage of forming a pill. Since she has the opportunity to encounter a spiritual object that assists in forming a pill, Song Qingming naturally does not want to miss it. After experiencing the hardships of forming a pill, Song Qingming also knows that it will not be so easy for him to support a cultivator who has formed a pill now. However, it is also difficult to say whether everyone's path and opportunity are successful. Regardless of whether Song Qingyu can succeed in forming a pill in the future, Song Qingming will try his best to help. Similar to Song Qingming's idea, Li Wutong took a jade dust pill to prepare for the formation of a pill for one of his disciples. In recent years, Xiaoao sect has been in turmoil due to the monster beasts, and there are no spiritual objects that assist in forming a pill in the Good Merit Pavilion. Disciples who want to form a pill in the sect, even if they can gather enough good merits now, We'll have to wait for at least a few years for the sect to refine a new spiritual object for forming a pill. However, with the help of a teacher in the Golden Pill period, the situation is different. The 8 jade dust pills triggered a violent reaction at the auction. In addition to the crazy foundation building monks below, many giant and monks above also participated in the competition. Soon, all of them were sold and fell into the hands of many monks present. Almost every one of them was sold at the high price expected by Qingming. After the competition for the jade dust pills ended, the attraction of the spiritual objects brought up next began to decrease. They were all high-quality second-level spiritual objects. Basically, only some of the foundation building monks below would grab them. The auction also entered a period of relaxation. As an old-fashioned unyielding sect, Qingming has long been very skilled in controlling the atmosphere of the auction. After the wave of madness just now, many people's spiritual stones have been consumed. They will also slow down the process a little to give everyone more time to prepare. It was not until 7 or 8 items were auctioned that a third-level spiritual object appeared at the auction site again, which raised the fiery emotions of many monks. This time, a brand new third-level low-grade flying sword magic weapon appeared. Because this item is useless to foundation-building cultivators, it is only for the many giant and cultivators sitting on the second floor stands to compete for it. Although there are less than 100 giant and cultivators at the auction site, there are still many people who compete for this item. Soon the price has risen from a few thousand to tens of thousands of spirit stones. In the end, this flying sword magic weapon was bought by a giant and cultivator named Funiu Mountain from Shanghaiang State at a high price. Funiu Mountain had a party with Qingming and others in Dengaian Tower a few days ago. At that time, he wanted to use a third-level refining material in his hand to increase the price in exchange for a third-level magic weapon. As a result, no one paid attention to him at that time. Today, Funiu Mountain was obviously well prepared at the auction. After a struggle, he finally got what he wanted. After Funiu Mountain got the flying sword magic weapon, he may have left the auction directly because he had no spirit stones on him, and left Wu State on the teleportation array prepared by Qingming Gate. On the first day of the auction, Qingming did not bring out many level 3 spiritual objects. After this flying sword magic weapon, it was not until the end of the auction that another level 3 middle grade robe appeared as the finale. This robe is a very good auxiliary magic weapon, and its value is much higher than that of ordinary level 3 low-grade magic weapons. It is difficult for ordinary giant and monks from small sects to have the financial resources to bid for this object. In the end, it fell into the hands of a giant and elder of Lingyuan sect. The warm-up effect of the first day of the auction was good. Almost all the auction items were sold at a high price, which made Qingming, who hosted the conference, very happy. After the auction, they specially gave each of the participating monks a bottle of Qingming's secret spiritual tea. After returning to Guang Pavilion to rest for a night, the second auction started soon. Compared with the spiritual objects brought out on the first day of the auction, the quality of the spiritual objects brought out by Qingming in this auction was obviously more. Only halfway through the auction, Qingming had seen 4 or 5 level 3 and above spiritual objects appear in succession. Not only are the third-level spiritual objects that these giant and cultivators are fighting for, but also various spiritual objects and magical instruments that the foundation-building cultivators below dream of. Even extremely rare and precious magical instruments, such as talismans, have begun to appear in the venue one after another. Among the precious second-level spiritual objects that Qingming knows about, the only one he has not seen taken out is the foundation-building pill. Although Qingming also liked these precious and rare spiritual objects very much, he didn't need them urgently. He just quoted a few prices. When he saw that many people wanted to compete for them, he quickly gave up. Although there were more good spiritual objects in this auction, the competition was much more intense than the day before. No one from Xiaoyao sect got anything good at the beginning. Only Chen Xuingxin took a third-level defense magic weapon of good quality. Dear fellow Taoists, the next spiritual object is also the finale of this auction. Please take a close look. As soon as the giant and old man who presided over the auction finished speaking, he took out a palm-sized white spiritual bolt from his storage bag. After the white spiritual bolt turned around in the hands of the Qingming giant and old man, it suddenly became hundreds of times larger and turned into a white boat about 2 or 3 feet long. Then it suddenly disappeared in the air. After a while, it slowly appeared and returned to the old man's hands. A third-grade lower-grade phantom boat. Although this flying boat is only of the third-grade lower-grade quality, the materials used in its refining are from the third-grade middle-grade monster beasts. Its flying speed is already very close to that of an ordinary third-grade middle-grade flying boat. In addition to its outstanding flying speed, this flying boat also has the ability to conceal its body. Even ordinary late-stage giant and cultivators will find it difficult to detect it in a short period of time. If you encounter a crisis, it is also a good way to save your life. Fellow Taoists, please be careful. If you miss such a treasure, you will not have the chance to encounter it casually. After seeing the appearance of this phantom boat, all the cultivators present, whether they were the giant and masters upstairs or the foundation building cultivators below, immediately exclaimed and focused their attention on this flying magic weapon. A third-grade flying boat is worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. This is not a high-level spiritual object that can be seen at ordinary auctions. Seeing that Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin's eyes were already firmly attracted by the phantom boat below, the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, smiled and said, "It seems that the two junior brothers don't have a third-level flying magic weapon. This thing looks of good quality. You can try to bid. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend you 10,000 spirit stones on behalf of the sect." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, as expected, Chang's disappears. Among the Xiao sect members, except for Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin, who formed their core relatively late, the other veteran giant and cultivators all had level 3 flying magic tools. Although they might not be as good as the phantom boat on the stage, they were definitely enough for daily use. They definitely did not want to participate in the competition for the spiritual boat on the stage. The remaining Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin, because they formed their core relatively late, were definitely not as wealthy as the veteran giant and cultivators. It was indeed difficult for them to compete with so many giant and cultivators for the phantom boat. It was precisely because of this that Yao Qianshu took the initiative to lend them 10,000 spiritual stones each. "Thank you, senior brother," the sect leader, hearing Yao Qianshu's initiative to lend a hand. Chen Zuixin and Song Qingming were also delighted. With the help of the sect, their hope of winning this spiritual object naturally increased a bit. 30,000 spiritual stones, 31,000 spiritual stones. When Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin opened their bids, the price of the phantom boat had already risen rapidly to over 30,000 spiritual stones. The price of a flying boat of this quality on the market is generally not lower than this price, and Song Qingming had already expected this. After practicing Taoism for so many years, Song Qingming has always wanted to own a flying spiritual object. After forming a pill, although he got a second-level upper-grade flying boat from the Good Merit Pavilion of the Xiao sect, it was not of much help to him because the level of this boat was too low. Song Qingming has been looking for an opportunity to replace it over the years. Now the phantom boat in front of him is a good choice. However, Song Qingming is not the only one who has been eyeing this phantom boat at the auction site. If you want to successfully obtain this spiritual object, you need to see who bids more spiritual stones. 34,000 spiritual stones. Junior brother Song, I don't have many spiritual stones on me anymore. I won't participate in this item anymore. You can make an offer without worry. Seeing that the price of the phantom boat had reached 35,000 spiritual stones, Chen Zuixin sighed and took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Although he brought a lot of spiritual stones with him this time, he had spent a lot of money to bid for the magic weapon before, which forced him to give up the spiritual object in front of him. After Chen Zuixin took the initiative to withdraw, there were still 3 people competing with Song Qingming for this item. 2 of them had a cultivation level similar to Song Qingming, and they seemed to be cultivators who had recently formed a golden elixir. The remaining one was an old man in a blue robe. Although his cultivation level had reached the 7th level of the golden elixir, he was still very interested in this 3rd level low-grade flying boat. Even though the price had risen so high, he still had no intention of giving up. "I'll give you 38,000 spiritual stones." Fellow Taoists, I see you don't have many spiritual stones left. It's better not to fight for this item. How about giving it to friends and letting me take it? Seeing that the price of the phantom boat was getting a little out of control, The blue-robed old man at the 7th level of the golden core seemed a little impatient. He secretly sent a message to Song Qingming and the other 2 cultivators fighting for this item, asking them to give it up. After receiving the slightly threatening message from the blue-robed old man, Song Qingming's face immediately changed and he frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this old guy would rely on his cultivation to put pressure on others at such an auction. Junior brother Song, don't worry about what that old ghost Linghu says. His Jiuan sect is just a sect that has just advanced to the nascent soul stage. We don't need to be afraid of him. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend you some more. Don't lose the prestige of our Xiaoao sect in front of everyone. Seeing that Song Qingming's face suddenly changed after receiving a voice transmission, Yao Qianshu on the side immediately guessed that the blue-robed old man opposite said something that affected him, and hurriedly reminded Song Qingming. In the auction held by Xingzhenmen, although nearly 100 Jiandan cultivators came, most of them came from Jiandan sects or independent cultivators from nearby small countries. With the strength of Xiaoao sect's nascent soul sect, there is really no need to be afraid of anyone except Xingzhenmen, the host. If Song Qingming retreated directly because of the other party's words, and it was spread out in the future, others would definitely think that their Xiaoao sect was afraid of the power of Jiuan sect, and the prestige of the sect would inevitably be hit, which Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoao sect, naturally could not tolerate. 39,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that the other 2 Jiandan cultivators hesitated and did not make any more offers, Song Qingming was not affected by the blue-robed old man and shouted again with a calm face. Although the other party had a high level of cultivation, Song Qingming had now joined the Xiaoao sect and had the Unyielding sect as a backer. With the support of the head Yao Qianshu, Song Qingming was confident and not afraid of the threat of the blue-robed old man. Humph! Young people really don't know what's good for you. You dare not even give me this little face. Hearing Song Qingming's offer, the blue-robed old man immediately stood up and glared at Song Qingming fiercely. Old Linghu, if you still want to make an offer, just say so. Don't use your power to pressure others here, otherwise the Star Conference will not welcome you in the future. Hearing the Star Sect monk who was hosting the auction below scolding him, the blue-robed old man, who had a fierce look, stood there for a moment, and suddenly his face changed and he smiled and arched his hands to the people below and said, "Don't blame me, fellow Taoist. I just wanted to take this opportunity to make more friends. I was a little abrupt. If this friend from the Xiaoao sect likes this thing, just give it to him." After the blue-robed old man finished speaking, he sat back in his original position with a smile on his face, and then secretly raised his hand to quietly wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. When he just stood up, the blue-robed old man immediately felt a strong spiritual consciousness shining on his body from above his head, making him feel that he was being closely watched from head to toe, and he stood there and didn't dare to move at all. The blue-robed old man, whose cultivation had reached the late Jiandan stage, naturally reacted quickly. He was being targeted by the Yuanying ancestor of the Xingzhen sect who was sitting above him. This made him feel a huge pressure all of a sudden, and he was frightened and quickly changed his attitude. The blue-robed old man was also an elder of the Yuanying sect. When he saw the phantom boat appear, he immediately liked it. As a result, he met several strong opponents such as Song Qingming when bidding, and the price of the phantom boat was raised to a level that he could not accept. He thought that his late Jiandan cultivation, coupled with his origin from the Yuanying sect, was enough to not fear any opponent who competed with him for spiritual objects in such an auction, so he quietly put pressure on Song Qingming and several other opponents, hoping to use the situation to force them to retreat. However, the blue-robed old man's little move had long been seen by the Yuanying ancestor of the Xingzhen sect above. Seeing that he was not honest and making small moves in the auction, and was still a little relentless, the Yuanying ancestor was also a little angry and immediately warned him with his spiritual sense. Although he did not take Song Qingming and other Jiandan early-stage cultivators seriously, the blue-robed old man did not dare to act rashly in front of a Yuanying cultivator. He could only apologize in a depressed manner and sit back in his seat. After the blue-robed old man withdrew from the competition, the 2 people who had just withdrawn from the competition saw that the price of the phantom boat was a bit high, so they stopped bidding. Soon Song Qingming got the spiritual object as he wished. Before coming to Wu this time, Song Qingming emptied the family's gold storage pavilion and borrowed some spiritual stones from several elders of the family. He had almost collected 40,000 spiritual stones. Song Qingming had spent 5,000 spiritual stones on the purchase of some spiritual objects in the market and the auction of the jade dust pail yesterday. The remaining spiritual stones on him were not enough. Fortunately, Yao Qianshu agreed to lend him 10,000 spiritual stones at the beginning, so Song Qingming got the spiritual object he wanted as he wished. Finally, congratulations to fellow Taoist Song from Xiaoyao sect for successfully bidding for today's finale spiritual object, the Phantom Boat. Today's auction has ended successfully. Please go back and rest early. Tomorrow's final auction will also bring out many precious spiritual objects. I hope everyone will not miss it. After handing in the spiritual stones in exchange for the Phantom Boat at the auction, Song Qingming only had a few thousand spiritual stones left. Even if Song Qingming saw other spiritual objects he wanted at the auction tomorrow, he would probably only be able to enjoy them with his eyes. After taking back the spiritual objects he had bid for, Song Qingming had just returned to the second floor, and several fellow disciples of Xiaoyao sect also came forward to congratulate him in turn with a happy look on their faces. Junior brother Song, I just took a closer look. The material used in this flying boat is really good. It is made from the skeleton of a third-level medium-grade water-attributed monster. If you have the opportunity in the future, find a water-attributed crystal stone of the third-level medium grade or above, and ask Uncle Lee to help. Maybe there is a chance to refine it to the third-level medium grade. Hearing what Yao Qianshu said beside him, Song Qingming's face was first a little surprised and happy, and then he could only nod helplessly. Although Song Qingming has joined Xiaoyao sect and become a guest elder of the sect, as long as he is willing to give out some spiritual objects, it should not be a difficult task to ask the Supreme Elder Li Mufang to help a little. However, Yao Qianshu said that the third-level medium grade or above water-attributed crystal stone needed to upgrade the Phantom Boat is not so easy to find. In the entire floating cloud mountain range Xiuxin world, it has only appeared in the depths of Tayar Lake. Even if Song Qingming knows the exact location, he doesn't have the courage to go to that place where the Monster King is rampant. However, Song Qingming didn't care too much about it. His biggest goal this time was to have a good third-level flying magic weapon. Although the Phantom Boat in front of him was only a third-level low-grade one, it was enough to meet his current needs. After returning to Guang Pavilion, Song Qingming, who had just obtained the Phantom Boat, was in a very good mood. He played with a spiritual object he had just obtained all night, and didn't even take care of his daily practice. Although he knew that he didn't have many spiritual stones, Song Qingming still didn't miss the last day of the auction. Regardless of whether he had the opportunity to get any spiritual objects, he could always learn a lot at such a large auction. On the last day of the auction, the spiritual objects taken out by Qingming were indeed more precious and rare. Many of them were high-level spiritual objects cultivated by Qingming themselves, which showed that they were worthy of being a sect that excelled in cultivating spiritual objects. In addition, Xingqian sect also took out a lot of various kinds of elixirs and even foundation building pills on the last day. Originally, Song Qingming wanted to take a few foundation building pills back with him when he came to Wu Kingdom this time, but because he had no spirit stones left after bidding for the Phantom Boat yesterday, he had to give up. On this last day, the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, also took decisive action and won a lot of good things for the sect, even winning several foundation building pills at once. When the auction was halfway through, Yao Qianshu's biggest goal for this trip to Wu Kingdom, the Mist and Snow Ice Lotus, finally came out. Although this spiritual object was not as valuable as the Phantom Boat that Song Qingming had bid yesterday, for Yao Qianshu, this object was something that was difficult to measure with the value of spirit stones. After many cultivators fought for it, Yao Qianshu also gritted his teeth and quoted a high price of nearly 30,000 spirit stones, and successfully obtained this object, which finally made his trip to Wu Kingdom come true and not in vain. In addition to the headmaster Yao Qianshu, Bai Yuxin, Li Wutuang, Chu Fengping and others also made frequent bids at the last auction. Everyone finally won one or two spiritual objects that were useful to them. Only Song Qingming, who had no more spiritual stones on him, finally got a few bottles of daily cultivation pills of low value. The last day of the auction did not have the same episode as yesterday. Even though the final spiritual object that appeared at the end was a third-level high-grade spiritual object that all the cultivators present were jealous of, no one dared to make small moves when competing for the spiritual object. After a fair competition, it was Chang Bufan of Lingyuan sect who finally got the object. A few days later, With a successful end of the Star Conference, many cultivators who came to the 7-star square gradually began to leave. When the spiritual boats used by the sect to transport goods were filled with spiritual objects, Song Qingming and several other giant elders also boarded the flying boat and set off to return to Uyghur. This time when they came to Wu State, in addition to selecting useful spiritual objects for themselves, Yao Qianshu also indicated that Guiyang Pavilion had purchased a lot of spiritual objects that the sect urgently needed at the Star Conference. Because they changed to the flying boat used by the sect to transport supplies, the speed of the return trip was much slower than before. This time, the people of Xiaoyao sect did not choose the original shortcut to cross Taiyu Lake directly, but took a safer long way, so it would take 2 more months on the road. Uyghur, King County, Funiu Mountain. Song Changs, dressed in tight military uniform, was leading 3 monks from the Song family law enforcement team to fight 2 monsters in a valley. Since joining the family law enforcement team, Song Chang's fighting ability has also grown a lot in the past few years. He can already lead the monster hunting team to go deep into Funiu Mountain to capture prey alone. Song Chang's cultivation has reached the 8th level of Qi Refining, and he has 2 good top-grade magic weapons on him. It is not inferior to deal with a top-grade monster alone. In addition to the fight with a demon beast, another top-grade demon beast had been trapped by the 3 monks of the Song family for a long time. It was firmly trapped in place by the formation and was suppressed and could not resist. As long as Song Changs could hold the demon beast in front of him for a while, and wait for the other members of the clan to be free, the demon beast would surely be in their pocket. After an instant of time, the demon beast that had been trapped by the Song family for a long time with the formation finally couldn't stand it and died in their hands with a scream. The 3 Song family members who were free rushed to Song Changs. Seeing that several members of the clan had joined the battlefield, Song Changs immediately turned from defense to offense, and the flying sword in his hand quickly left many scars on the demon beast. Seeing that the other side had more people and had no chance of winning, this somewhat cunning wolf-shaped demon beast took advantage of the carelessness of the crowd and ignored the attack behind them, and directly pounced on the weakest Song family monk. This Chang generation cultivator, whose cultivation level was only at the 5th level of Qi Refining, was a little panicked when facing the ferocious upper-grade monster that was rushing towards him. He instinctively stepped back a few steps to give the other party a position to break out of the encirclement. The wolf demon was delighted when he saw this, and immediately turned around and ran down the mountain. Changping, what are you doing? Everyone, hurry up and chase it. It's already injured and can't run far. Seeing that the wolf demon suddenly broke out of the encirclement, Song Chang's sharp eyes swept over the clan member who had just missed, and hurriedly chased after it with a few people. Although the wolf demon had been seriously injured, it ran away very quickly. After chasing over several hills, among the Song family members, only Song Chang's, who had the highest cultivation level, could keep up with its speed, and the others were soon left behind. Just after jumping over a mountain stream, Song Chang's finally caught up with the wolf demon and jumped in front to stop it. Looking at the wolf demon with red eyes in front of him, Song Chang's took out a flying sword in his hand, stared at the other party, and slowly walked towards it. HMPH. We've spent most of the day trying, and you still want to run away? It's not that easy. Seeing that Song Chang's was still chasing it and refusing to let it go, the wolf demon was also ruthless and could only fight for his life. In an instant, the 2 sides quickly fought for more than a dozen rounds. Although the injuries on the wolf demon's body would not affect its combat effectiveness too much, even if it tried its best, it still couldn't gain the upper hand and had no way to deal with Song Chang's. Just as Song Chang's was fighting with the wolf demon, the Song family members who were following behind finally caught up. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded again, the wolf demon spit out a powerful spell to force Song Chang's back, and then turned around and jumped into the deep mountain stream. HMPH. You still want to run? I don't see where you can run to. Seeing this, Song Chang's also sneered, jumped up and jumped down with the wolf demon. Chang's, the Song family members who had just arrived at the top of the mountain stream were also shocked to see Song Chang's jumping down the mountain stream with the wolf demon. After shouting a few times from the top and getting no response, they hurriedly looked for a shortcut from the cliffs on both sides. The cultivators who have reached the late stage of Qi Refining have basically practiced a light body technique. Jumping down a cliff hundreds of meters high will generally not be dangerous as long as they can stabilize their bodies in time. The reason why these Song family members were so anxious was not that they were worried that Song Changs would fall and hurt himself, but they were a little afraid that Song Changs would be alone after reaching the bottom, and the wolf demon would pose a danger to him. When they found the bottom of the mountain stream and searched along a stream, what surprised them was that the figures of Song Changs and the wolf demon seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and they could not even find any trace along the way. These people searched for a long time at the bottom of the mountain stream, and finally had no choice but to use low-level sound transmission notes to send a message to Song Changs, but they still found nothing, and Song Changs did not reply to their messages. After a while, the Song family members also found that something seemed wrong, and hurried back to Funiu Mountain to inform the family law enforcement team of the news. Knowing that something happened to Song Changs, who was valued by his ancestor, Song Yuantong, who was in charge of the family law enforcement team, immediately changed his face and did not dare to be vague, and hurriedly led people to Yunwu Mountain to look for Song Changs. Half a month later, a giant flying boat about 20 feet long quickly passed through the Xiaoyao sect's mountain protection formation and stopped at an open space in Guiyang Mountain. Yao Qianshu, the head of the Xiaoyao sect, led everyone to get off the flying boat first. As soon as he got off the flying boat, Chu Fengping immediately came to Song Qingming. "Junior brother Song, you are tired from the journey. How about you come to my place and rest for a few days before going back, haha. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Chu. I'm afraid you have a lot of things to do after not coming back for a few months. I won't bother you anymore. When senior brother Chu has time to go to Funiu someday, I still have some top-grade spiritual tea there. Let's exchange our cultivation experiences, okay? That's settled. I will definitely visit you someday." Chu Fengping smiled and bowed to Song Qingming. He quickly turned into a ray of spiritual light and disappeared on the spot. After Chu Fengping left, Song Qingming said goodbye to several other giant and elders. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Yuxin quietly walked to his side again. "Junior brother Song, that old ghostling who has been in the state of Dan for many years, and he has always been narrow-minded. Junior brother, you got what you wanted at the auction this time. If you go near you state in the future, you need to be more careful, so as not to be targeted by this old ghost. Thank you, senior sister Bai, for reminding me. I am a person with a calm personality and rarely go out. I think it is difficult for me to meet him." Hearing Bai Yuxin's kind reminder, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed to her. Bai Yuxin nodded slightly, and without saying anything more, turned around and stepped on a white shuttle to return to her cave. After saying goodbye to everyone, Song Qingming did not delay any more. He directly took out the phantom boat and turned into a white light to leave Guiyang Mountain. With the blessing of the phantom boat, Song Qingming's escape speed increased a lot compared to before. In less than half a day, he quickly crossed thousands of miles and returned to Qing County. Just after arriving at the family's spiritual place, Funiu, Song Qingming had not had time to return to his cave to rest for a while, and heard a piece of news that surprised him. Song Changs, who has joined the family law enforcement team, has been missing for more than half a month while hunting monsters in Yunwu Mountain. Set a small goal for yourself. If the Hall Master appears on the book friend list, add a chapter. I found that many new book friends have come recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 507, Golden Core Ghost King, Additional Update. After Song Changs disappeared in the mountain stream of Yunwu Mountain half a month ago, Song Yuantong led the law enforcement team to search the mountain for several days, but still could not find any trace of him. This incident soon alarmed Song Qingming, who was still in seclusion on the top of the mountain. After hearing the news, Song Qingming hurried to the newly built ancestral hall of the family on the mountain and checked the blood essence that Song Changs had left on the family tree. Only when he found that his name was still lit did Song Qingming breathe a sigh of relief. Then Song Qingming and Song Yuanli led many family cultivators into Yunwu Mountain. After carefully searching along the place where Song Kings jumped down, they finally found a very hidden cave entrance on a cliff in the air below the mountain stream, and found some traces of Song Changs fighting with monsters in the cave. When Song Qingming and his companions walked into the cave for a distance, they suddenly felt a gust of cold wind inside, and a group of fleshless ghost cultivators suddenly killed them from the depths of the cave. Ghost cultivators are the spirits and obsessions of some cultivators, monsters, or mortals before they die. They are unwilling to reincarnate and stay in the human world. They can refine some of the yin energy in the human world to continue to cultivate. As long as they continue to cultivate, their cultivation can continue to grow like ordinary cultivators. High-level ghost cultivators can even survive the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. However, these ghost cultivators can only cultivate in some netherworlds with strong yin energy. Once they stay outside for a long time in places where yang energy gathers and absorb the yang energy contained in the world, the ghost cultivators will be immediately backfired. In the case of minor injuries, their cultivation will decline. In serious cases, they will die on the spot, and their souls will directly dissipate between heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to enter reincarnation again. Because unlike human cultivators, who can walk anywhere between heaven and earth at will, although there are many ghost cultivators in the world, these ghosts can only hide in the netherworld to cultivate for their entire lives, and it is generally difficult for people to encounter them. Because ghost cultivators only have spirits and souls but no physical bodies, their lifespans far exceed those of cultivators of the same level, and they can even live longer than ordinary demon cultivators. Even low-level ghost cultivators in the Qi refining stage can sometimes exist for thousands of years. However, because the quality of the yin Qi in the yang world is low, the speed of ghost cultivators' cultivation is generally slow. The Huayang realm has existed for more than 100,000 years, and there are very few ghost cultivators who can survive the thunder tribulation and ascend to the upper realm, which is far less than the normal ascending human cultivators and demon cultivators. Because they are transformed by the obsession of cultivators, the mental memory of ghost cultivators is generally somewhat incomplete, so their fighting ability is also slightly worse than that of ordinary human cultivators of the same level. Facing more than a dozen low-level ghost cultivators in the Qi refining stage, Song Qingming and others almost didn't spend much effort to clean them up. After cleaning up these low-level ghost cultivators, 5 or 6 ghost cultivators with a cultivation level of foundation building soon flew out from the depths of the cave. Seeing that there were too many high-level ghost cultivators and they were a little overwhelmed, Song Qingming quickly retreated while fighting and led Song Yuanli and others directly out of the cave. Fortunately, these ghost cultivators did not dare to leave the cave and come into contact with the yang energy outside, so they retreated after chasing to the cave entrance, thus not causing any damage to the many Song family cultivators who entered the cave. After being defeated by the ghost cultivators for the first time, Song Qingming hurried back to Funiu Mountain and sent a letter to Song Zinayu, who was far away in Zioao sect, to explain the matter and asked him to bring some spiritual objects from the sect to deal with the ghost cultivators and rush back to the family for support, and quickly eliminate the group of ghost cultivators hiding in Yunwu Mountain and rescue Song Chang's, who is in a very dangerous situation. Generally, low-level ghost cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation building realms dare not come out during the day, but at night when the yang energy outside is weak, these ghost cultivators can still come out. The cave where the ghost cultivators were found is only a few hundred miles away from the nearest territory of the Song family. If these ghosts are not completely eradicated, they will always be a threat to the Song family. A few days ago, when Song Zinayu came to Funiu with a second-level formation that specifically restrained ghost cultivators, Song Qingming recalled Wang Xian, Song Yuanfang and other family foundation building cultivators to Funiu, and went to the ghost building cave in Yunwu Mountain for the second time. This time, the Song family gathered 5 foundation building cultivators at once, and with a second-level formation that Song Zinayu brought to restrain ghost cultivators, the Song family, led by Song Qingming, once again entered the cave. At the beginning, everyone was relatively smooth, beheading many low-level ghost cultivators. After fighting with those foundation building ghost cultivators, with the help of the power of the second-level formation, it didn't take long for them to successfully kill 2 foundation building ghost cultivators. Just when the Song family thought they were about to win the battle, they didn't expect that a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the depths of the cave, and a giant in-stage ghost king who had condensed a ghost pill appeared and killed them. Although the cultivation of this giant ghost king is only at the first level of giant, it seems that he broke through to the giant realm not long ago. His strength should be similar to that of the fake Dan cultivators who have just formed the outer elixir among the human cultivators, but he is not something that Song Qingming and others can defeat. Fortunately, the second-level formation brought by Song Zinayu is very restraining against ghost cultivators. After a fight, several people joined forces to use the power of the formation and escaped from the cave safely. Because of insufficient preparation, they did not know that there was a giant ghost king hidden in the cave. Song Qingming and others also suffered a little loss this time. Song Zinayu, who is at the 6th level of foundation building, and Song Qingming, who is at the 8th level of foundation building, were also injured in the battle with the giant ghost cultivator. Fortunately, the injuries of the two were not very serious. They were just injured in the meridians by the yin qi released by the Ghost King. They can slowly recover in 1 or 2 years at most. After the second defeat in the battle with the ghost cultivators, Song Qingming and the others were somewhat discouraged. When they returned to Funiu Mountain and prepared to inform Xiaoyao sect of the incident and request the sect to come to support them, Song Qingming happened to rush back to Funiu Mountain at this time. After hearing Song Qingming mention the situation in the ghost cultivator cave, Song Qingming was also slightly surprised. He really didn't expect that there would be a giant ghost cultivator so close to his own territory on the west side of Funiu Mountain. Low-level ghost cultivators such as Qi Refining and Foundation Building do not require high spiritual places for cultivation. They can be born anywhere in the cultivation world. However, giant ghost cultivators are different. It is impossible for such high-level ghost cultivators to be born in ordinary places. There must be some mystery in the cave. After hearing Song Qingming and others tell him about the situation in the cave, Song Qingming thought for a moment, but still did not rush to ask for help from the sect. He planned to meet these ghost cultivators first. This time, Song Qingming did not bring low-level cultivators from his family with him when he set out to Funiu Mountain to fight against the ghost cultivators. He only brought Song Qingming, Wang Xian and several other foundation-building cultivators with him. Under the guidance of everyone, Song Qingming quickly arrived in front of the cave with a phantom boat. Because this cave is located on the cliff of the mountain stream where there is no sunlight all day long, and it is mostly covered by weeds around it, it is indeed difficult for ordinary people to find this place if they don't pay attention from a distance. No wonder Song Yuantong and the family law enforcement team didn't notice it after searching for several days. Qingming and Zinayu are guarding outside the cave. If there are low-level ghosts escaping, you can directly eliminate them. Don't let these ghosts run out and cause trouble again. Xian, Yuanli and Yuanfang just control the formation and follow me. When the giant ghost cultivator comes out, I will deal with that guy, and you can help me stop other ghost cultivators. After observing the terrain around the cave, Song Qingming gave everyone another instruction before taking Wang Xian and others directly into the cave. After walking in for dozens of feet, Song Qingming soon felt a gust of cold wind coming from the cave. People who didn't like this feeling immediately set up a magic shield for themselves to isolate the cold wind from their bodies. After walking for a while, suddenly there was a sharp and piercing sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in the front, and a group of low-level ghost cultivators in the depths of the cave rushed directly towards everyone. HMPH. You ghosts who don't dare to see the light, how dare you be so presumptuous here? Seeing these many ghosts coming with gusts of cold wind, Song Qingming snorted coldly, and released a ball of giant and true fire from his hand that restrained evil things. And soon burned a group of ghost cultivators into white mist, making their souls completely dissipate between heaven and earth. Seeing that the newcomers were so powerful, these ghost cultivators immediately let out a cry of fear and retreated to the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Song Qingming was not in a hurry to catch up with these low-level ghost cultivators. As before, he took Wang Xian and others and walked carefully step by step into the depths of the cave. Just now at the entrance of the cave, he carefully checked the surroundings of the mountain stream and found no other exits from the cave. As long as he blocked this entrance, he would not be afraid that the ghost cultivators inside could easily escape. Before Song Qingming walked far, a strong pressure soon came from far away and appeared in front of Song Qingming. It was the giant ghost cultivator that Song Qingming and others had seen before. The giant ghost cultivator had already condensed a ghost pill and could transform the yin qi of cultivation into his body at any time. He looked no different from a human cultivator, but his stiff face and the yin qi surrounding him made this ghost cultivator look like a dead person. Seeing that it had only been a few days since he defeated Song Qingming and others, another cultivator came to disturb his cultivation. The giant ghost king was also angry and sprayed a ball of yin fire directly at Song Qingming without saying a word. Come on. Seeing the giant ghost king that almost severely injured Song Qingming and others, Song Qingming was also a little angry. He cast a spell with both hands, and the 5 elements divine light mirror automatically flew out of his body, directly turning into a huge golden mirror and easily blocking the yin fire released by the ghost cultivator. After blocking this attack, Before the giant and ghost king in front of him could react, the five elements divine light mirror under Song Qingming's control immediately split into five and surrounded him, emitting five different colors of spiritual light. The spiritual light stored in the five elements divine light mirror was the Zuanyang spiritual energy that Song Qingming practiced on a daily basis, which had a slight restraining effect on demon cultivators and ghosts. After the giant and ghost king's body was illuminated by the spiritual light, it immediately let out a scream and quickly emitted bursts of black air to block these spiritual lights. After being burned by the Zuanyang spiritual energy in the five elements divine light mirror, the ghost king had several injuries on his body. He quickly retreated more than 10 feet and desperately swallowed a mouthful of yin qi in the cave before slowly recovering. After only a few rounds, the giant and ghost king felt that Song Qingming was powerful. Seeing that the opponent was a bit tricky, the giant and ghost king rolled up a gust of yin wind to stop the five elements divine light mirror flying towards him, and then let out a scream, trying to call other low-level ghost cultivators in the cave to come to support him. Soon, gusts of yin wind came from the depths of the cave again. Seeing that the giant and ghost cultivator called for reinforcements, Wang Xian and the other two immediately held the formation flags and formed a large formation, and stepped forward to stop all those low-level ghost cultivators. In addition to the giant and ghost king, most of the remaining foundation-building ghost cultivators in the cave had been killed when Song Qingming and the others came in for the second time. The remaining ones were no longer a big threat to the large formation formed by Wang Xian and the other two. Seeing that Wang Xian and the others were not under any pressure and had already stopped the ghosts, Song Qingming immediately focused on strengthening the attack on the giant and ghost king in front of him. The giant and ghost king's strength was not as good as that of the human giant and cultivators of the same level. In addition, Song Qingming's life treasure five elements divine light mirror also contained some Zuanyang qi that restrained ghost cultivators. Facing Song Qingming's step-by-step pressure, the giant and ghost cultivator was soon beaten back. Although the giant and ghost king was able to replenish his yin qi in time during the battle with the yin spirit land behind him, the ghost king's strength was indeed too much different from Song Qingming. He was blocked in the cave for a long time, and he would definitely be unable to resist. Seeing that he was no match for the opponent, the giant and ghost king gritted his teeth and made up his mind to abandon the cave where he had practiced for many years and escape directly. While Song Qingming had not yet reacted, he directly turned his body into a ghost mist and quickly passed through Song Qingming's side and ran straight out of the cave. Song Qingming had not expected that the other party would run away so decisively, and he failed to stop the giant and ghost king in time. After reacting, he quickly set up the escape light and chased after him. Song Qingming and Song Zinayu, who were guarding the cave entrance, suddenly felt a strong gust of cold wind coming from the cave. They thought that a low-level ghost cultivator wanted to escape from here, so they hurried forward to stop the other party. What they didn't expect was that it was the giant and ghost king who came. The two of them only stopped the ghost king for a moment, and were easily repelled by him. This also aggravated the original injuries of the two. Fortunately, the giant and ghost king was eager to escape and didn't care about Song Qingming and the others, so they didn't worry about their lives. Song Qingming, who chased out of the cave, saw a trace of blood flowing from the corners of Song Qingming and the others' mouths again. He also knew what had just happened. His face sank, and he took out the phantom boat and chased after the giant and ghost king, who had already run a distance. Because it was daytime, the yang qi between heaven and earth was very strong. Although this giant and ghost king relied on his own protective yin qi to block the burns of the scorching sun, it also affected his escape speed. On the contrary, Song Qingming already had the help of the phantom boat, and his escape speed was much faster than that of ordinary giant and cultivators. The two of them quickly closed the distance, and Song Qingming stopped the ghost king before he ran dozens of miles. This ghost king could not fight Song Qingming in the cave with a yin spirit land with strong yin qi behind him. When he came outside and had to resist the burning of the yang qi of heaven and earth, he was even less of a match for Song Qingming. He was soon suppressed by Song Qingming and had no power to fight back. Chapter 508, Yin Firestone, a fish that slipped through the net. After fighting for a while, seeing that the yin qi of the giant and ghost king suddenly increased, and he wanted to turn into a ghost and escape, Song Qingming, who had been prepared, immediately cast a spell to control the five elements divine light mirror, and release the purple light magic in the mirror to firmly control the ghost king, who had turned into a ghost mist, in mid-air, making it difficult for him to escape. The giant Ghost King saw that his method of escaping was no longer effective, and was also panicked. He was forced to show his figure again and fell into Song Qingming's siege again. Before Song Qingming came, he knew that he had to deal with the giant Ghost King, and he also made some preparations. With a slight movement in his hand, he took out the magic weapon Mobe sword that he had just sacrificed and refined, and blessed it with a few second-level ghost exorcising talismans that Song Zinai brought from the sect to target ghosts. With the blessing of the talisman, the Mobe sword in Song Qingming's hand, which was originally black and white, immediately had a layer of golden light, and the momentum instantly increased a bit. After seeing the powerful Mobe sword appear, the giant and Ghost King immediately showed some fear, but at this moment he had no way to escape, so he could only bite the bullet and frantically urge the yin qi in his body to roll towards Song Qingming. The two fought in the air for about an incense-stick of time. In the end, Song Qingming relied on his own powerful strength to easily kill the opponent and ended this battle without suspense. The sword shattered the Ghost King's soul. After the soul of the giant Ghost King completely dissipated between heaven and earth, Song Qingming confidently controlled the Mobe sword and took the last egg-sized black ball that fell from him into his hands. This black ball was the ghost pill on the Ghost King just now. Although the value of this thing is not as good as the demon pill on the monster, it is also a very useful rare spiritual object. The ghost pill of the giant Ghost King is condensed from the pure yin qi between heaven and earth. This thing is also a good material for refining various yin attribute magic weapons or pills. In addition, the biggest function of the ghost pill is to refine the golden elixir corpse puppet. This kind of spiritual object can be equivalent to the incarnation technique of the unyielding cultivator. The corpse puppet with better quality can even have the combat power of ordinary cultivators of the same level, and is much more powerful than the general puppet beast of the same level. Although Xiaoyao sect does not have the skill of refining corpse puppets, many sects in the world of immortal cultivation have inherited this skill, and there are also sects near the floating cloud mountains that specialize in this skill. After getting this ghost pill, Song Qingming was in a good mood. He was able to get this spiritual object, and this battle was not in vain. After putting away the black ball in his hand, Song Qingming hurriedly took out the phantom boat and turned around and returned to the entrance of the cave. When Song Qingming arrived, he found that Song Qingyu and the two people guarding the entrance of the cave were desperately intercepting the ghosts who wanted to escape from inside. Because Song Qingming and the Golden Core Ghost King left one after another, many low-level ghosts also wanted to run out from inside. Seeing that Song Qingyu and the other two were busy because more and more ghosts ran out of the cave, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell to help them kill the ghost cultivators gathered at the door. Seventh brother, did you catch the Ghost King? Seeing that Song Qingming came back safely, Song Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward and asked with a smile. Well, it's just a ghost with no intelligence, how could it escape from my palm? You two are not injured. Song Qingyu smiled and shook his head and replied, don't worry, this minor injury will not affect your daily practice. You will recover after a few years of nursing. Seventh brother and sister-in-law are still in there, let's go and meet them. Song Qingming nodded slightly, and took Song Qingyu and the other two directly into the cave, and soon found Wang Xian and others who were still fighting fiercely with several foundation-building ghosts. With the participation of Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator, and the Mobai sword killing all around, these foundation-building ghosts were soon vulnerable and turned into a burst of yin qi and disappeared between heaven and earth. After completely destroying the group of ghost cultivators that were harassing Wang Xian and the others, Song Qingming led everyone into the depths of the cave, and soon found a place full of various bones. This is the Yin Firestone, Brother Qi, come and see, there are a lot of Yin Firestones here. Song Qingyu, who was walking in front, saw a stone with a trace of white fire in the middle of the bones, and hurriedly shouted to Song Qingming beside him. When everyone heard Song Qingyu's shout, they hurried forward and saw a piece of Yin Firestone piled in the middle of these bones, and they all showed a look of shock. Seeing these Yin Firestones in front of him, Song Qingming finally understood why there were so many ghost cultivators gathered here, and why the Golden Core Ghost King was born. Yin Firestone is a special ore that exists in the dark underground. Because the yin fire attached to the ore is very strong, it is also a high-level ore that can be used to refine magic tools. So many yin firestones gathered here, and it is easy to form a yin spirit land over time. It is no wonder that the Golden Pill Ghost King can be cultivated in the cave. Husband, there are so many yin firestones. It seems that there is a yin firestone vein underground. How should we deal with this place? Wang Xiu looked at Song Zhenhao on the side and asked Song Qingming on the side softly. Seeing these yin firestones, Song Qingming also fell into deep thought. It was not until he heard Wang Xiu's question that he came back to his senses and shook his head and said, "This place is deep in the Funiu Mountain, and there are monsters everywhere. Even if it is really a vein, it is not so easy to mine. This matter still needs to be discussed in the long run. Don't make it public after you go back." Hearing Song Qingming's reminder, the few people who entered the cave put away their smiles and nodded in response. Seventh brother is right. Let's not worry about these yin firestones for now. The most urgent thing is to find where Chang's is. This child has been trapped here for so long. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Let's disperse and look for him to see if he's here. After hearing Song Qingyu's reminder, everyone came to their senses. The original purpose of everyone coming here was to find Song Chang's. They quickly left this place of bones and began to look for him everywhere. However, what surprised everyone was that they turned around in this cave for several times, but still did not find Song Chang's. In this ghost cave, in addition to the Yinling land that leads to the deepest part, there are several small branch caves along the way, but they are all dead ends after reaching the end. Everyone checked and found no other exits or secret rooms. Just when everyone returned to the place of bones and met up, and they were at a loss, Song Qingming calmly took out a magic weapon Qingli sword on his body, gently cut his finger, and squeezed out a trace of blood from it. "Husband, what are you doing? Why are you hurting yourself?" Seeing that Song Qingming actually used his magic weapon to hurt himself, Wang Xiu, who was somewhat puzzled by Song Qingming's intention, immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Song Qingming smiled and explained, "This time when I went to Wu State, I learned a secret technique of finding people from an old friend. It's just right to see if it can be used. You don't have to worry. I just took a little of my own blood to cast a spell." Hearing Song Qingming say this, Wang Xiu and others suddenly realized it and stood aside carefully waiting for Song Qingming to cast a spell to find people. This time in Wu State, he met Wang Mingxiu, who helped find his third brother Song Qing's many years ago. In his spare time, Song Qingming used some spiritual objects on his body to exchange from him for the bloodline soul-searching technique that he was very interested in back then. Facing this small request from Song Qingming, the giant and elder of the sect, Wang Mingxiu agreed to it on the spot. After all, it was just a secret method that he had, and it was not a very important thing. Wang Mingxiu was naturally very willing to use it to please Song Qingming, the giant and elder of the sect. After taking out a drop of his own blood, Song Qingming immediately took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and put it in his hand, and then began to cast a spell. It was not until the talisman paper in his hand lit up with spiritual light that Song Qingming dropped the blood he had just taken out onto the talisman paper. Not long after, a burst of fire suddenly ignited, and the talisman paper in Song Qingming's hand slowly turned into ashes, and then a puff of green smoke came out. After carefully looking at the green smoke, Song Qingming followed the instructions and led everyone to slowly walk to the outside of a cave closer to the cave entrance. Looking at the cave in front of him that did not show any abnormalities, Song Qingming's face showed a slightly solemn look. "Uncle Qi, I just checked this cave carefully and didn't find anything unusual." Seeing Song Qingming's eyes fixed on the cave, Song Zhenhao asked quickly. "It doesn't matter. We'll know if there is anything wrong after we go in and take a look." After leading a few people directly into the cave, Song Qingming quickly walked to the end of the cave according to the guidance of the remaining green smoke of the talisman in his hand, and was finally blocked by a huge rock that seemed to be formed naturally. According to the direction guided by the bloodline soul-searching technique, Song Chang's should still be behind the huge rock. But there is no road at the end of the cave, as Song Zhenhao said, and people can't tell from the surface how there is someone hiding behind the rock. After carefully looking around the boulder, Song Qingming suddenly remembered something. His face changed, and he shouted loudly to the front, "Don't get close to there, come back." Hearing Song Qingming's warning, Song Zhenhao and Wang Xian, who were checking the boulder, hurriedly stepped back. Just as they were about to move away from the boulder, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared above the boulder, and a black vortex directly sucked Song Zhenhao and Wang Xian over. "Be careful above." Wang Xian and the other person, who felt something was wrong, hurriedly propped up the magic shield to resist the suction, but found that with their foundation building cultivation, it was still difficult to resist the huge suction, and their bodies were slowly sucked over by the black vortex. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had no time to think about it, hurriedly flew forward and lifted the two of them back, pulling Song Zinayu and Wang Xiayun back again. After Wang Xiayun and the other two returned to the original place and the crisis was resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they turned around and looked again, they found that the dark vortex above the boulder suddenly disappeared again. Song Qingming looked at the boulder and frowned, saying, "There should be an ancient formation here. Everyone be careful and don't get too close, it's an ancient formation." "Brother Qi, are you sure you can break it directly?" Song Qingming asked anxiously. Hearing that it was an ancient formation blocking the road ahead, everyone's faces showed a trace of surprise. No wonder Song Zinayu didn't see any clues when he came in to search. The ancient formation is not the same as many commonly used formations now. Not only Song Zinayu, but even Song Qingming, a second-level upper-grade formation master, didn't see anything wrong with the boulder at first glance when he just came in. "Don't worry, I seem to have seen a similar ancient formation. It shouldn't be difficult to break." Song Qingming looked at the boulder in front with a complicated expression and replied to Song Qingming on the side. This ancient formation is somewhat similar to the formation that Song Qingming helped Bai Yunhe repair in Xiaoyao sect. Although it is obvious that this formation and the one in Bai Yunhe's hand are two different formations, Song Qingming did see many familiar runes that he had seen before when he saw the formation in operation. The power of the ancient formation is generally much greater than that of the current formation. If Song Qingming has not seen these runes, even if he can see this formation, it will be difficult to break it. Fortunately, he can recognize most of the runes on it and can use the tricks of the formation master without spending a lot of effort to break the formation by force. Because of this, Song Qingming has some confidence in his heart and can quickly break this formation. After carefully exploring around the ancient formation, Song Qingming directly took out the formation flag he carried with him and began to break the formation. The level of this ancient formation was not very high, and it was similar to the second-level top-grade formation that Bai Yunhe had repaired that year. With the help of several people from the Song family, after finding the right method, Song Qingming only took half a day to successfully break the ancient formation in front of him. As the spiritual energy in the ancient formation slowly dissipated, the boulder blocking the front of everyone also turned into white mist and disappeared directly. "Okay. The formation has been broken, we can go in." Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, looking ahead, and led the Song family through the cave entrance that was originally blocked by the boulder, and entered a semicircular cave. After walking in and scanning the circle, everyone soon found a figure lying on the ground with his back to them in a corner of the cave. "Look, it's Chang's." Seeing that this person was wearing the unique clothing of the Song family cultivators, Song Qingming hurriedly shouted. "Don't worry, you wait here first, I'll take a look at the situation first. There may be ancient cultivation formations here, and there may be other dangers. Don't be careless." Song Qingming reminded everyone, then cast a spell to take out a second-level puppet beast from his body, and controlled it to slowly approach the target. After a while, the chiffon beast carried Song Chang's, who was still unconscious, back. Fortunately, he's fine. It's just that someone has planted a restriction in his body. He should be able to wake up after it is removed. Song Qingming cast a spell to check on Song Chang's, and then smiled and comforted everyone. Seeing that Song Chang's was fine, Song Qingming and others slowly let go of the worries that had been hanging for so many days. "It's strange, there's no one else here. Who put the restriction on Chang's? Could it be those ghost cultivators outside?" Wang Xiayun glanced around and asked everyone, a little doubt in her heart. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Help Chang's to remove the restrictions in his body first, and then ask him directly to see if he knows what happened." "That's fine," Song Qingming responded, took out a talisman and pasted it on Song Chang's forehead, and began to cast a spell to break the restrictions in his body. Wang Xiayun and Song Yuanli carefully held the formation flags in their hands and guarded beside Song Qingming. Seeing that they were already working on removing the restrictions on Song Chang's, Song Qingming was relieved and continued to control the chiffon beast, and began to search carefully in the cave. The chiffon beast that was searching the cave was brought back by Song Qingming from the front line of Lu State. It has been with him for a long time. Although it didn't help Song Qingming much, it still did a lot of hard work in opening up the mountains and exploring the way. The cave where Song Chang's was trapped was not very large, only a dozen feet in radius, and the edge could be seen at a glance. When Song Qingming and others came in, In addition to the unconscious Song Changs, there were also several rotten monster corpses and a pile of messy broken bones in the cave. These bones were of various sizes, and they seemed to be basically the remains of the monsters that appeared near Funiu Mountain. After searching among these bones, Song Qingming unexpectedly found a human skeleton that had already been broken. In such a hidden place, plus there is an ancient cultivation array covering it, it is obviously not something that ordinary people can enter. This rotten skeleton is also very likely the owner of this cave. Seeing the dense white bones in the cave, Song Qingming could probably guess that they should have been sucked into the cave by the ancient cultivation array that was still running at the entrance of the cave, and they were unable to escape and were trapped here. What Song Qingming couldn't understand was that the bones in the cave were so decomposed that some of them had existed for at least 1,000 years. It was beyond his expectation that the ancient cultivation formation could still function well after so many years. After walking carefully to the side of the bones, Song Qingming glanced around and saw a purple cloth bag that was mostly pressed down under the bones. Is this a storage bag? Just as Song Qingming was attracted by the purple cloth bag in front of him, the bones on the ground suddenly raised their right arms and shot a green light straight at Song Qingming's forehead. Facing the sudden green light, Song Qingming did not show panic on his face. He chuckled, and the 5 elements divine light mirror had already appeared on his forehead and stopped the green light, as if he had been prepared. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the green light immediately turned around and headed straight for the cave entrance where Song Qingming and the others were, trying to escape from the cave. However, Wang Xian and the others in front were also prepared, and the flags in their hands had formed a formation to block the cave entrance. As soon as the green light rushed to the cave entrance, it plunged into the formation controlled by Wang Xian and others, and was then bounced back by the formation. Before the green light could react, Song Qingming in the back had already snorted coldly and cast a spell with both hands. Several purple spiritual lights quickly shot out from the 5 elements divine light mirror, directly trapping the green light in midair. Humph! I knew there were still fish that slipped through the net. Looking at the green light trapped in midair, Song Qingming slowly revealed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. From the moment he entered the cave and found that Song Chang's was under a ban, Song Qingming immediately knew that there must be someone hiding in the cave. Before controlling the Chiffing beast to search the cave, Song Qingming had already secretly sent a message to Wang Xian and others to guard the door, ready to form a formation to fight the enemy at any time. Including when Song Qingming checked the skeleton just now, he also pretended to reveal a flaw. In fact, he had already secretly prepared to deal with it, just to lure out this ghost thing hidden in the cave. After controlling the green light, Song Qingming discovered that this guy seemed to be a ghost cultivator, but the cultivation level of this ghost cultivator was not very high, only at the peak of foundation building, and had not yet condensed a ghost pill. Fellow Taoist, please spare my life. I am also a miserable person. Many years ago, I accidentally entered this place and was trapped here before I became a ghost cultivator. I hope that fellow Taoist will spare my life. I am willing to give you all the spiritual objects in my storage bag. Seeing that Song Qingming was unfriendly and ready to cast a spell to kill him, this ghost cultivator unexpectedly took the initiative to speak human words. Because ghost cultivators lack spiritual intelligence, like monsters. They generally have to cultivate to the late stage of Jinden to supplement their own spiritual intelligence before they can speak human words. Seeing that this ghost cultivator could speak before condensing a ghost pill, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of surprise. Oh. Who are you and why have you been hiding here, fellow Taoist? You have misunderstood. My real name is Wen Xianyang. I did not hide here on purpose. I was also a Jinden cultivator back then. I accidentally broke into this place and was trapped here to death because I did not understand the formation. Later, my soul was unable to escape into reincarnation for some reason, so I turned to practice the ghost way in a daze. I have been living in this cave in a daze all these years and I don't know how much time has passed. Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to believe what he said, the ball of green light hurriedly opened his mouth to explain again, and his tone revealed a trace of the loneliness and sadness of a Jinden cultivator. After hearing the other party's answer, Song Qingming's expression remained calm and there was no change. He then spoke directly, I will ask you one last question. Apart from us, has anyone else ever entered this dark and spiritual land outside? No, absolutely not. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Although I can't get out in these years, I still have a way to know some of the outside situation through the formation. The entrance to this cave is very hidden. Apart from these ghost cultivators with incomplete intelligence outside, no one else has been here in these years. If it weren't for you fellow Daoists breaking the formation and rescuing me today, I don't know when I would be able to see the light of day again, haha. When did I say I would save you? Chapter 509, Surviving a Disaster and Sharing the Mineral Veins. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he smiled slightly, took out a soul-gathering bowl, cast a spell to put the trapped ghost cultivator directly into it. Don't be like this, fellow Taoist, I know a big secret that will definitely be useful to you, please let me go, believe me, I will never lie to you, humph. I am a giant in cultivator, do I need to believe the words of a person who is willing to fall into the ghost way? Song Qingming snorted coldly, and as a ball of green light was put into the soul-gathering bowl, the figure of the ghost cultivator quickly disappeared directly in the cave. No matter what the identity of this ghost cultivator is, when he saw the restriction planted by this person in Song Chang's body, Song Qingming had already guessed a little in his heart what this guy wanted to do next, but he was unlucky and didn't have time to succeed. An old monster like this man who talks nonsense will definitely do anything to survive. Song Qingming dare not be too careless to deal with it, giving the other party a chance to plot against him again. Regardless of whether this old guy really has some earth-shattering secrets, the initiative is in his hands now. As long as he can imprison the ghost cultivator's soul, Song Qingming will naturally have plenty of ways to search its soul directly after returning. There is no need to bargain with him here. After dealing with this ghost cultivator, Song Qingming carefully put away the storage bag under the bones, and then drove the chiffon beast to continue searching in the cave. After finding nothing unusual, he returned to the cave entrance with confidence. Hearing Song Qingming's voice transmission indicating that there was no danger, Wang Xian and others who were guarding the cave entrance put away the formation flags in their hands and walked towards him. Husband, what kind of ghost thing was that you just fought with? It can actually speak human language. Song Qingming nodded calmly and said, it was a ghost cultivator with spiritual intelligence. Its cultivation level is only at the peak of foundation building. Don't worry, I have taken that guy away. I will search his soul when I get back to see what this guy is like. While the two were talking, Song Qingming had successfully broken the restriction on Song Chang's body thoughts. Not long after, Song Chang's, who looked a little pale, woke up in a daze. Seeing so many family elders around him, Song Chang's was immediately startled and didn't know what had happened. That day, after Song Chang's chased a monster and jumped down the mountain stream, he happened to fall near the entrance of the cave outside by chance. The wolf monster had nowhere to go and fled directly into the cave. After Song Chang's chased him, he soon encountered several Qi Refining stage ghost cultivators. After a fight, Song Chang's, knowing that he was no match for them, was about to escape when he was suddenly swept into the cave by a gust of cold wind. As soon as he was caught, Song Chang's was quickly planted with a bend by the other party and fell asleep. He didn't wake up until now. What happened in the cave in the past 10 days, including the two battles between Song Qingming and others and the ghost cultivators, the person who triggered this, didn't know anything at all. After seeing Song Chang's wake up, except that his body automatically absorbed a lot of yin qi because he stayed in this place for a long time. He looked a little weak, but there was no other problem. Song Qingming and others finally put their minds at ease and smiled. It's all my fault for being too reckless. I was trapped here because of a monster, causing all the ancestors of the family to come all the way to save me. Chang's is guilty, please punish me, clan leader. After hearing Song Qingming briefly tell him what happened after his disappearance, Song Chang's felt very guilty and knelt down in front of Song Qingming with a thump. Chang's, what are you doing? Get up. Seeing the regretful look on the child's face, Song Qingming scolded him softly and hurried forward to help Song Chang's up. We are all family members, why should we be so polite? This is just an accident. Don't blame yourself too much. Seeing this, Song Qingming and other family ancestors also stepped forward to comfort Song Chang's. Wang Xian smiled and said, Chang's accidentally broke into here this time. It can be said that it is a disaster and a blessing. Without him, we would not have been able to find this place for a while and get rid of this group of ghost cultivators hiding under our noses in time. Xian is right. It must be your chance that you can survive this disaster. If you are destined to have such a disaster, we can't save your life no matter how fast we come. When Qingming asked you to go to the family law enforcement team, it was actually my idea. I wanted to temper your temper before you build your foundation. Don't think too much. For a cultivator, if the road ahead is too smooth and there are no setbacks, it may not be a good thing. We elders have been watching your performance in the law enforcement team in recent years. When your Tao heart is firm enough, sooner or later you will build your foundation and become a Taoist. Thank you for the advice, clan leader. Chang's has made a note of it. Hearing the encouraging words from Song Qingming, Song Chang's heart seemed to have been cleared, and he nodded heavily with joy. Since learning that the family decided to support Song Yuanxu in building the foundation and transferred him to the law enforcement team a few years ago, Song Chang's has been somewhat confused in his heart over the years. Why did Song Qingming, the family ancestor who loved him very much, suddenly ignore him? Fortunately, this grudge did not have much impact on him. In the past few years, Song Chang's performance in the family law enforcement team was still remarkable. He had experience in fighting against monsters and making decisions after encountering things. He did a good job. He did not waver his Tao heart because of Song Qingming's sudden neglect of him. Song Qingming was very satisfied with his performance overall. Going out for more experience, although it would delay the progress of cultivation a little, it would definitely be of great help to Song Chang's in building the foundation in the future. After rescuing Song Chang's, Song Qingming and others returned to the Yinling land and used magic weapons to forcibly cut off a few pieces of Yin Firestone before retreating from the ghost cave. Before leaving, in order to prevent other ghosts from entering the cave again, Song Qingming spent a little more time to set up a forbidden magic circle at the entrance of the cave, and then he returned to Funiu Mountain with everyone at ease. Song Yuanxu and others who stayed on the mountain saw that Song Qingming and several family elders brought Song Chang's back safely, and they who had been worried for a long time were relieved. This time, the Song family went to Funiu Mountain to fight the ghost cultivators and save Song Chang's. Almost all the high-level combat forces of the family were dispatched, and even Song Zinayu, who was far away in Zioao sect, was called back to participate. If there was a mistake, it would be a big event for the Song family, and they couldn't help but worry about Song Qingming and others. On the second day after returning to Funiu Mountain, Song Zinayu took the initiative to come to the top of the mountain to say goodbye to Song Qingming, intending to return to the sect to retreat and recuperate his injuries. Song Zinayu and Song Qingming were both injured in this battle. Although the injuries were not serious and would not affect their path, they still needed to practice in seclusion for some time to recover, so Song Qingming did not ask him to stay for a while longer. Zinayu, you have worked hard these days. When you return to the sect, take this back to the head brother and ask him to send a few people to see if the mineral vein is worth mining. After saying this, Song Qingming took out a cloth bag that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Song Zinayu. In addition to Yin Firestone brought out from the ghost cave, Song Qingming also specially stuffed 1,000 spirit stones into the bag to reward Song Zinayu for coming back to help the family this time. Uncle Qi, why are you doing this, Alice? These are all given to you by me on behalf of the family. You were injured this time because of family affairs. It is only right for the family to give you some spiritual stones as compensation. Just listen to me and don't refuse to accept them. To be honest, before Song Qingming returned to the family, when Song Qingming and others encountered the Golden Core Ghost King, if it weren't for the second-level formation that Song Zinayu borrowed from the sect, they would probably have difficulty escaping unscathed when they entered the ghost cave for the second time. Including the third battle to completely eliminate the ghost cultivators, Song Zinayu also made a lot of efforts and was injured because of it. Even if the family is in a difficult situation at this time, it still needs to express its support and cannot let those clansmen who joined the sect feel cold. Well, Zinayu thanks Uncle Qi. Seeing Song Qingming's insistence, Song Zinayu was no longer polite and accepted the spiritual stones with a smile. Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction and said, when you have time in the sect, you should also pay attention to Yuan Rong and the others. I was the one who sent these children to the sect at the beginning. If any of them have the path to build a foundation, the family will naturally not ignore it. Remember to send me a message when the time comes, Uncle Qi. Don't worry, my nephew will not forget these things. I know the teachers and leaders of the several clansmen who have joined the sect. It is not difficult to take care of them in the sect. You can rest assured with me here. After telling Song Zinayu a few words, Song Qingming personally sent him out the door again. He didn't turn around until he saw Song Zinayu turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. He went to Song Qingyu's cave on the top of the mountain. As soon as he walked into the door, Song Qingming unexpectedly saw Wang Xian was also here. The two seemed to be drinking tea and chatting, but Song Qingming unexpectedly smelled a familiar fragrance. Song Qingming said with a straight face, "I thought you were recuperating in seclusion, but I didn't expect you to get some delicious food behind my back. Sister Qinggai was injured this time, and I happened to have a spiritual item that could help her recover, so I made some soup for her. You came at the right time, let's try it together." As Wang Xian spoke, she opened the medicinal soup beside her and served a bowl to Song Qingming, who was sitting down. "Sister-in-law, you are really good at dealing with people. You clearly said it was for me, but you changed your mind as soon as seventh brother came. This time you gave one gift to two people. You made a fortune." Wang Xian smiled and shook her head and said, "If you like it, I'll go to King Hefang in a few days to get some materials and make two more for you, okay? Haha. Stop joking. I dare not monopolize your good craftsmanship alone." Seventh brother, Xinhao, left in such a hurry. "Did you tell him about the Yinhao stone mine and ask him not to tell anyone after he returns?" Seeing that Wang Xian was a little embarrassed, Song Qinggai changed the subject and looked at Song Qingming on the side. After taking a sip of the medicinal soup, Song Qingming gently put down the jade bowl in his hand and slowly said, "No need. I have already told him to tell the head brother directly after returning. It will probably not be long before the sect sends someone here. If there really is a yin firestone vein in the cave, its value is not comparable to that of ordinary veins. If we just hand it over to the sect, I'm afraid we may not get much benefit." "Seventh brother, do you think you can reconsider it?" Song Qingming nodded calmly and replied, "I have thought about this in the past 2 days. That place is deep in the Funiu Mountain and too far away from the family territory. There are still many level 2 and above monsters everywhere. Regardless of whether there is a vein there or not, we can't mine it alone in a short time. Moreover, mortals cannot get close to the yin firestone ore for a long time. They must rely on a large number of cultivators to mine it. These are now very important for the family. For the people, it is also a big burden. We can't just focus on the benefits in front of us. We still have to do what we can. No matter how fat this piece of meat is, we must have enough ability to eat it, otherwise we will hurt ourselves and the gain will outweigh the loss." Song Qinggai sighed and said, "This is indeed a trouble. Low-level cultivators are easy to deal with. We can directly recruit them from the vassal families below and give them some sweet treats. It's not a difficult thing. The only thing is that the location of the mineral vein is too remote. Without 3 or 5 foundation building cultivators stationed all year round, it is difficult to get peace all year round. It is also necessary to cultivate a second-level medium grade or above spiritual vein, which is also a considerable investment." Hearing Song Qinggai mention the spiritual stones to be invested, Song Qingming nodded helplessly. The reason why he made a decision so quickly this time, and directly informed the sect of the matter, was also because of this consideration. During this trip to Wu State, Song Qingming almost emptied the family's gold storage pavilion because of the purchase of spiritual objects, and owed a lot of spiritual stones to Song Qinggai and other foundation building cultivators. Now, not only did he not have many spiritual stones, but even the family treasury was also empty. It was unknown when the family would be able to save enough spiritual stones to invest in mining. Although the Song family was already a giant family, they had the right to directly mine some newly discovered mineral veins in the territory, but because the situation of this mineral vein was quite special, Song Qingming thought twice and decided to inform Xiaoyao sect about this matter. Instead of sitting and watching this mountain of gold in front of us without being able to get it, it is better to give up the benefits and share them with the sect. This will not only improve the relationship with the sect, but it is also the best choice for the family at present. But it is a bit early to say this now. We still have to wait for the sect to send people to confirm the reserves of this vein before we can discuss the next things with the sect. Song Qinggai nodded and said, "That's true, but the yin energy in the place is so heavy that it can give birth to golden elixir Ghost King. I think our work this time will not be in vain." Only a few days after Song Xinhao left, Xiaoyao sect quickly sent 2 professional mine explorers, second-level spirit explorers, to the Song family. After Song Qingming learned the news, he also came to the family meeting hall in person. "Disciple greets, Uncle Song." Seeing Song Qingming walk in, the 2 Xiaoyao sect disciples hurriedly bowed and saluted. After taking a look at the 2 people, Song Qingming found that he had met one of them before. This person had participated in the exploration of the Zhengjin ore vein of the Wang family of Funiu Mountain. Now he is also a veteran foundation-building cultivator of Xiaoyao sect. The profession of soul explorer, like a Ray Master, pays more attention to personal talent. It is also very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. The Song family has tried to train several soul explorers after so many years of development, but unfortunately, except for one person in the Yuan generation who successfully entered the door, no second soul explorer has been trained so far. This time, Xian, Yuanfeng and Yuangxi will go with me. Others should go and do their own things first. After chatting with the soul explorer sent by Xiaoyao sect for a while, Song Qingming took out the phantom boat and brought everyone to the outside of the ghost cultivation cave. After checking that the array restriction at the entrance of the cave was not destroyed by anyone, Song Qingming felt relieved and led everyone into the cave to explore the ore vein. Song Yuangxi, who came with them this time, was the only soul explorer in the Song family. Although he was not very talented in cultivation and was only a 4 spiritual root cultivator, he was indeed talented in soul exploration. In the past 10 years since he became a soul explorer, he also helped the family find a small black iron vein. Song Qingming, like Song Yuangxi, who could make great contributions to the family and had a relatively average cultivation talent. As long as they could successfully cultivate to the 9th level of Qi Refining before the age of 60. The family would consider them more in the future when competing for the foundation building pill. The 2 soul explorers of Xiaoyao sect spent half a day and finally got a rough and accurate result about this yin firestone vein. Reporting to Master Song, this yin firestone vein has a very large reserve and can be mined for at least 300 years. The quality of the ore outside is also very good. If 100 Qi refining monks are regularly invested in mining the ore, excluding the cost, it is estimated that about 4,000 spiritual stones worth of ore can be mined in a year. Oh, then this vein should be worth mining. Thank you for your hard work. After hearing the report of the Xiaoyao sect spiritual explorer below, Song Qingming was very satisfied and specially rewarded each of them with 100 spiritual stones. This yin firestone vein can have an annual income of 4,000 spiritual stones. Although it is not as good as the Zhengjin vein discovered by the Wang family, it is also a rare large vein in Jiangling County. Even if it cooperates with the Xiaoyao sect to develop, the Song family should be able to get a lot of spiritual stones every year in the future. Having such a stable income is indeed a timely help for the Song family, which is currently in short supply of spiritual stones. After finding out the reserves of the yin firestone ore vein, Song Qingming, who returned to Funiu Mountain, immediately used the second-level one-ly sound transmission note to inform Xiaoyao sect of the news and asked them to send someone to discuss how to mine the ore vein. Soon, Chen Zuixin brought a letter from the head of the sect Yao Qianshu and came to Funiu Mountain with 5 or 6 foundation-building monks. Junior brother Song, the head of the sect, also explained this to me before I came. If you want to mine this vein alone, you can. All the ores in the sect will send people to buy them. However, you still need to give up a part of the price. After all, the sect needs to invest some costs to deal with these ores. If junior brother Song is willing to cooperate with the sect to mine the spiritual mine, you and I can also split it according to 60 hours and 40 minutes. All the mined ores in the sect can be paid to you at the market price. Chen Zuixin is a relatively straightforward person among the many Jiangdan monks in Xiaoyao sect. As soon as he saw Song Qingming, he directly stated all the conditions offered by Yao Qianshu. Song Qingming looked at the letter in Yao Qianshu's hand, thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Brother Chen, I still want to follow the second plan. But you also know that I just spent a lot of spirit stones when I went to Wu Kingdom last time, and now there are not many spirit stones in stock in the clan. Can we reduce the initial investment? When the mine is running in the future, we can deduct it from our annual income. Do you think this is feasible?" Junior brother Song is willing to cooperate with the sect to mine the mine. He is also a sensible person. I can directly agree to your request. The sect will help you to pay 30,000 spirit stones for the initial investment. After the mine is running, it will be paid off in 10 years. I hope you have no objection to this arrangement. Thank you, senior brother Chen. Seeing that Chen Zuixin agreed to his suggestion without saying a word, Song Qingming was also happy in his heart, and hurriedly stood up and bowed to him. Junior brother Song, don't be so polite. In addition to representing the sect to negotiate with you about the Yinhao stone mine, I also have a personal matter to discuss with you. I hope you can be polite. Hearing Chen Zuixin suddenly say this, Song Qingming's face was also a little surprised. He immediately secretly communicated with Song Yuanfang, who was standing next to him, asking him to send everyone else in the conference room out. When only Song Qingming and himself were left in the conference room, Chen Xuingxin stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth and asked directly, "Before coming here, I heard that junior brother Song killed a giant ghost king in the Yinhero stone mine. I wonder if junior brother has obtained a ghost pill in his hand now." Hearing Chen Xuingxin suddenly asking about the ghost pill, Song Qingming's face was also a little surprised. He nodded and said, "Senior brother Chen is right. After killing the ghost king that day, I did get a black inner pill. But I haven't seen this thing in other places before, and I'm not sure whether it is a real ghost pill. Today, senior brother Chen asked about this matter. I believe you should know this thing. Please help me take a look." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he reached to his waist with his right hand and took out a red jade box. After opening it, a black sphere that was shining with spiritual light appeared directly in front of Chen Xuingxin. "Yes, I have seen this thing somewhere else many years ago. It is the ghost elixir that only the golden core ghost king has." Seeing the black sphere in Song Qingming's hand, Chen Xuingxin immediately confirmed this thing in a low voice, with a trace of joy on his face that was difficult to conceal. Chapter 510, Corpse Puppet Secret Technique, Wen Xianyang. This ghost king's inner elixir is condensed from the pure yin energy between heaven and earth. It can be used as the main material in combination with the secret method of making corpse puppets to refine a corpse puppet of the Jinden period. It is a rare good thing in the world of immortal cultivation. Junior brother Song has only been back for a few days and he has obtained such a precious thing. He is really lucky. Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, "Haha. Senior brother Chen is right. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I came back. This time it was a bit dangerous. I didn't expect that there was such a big hidden danger hidden near the family. It almost caused a big mess. Fortunately, the Ghost King had just broken through the Jinden period not long ago, and his strength was still average, so I was able to successfully take him down. Otherwise I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to sit here and chat with my senior brother." "Senior brother, did you mention this thing to me this time? Did you come here for this ghost pill?" After hearing this, Chen Xuingxin paused and said, "Junior brother Song is right. I did come here because of the ghost pill in your hand, but junior brother, don't get me wrong. I have no interest in this ghost pill. I just want to use something in my hand that has a great origin with this ghost pill to exchange a spiritual object with junior brother. Oh. I don't know what it is related to this ghost pill. Please tell me in detail first." Hearing Chen Xuingxin say that he has something useful for the ghost pill in his hand, Song Qingming also became interested immediately. Junior brother Song also knows that the ghost pill can be refined into golden pill corpse puppet. Many years ago, when I was traveling outside, I happened to get a scroll of the secret technique of refining this kind of golden pill corpse puppet. This time I came here to use this thing to exchange a spiritual object with junior brother Song. After Chen Xuingxin finished speaking, he took out a green scroll and threw it directly to Song Qingming. Song Qingming took the scroll calmly, opened it, and found that it was just as Chen Xuingxin said. It was a secret technique for refining corpse puppets. Song Qingming glanced at it and found that except for the main material, the ghost pill, which was difficult to find, the other materials were not difficult for Song Qingming to gather. Since he got the ghost pill, Song Qingming has not thought about how to use it. Unexpectedly, after only a few days, Chen Xuingxin took the initiative to come to him and give him such a big gift. It really surprised Song Qingming. "Brother Chen, give me the secret method for refining corpse puppets. I wonder what you want in exchange." After Song Qingming glanced at the green scroll, he immediately returned it to Chen Xuingxin. Chen Xuingxin put away the scroll and said directly, "I want to use this item to exchange some 1,000-year spiritual milk with junior brother Song. I don't need a lot, just 4 or 5 drops will be enough. I hope junior brother can help me with 1 or 2. Hearing Chen Xuingxin mention 1,000-year spiritual milk, Song Qingming's originally calm face also changed slightly. Not many people knew that he had the 1,000-year spiritual milk in his hand. Song Qingming didn't understand how Chen Xuingxin knew it for a while. "Junior brother Song, don't think too much. You may not know that I have always had a good relationship with Taoist Xianyang. I also learned about junior brother's exchange of spiritual objects with him from him. Don't worry, except me, no one in the sect should know about this. To be honest, this item is extremely important to me now. If junior brother Song really has some, please exchange some for me." Chen will definitely remember this favor. After Chen Xuingxin finished speaking, he stood up and arched his hands, looking at Song Qingming with expectation. Sure enough, it was Li Xiannian who told this matter out. Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. When fighting against monsters in Zixingfang, Song Qingming used a few drops of Millennium Spirit Milk to exchange with Li Xiannian for a Demon King's spirit, which he used to break through the soul-devouring technique he practiced. Although Song Qingming did not tell Li Xiannian that he still had Millennium Spirit Milk after completing the transaction, Li Xiannian, a giant and casual cultivator who traveled abroad for many years, must have a strong ability to observe words and expressions. It should be that Li Xiannian had guessed that Song Qingming still had this thing. When he heard Chen Xuingxin talking about Millennium Spirit Milk, Song Qingming immediately thought of Li Xiannian in his heart, but he didn't expect that Li Xiannian and Chen Xuingxin would have such a good relationship, and even told the other party about Song Qingming's secret transaction with him. Brother Chen, you are too kind. This item was also obtained by me accidentally in the Funiu Mountains. In fact, most of the time I have been able to practice until now is due to this opportunity. Brother Chen came to me specially for this item today. I can't refuse your face. Please keep this item. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming agreed to Chen Xuingxin and took out a small porcelain bottle with a few drops of Millennium Spirit Milk from his body and handed it to him. Junior brother Song is really a straightforward person. Chen thanks you here. After Chen Xuingxin took the porcelain bottle and opened it, he immediately looked happy and bowed directly. Then he handed the volume of Corpse Puppet secret art that he had just put away to Song Qingming. In addition to these in my hands, I really don't have many drops of Millennium Spirit Milk left in my hands. Please don't mention this to others, otherwise other brothers will come to me in the future and make it difficult for me. After completing the transaction, Song Qingming said to Chen Xuingxin with a difficult expression. Facing Song Qingming's instructions, Chen Xuingxin smiled knowingly and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Song. I am not a talkative person. Even if the head brother asks me, I will not reveal it casually." Although Song Qingming still has a small half bottle of Millennium Spiritual Milk on him, he really doesn't want too many people to know that he has this spiritual object, so as not to bring too much unnecessary trouble to himself in the future. When making a deal with Li Xiannian that day, Song Qingming was a little too anxious at the time. He thought that Li Xiannian was a person with a dull personality and didn't like to communicate with others on weekdays. He was not a talkative person. That's why he was careless and let Chen Xuingxin come to his door today. Although the spiritual object Millennium Spiritual Milk has only a few drops and is not worth too much, it is a rare spiritual object that is useful to giant and cultivators. Chen Xuingxin came to Song Qingming to exchange this object today, and most of them were used to break through the realm. Song Qingming only had half a bottle of Millennium Spiritual Milk left in his hand. He might have to save it in the future, so he naturally didn't want to exchange it with others. If Chen Xuingxin hadn't really impressed him with the corpse puppet secret technique he brought out today, Song Qingming wouldn't have taken out the Millennium Spiritual Milk so easily. If he could really refine a golden core corpse puppet with a ghost pail in his hand as recorded in this scroll of secret techniques, then Song Qingming's deal today would not only be cost-effective, but also a great bargain. Corpse puppets refined using secret techniques are not comparable to ordinary puppet beasts of the same level. Not only are they powerful in combat, but Golden Core Corpse Puppet can also use a magic weapon to fight like ordinary Golden Core cultivators. If used properly, this item can almost be equivalent to a person of the same level of combat power. It is a spiritual item that can be of great help to Song Qingming now. If he could successfully obtain a giant and stage corpse puppet, Song Qingming would have a hard time meeting an opponent among giant and stage cultivators. Even if he met a giant and stage cultivator who is not very strong in the future, he might not be without the ability to fight. Junior brother Song, since both official and private matters have been settled, I will take my leave and go back. When you arrive at Qingming Mountain, remember to come to my cave and sit down. Senior brother Chen, take care. After the two walked out of the meeting room, Chen Xuingxin, who was very happy, bowed and said goodbye to Song Qingming, and soon turned into golden light and left Funiu Mountain. Half a month later, the General Affairs Hall of Xiaoyao Sect directly sent a large flying boat, carrying hundreds of cultivators and a large amount of supplies to King Hefang. These people were all cultivators sent by the General Affairs Hall of the sect to participate in the planning of mining the Firestone vein. Under the arrangement of the Song family, the next day, A team of nearly 200 monks took advantage of the large flying boat of the Xiaoyao sect to rush to Yunwu Mountain. They quickly occupied the mountain where the ghost cultivation cave was located, and renamed this originally nameless mountain Yinfeng Ridge. This time, the Song family also summoned many monks to come together. Under the command of Song Qingming, they quickly swept away the monsters entrenched around Yinfeng Ridge and began to cultivate spiritual veins on the mountain. Although there are many monsters on the side of Yunwu Mountain close to Weiguo, no demon kings above level 3 have appeared. Although Yinfeng Ridge is already deep in Yunwu Mountain, as long as there are 4 or 5 foundation building monks here, there will be no major danger. After the spiritual veins are cultivated in a few months, a mountain protection formation of level 2 or above will be arranged on Yinfeng Ridge. With the help of several foundation building monks guarding here all year round, there will basically be no major problems, and the Yin Firestone vein below can be mined boldly and safely. This time, Xiaoyao sect's General Affairs Hall sent 2 foundation building monks and more than 100 Qi Refining monks to King Hefang. These people were prepared to stay here for a long time to guard the Yinfeng Ridge mine. On the Song family side, Song Qingming arranged for Song Yuanli to bring dozens of monks to help. Because the Song family needed to provide a lot of monks to mine ore in the future, Song Qingming directly arranged for the family to recruit independent cultivators in King Hefang, and when the spiritual veins of Yinfeng Ridge were improved, they would be sent directly to help with mining. After being busy for several months, the spiritual energy of the secondary spiritual vein cultivated in Yinfeng Ridge finally stabilized and slowly got on the right track. Mining of ore began, and Song Qingming finally had some free time. On this day, Song Qingming sat in his cave, carefully arranged a formation restriction on the spot, took out a soul-gathering bowl, and released the already weak ball of green light imprisoned inside. Dao, I beg. Before the ghost cultivator finished his intermittent words, Song Qingming cast a spell to cover his soul with a golden talisman, and then Song Qingming closed his eyes and began to control his consciousness, directly entering the ghost cultivator's soul. After Song Qingming formed the Dan, he learned a lot of advanced techniques that giant and cultivators can practice from the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect. There are many spells, one of which is the Soul Search secret technique. After casting the spell, the caster can directly enter the opponent's soul and quickly obtain the memory information hidden in the opponent's sea of consciousness. This kind of soul-searching secret technique is very common in the world of immortal cultivation. Almost every cultivator who has cultivated to the golden core stage can do it. However, when this technique is performed, the success rate will be higher only when facing a cultivator with a lower cultivation level than oneself. If it is used on a cultivator of the same level, once the opponent's soul is too powerful, it will be difficult to succeed. Not to mention, the caster may also suffer a backlash and damage his own consciousness. Before, when Song Qingming caught the soul of the ghost cultivator who attacked him, he learned from the ghost cultivator that the other party was once a giant stage cultivator after all, and his soul might not be weaker than the current Song Qingming. Because of this, after leaving the ghost cultivator's cave that day, Song Qingming did not rush to search his soul immediately, but instead it was placed in the soul-gathering bowl for several months of refining. Today, when his soul was already weak, he began to use the soul-searching secret technique on him. Regardless of success or failure, once the soul-searching secret technique is performed, it will cause confusion in the other party's soul and memory, and the caster will only have one chance to obtain the other party's complete memory. For this reason, Song Qingming was very cautious when casting this spell. After the divine consciousness entered the ghost cultivator's soul, it didn't take long for Song Qingming to successfully find the ghost cultivator's memory hidden in his sea of consciousness, and began to look through it patiently. As expected by Song Qingming, Song Chang's was sucked into the ancient formation that day because of the ghost cultivator's active interference, and the restrictions on him were also placed by this ghost cultivator. The reason why the other party did this was that he wanted to use the secret method to seize Song Chang's body and be reborn. It's a pity that the matter of seizing the body requires a lot of effort. It was very complicated and could not be prepared in a day or two. Before this ghost cultivator had time to perform, Song Qingming and his team came to him. After looking through the memories related to Song Chang's, Song Qingming's consciousness rested for a moment, and then he explored the deep memories of this ghost cultivator again, and slowly understood some of the true origins of this ghost cultivator. The memories seen in the previous are actually similar to the description of the ghost cultivator himself. The name of this ghost cultivator is Wen Xianyang, and he was indeed a giant and cultivator before his death. In his previous life, his body was injured for unknown reasons, so he had no choice but to escape to that cave for refuge, but he was still too seriously injured and died in that cave. Before his soul dissipated, Wen Xianyang finally used the secret method to actively transform into a ghost cultivator and stayed in the human world, and began to practice the ghost way. After escaping into the ghost way, although Wen Xianyang preserved most of his intelligence and memory because he took the initiative to transform into a ghost cultivator, he was different from the ghost cultivators in the Yinling land. After that, Wen Xianyang had been hiding in that place of yin spirits, cultivating with that group of ghost cultivators. There was also competition among ghost cultivators. Wen Xianyang, who had just switched to the path of ghost cultivation, had a hard time at first. Later, after his cultivation level was higher, Wen Xianyang also recovered some memories. He used a set of ancient cultivation arrays in his storage bag to hide the cave where his body fell. Once he encountered a threat from other ghost cultivators, he hid in that cave. After about 1,000 years, Wen Xianyang slowly cultivated to the peak of the foundation building realm again, and was only one step away from condensing the ghost pill. Just as Qingming continued to search forward, he suddenly saw something familiar from a fragment of Wen Xianyang's memory from his previous life, which made Qingming so surprised that he almost shouted out. It can't be such a coincidence. Qingming saw a small jade box with a very beautiful green appearance. This thing was seen by Wen Xianyang shortly before his death in his previous life. Although he only glanced at it lightly, Qingming still recognized this jade box at a glance. It was very similar to the jade box he found after being attacked in Funiu Mountain more than 100 years ago. It was because he accidentally got the jade box that year that Qingming found the incomplete map treasure that he had carried with him for many years in the jade box. But unfortunately, when Qingming went back to look for Wen Xianyang's memory, he could no longer find any pictures related to the jade box or the incomplete map. This also made it impossible for him to completely confirm whether the jade box he saw in Wen Xianyang's memory now was the same as the one he got in Funiu Mountain. Because after transforming into a ghost cultivator, Wen Xianyang's memories of his previous life were suddenly lost. Qingming couldn't know why he died in trouble and what his detailed identity was in his previous life. Only from some scattered memory fragments, some scenes of Wen Xianyang's cultivation in his previous life were seen. It can be barely seen that this person is not a cultivator from the floating cloud mountains. He came to Funiu Mountain to find something, but for some reason, he died here again. It was not until 2 hours later that Qingming ended the soul search with a solemn face and cast a spell to put away his consciousness. After searching for so long in Wen Xianyang's memory, Qingming also saw most of the useful memories. In addition to knowing a lot of expected things, it also brought him a lot of doubts. After seeing this jade box from Wen Xianyang's memory, Qingming was also a little excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. The two jade boxes looked almost the same, and they both appeared in Funiu Mountain. Although there was 1,000 years between them, it was indeed very likely that they were the same thing. Could it be that the thing this guy came to Funiu Mountain to find was this jade box? Although he felt that the two things were closely related, Qingming still had too little information. Even if the jade box that Wen Xianyang saw was the incomplete map that fell into his hands 1,000 years later, Qingming still knew nothing about the origin of this incomplete map and the purpose of Wen Xianyang's search for this thing. Just a moment after Qingming finished casting the spell, Wen Xianyang's soul, which was imprisoned by the talisman, suddenly became agitated. As the effect of the talisman slowly dissipated, the memory damage after the soul search gradually made him scream in pain. Seeing this, Qingming did not hesitate too much and directly cast a spell to release a golden light, which scattered Wen Xianyang's soul and ended his pain. For people like him who actively turned to ghost cultivation, their souls were not tolerated by reincarnation and could not be reincarnated. They soon dissipated directly between heaven and earth. After dealing with Wen Xianyang's soul, Qingming took out the storage bag he left behind and found a black jade token from a pile of messy things. Because thousands of years have passed, the spiritual objects in Wen Xianyang's storage bag have been corroded and corrupted by the yin qi in the cave because they are in a yin spirit place. The only useful ones left are the ancient cultivation formation he arranged at the door, dozens of medium-grade spiritual stones and the black jade token in Qingming's hand. This item has no other function except that the material is somewhat special and is not afraid of yin-qi corrosion. The name of Wen Xianyang is engraved on the front, and some ancient patterns and a black dragon are carved on the back. It looks like an identity token of a large sect. Since opening Wen Xianyang's storage bag and finding this item, Song Qingming has been holding the black token and looking at it for many days, but he has not seen any clues from it. He doesn't know where Wen Xianyang came from. Just as Song Qingming was pondering the black token in his hand in the cave, a sound transmission talisman suddenly flew in from outside the cave and landed beside him. Seeing his thoughts suddenly interrupted, Song Qingming showed a slight displeasure on his face. Since he advanced to the golden core stage, when Song Qingming was in seclusion, few people dared to come to him at this time. After Song Qingming opened the sound transmission talisman and saw the contents inside, he found that it was sent to him by Song Yuanfang. However, what was written inside was something that Song Qingming did not expect. His face also changed from displeasure at the beginning to a hint of surprise. Then he quickly packed up, got up and walked out of his cave. At the top of Funiu Mountain, Feng Yang was practicing with his eyes closed in a cave. This cave was very rich in spiritual energy. It was the place where Chen Jinlian practiced in the past. More than 10 years ago, before the monster turmoil began, Chen Jinlian, the first casual cultivator of Uyghur, had actually passed away in this cave. At that time, in order to stabilize the situation on the mountain and deal with the upcoming monster turmoil, Feng Yang and his men on Funiu Mountain chose to hastily bury Chen Jinlian's bones and block the news of Chen Liuzu's death from the outside world. They only informed Zioao sect of the matter. It was not until the monster turmoil ended that Feng Yang and his men reorganized a grand funeral for their master on Funiu Mountain. Although it was only a fake pill, his own practice speed was very slow, but Feng Yang still did not abandon his daily practice. When he had nothing to do, he basically practiced in seclusion in his cave. Feng Yang, who was meditating and practicing, suddenly felt a wave of restrictions at the entrance of the cave. He put away his skills and stood up and came to the outside of the cave, only to find that the person who came was his senior brother Liang Wangsu. After seeing Feng Yang, Liang Wangsu, who was already a little old and weak, hurriedly handed him a letter. Fourth junior brother, the Ma family has sent another letter, inviting you to discuss the matters of Funiu Mountain. This time it's a letter written by Ma Hongshan himself, and he specifically asked you to go along, because both of them were formally accepted disciples by Patriarch Chen, and Liang Wangsu entered the sect earlier. Even though Feng Yang has already achieved Dan formation, he still has to call Liang Wangsu senior brother. Chapter 511, Returning to One's Ancestors, Different Spiritual Roots. After opening the letter in his hand and taking a look, Feng Yang frowned slightly. He thought for a long time before slowly saying, "Brother, you and ninth junior sister should go together this time. Just say that I am in seclusion practicing my skills and it is not convenient for me to go out at the critical moment. No matter what the Ma family wants to do about Funiu Mountain, as long as it is not too excessive, you can make the decision. If you see Ma Hongshan, please apologize to him on my behalf." Liang Wangsu saw that Feng Yang was a little worried, and sighed, "It's okay for us to go for you, but you know that Ma Hongshan has always had a bad temper, and I'm a little afraid that you will offend him again." Feng Yang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "If you want to talk about offending, we went there last time when the monsters were rioting. The request for help from Tixianbao has been delayed again and again, and it has offended the Ma family. Although Ma Hongshan is now willing to repair the relationship with us, I always feel that there is something strange about this matter. The master is gone, and the eighth junior brother has not yet formed a golden elixir. The foundation of Funiu Mountain is now on my shoulders alone. I have to be cautious. I hope you can understand. Well, since you have already thought about it, I won't say much. Let Yuxia and I go to Funiu Mountain, Anyway, I won't lie for a few more years, and I'm not afraid that the Ma family can do anything to me. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother," Feng Yang said and bowed to Liang Wangsu's armrest. Looking at Liang Wangsu's back, Feng Yang turned his eyes and looked at Funiu Mountain for a long time before walking back to his cave with his hands behind his back. Deep in the floating cloud mountains, on Funiu Mountain, Fire Phoenix, dressed in red, was drinking tea and talking with Golden Feather Demon King in a cave. "Are you still planning to venture into the Tower of Heaven? Uncle Jinyu has been here for thousands of years, so he must have wanted to go back a long time ago. If I can get a chance in the tower this time, after I go back, I think you, third uncle, won't have to stay here for too long. Fire Phoenix smiled slightly and took a sip of the spiritual tea on the table. HMPH. You always speak in such a loud tone, you really deserve to be the bloodline of our feather clan. If you want to meddle in my affairs, you must have the ability to do so first. The Tower of Babel is opened only once every 300 years, and by then it will not be only our demon clan that will go in. Even I am not sure I can protect you in there. You have already broken through to the nascent soul stage and can leave, so why bother to take the risk and wade through this muddy water? Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix shook his head slightly and said, we the Feather Clan have never needed weaklings who go with the flow. Only the strong are qualified to go against the current. This is the fate of our Feather Clan and my fate. Even if I can escape for a while, I won't be able to escape for a lifetime. After hearing what the Fire Phoenix said, the Golden Feather Demon Emperor was stunned for a moment, then put down the teacup in his hand and smiled happily. Haha. The spiritual tea brewed by the human cultivators is indeed much better than that of our demons, but I don't know if I will have the chance to drink it after you leave. Since Uncle Genai likes this spiritual tea, I still have some here. I'll give it to you. I have a friend who has a lot of this kind of spiritual tea. When I have time, I will get more for you. In the meeting hall of Funiu, Song Qingming, who was sitting at the top, was carefully looking at the few low-level spiritual talismans in his hand, and his expression seemed a little heavy. This thing was sent by someone yesterday. I carefully compared it with the several spiritual talismans you gave me that year. The patterns are indeed similar, and they also have a magic weapon used by Uncle 19 in the past. I was a little uneasy, so I had to ask you to come out. Seeing that Song Qingming's face seemed a little ugly, Song Yuanfang hurriedly explained. The Uncle 19 mentioned by Song Yuanfang was Song Xin, a cultivator of the Xin generation who had left the family for decades and had not returned. After failing to compete with Song Xintang for the foundation building pill, Song Xin left the family to go out for training. As a result, he had no news for decades, and his name engraved in the family tree had lost its luster more than 10 years ago. After learning that Song Xin had an accident, Song Qingming also sent several family cultivators to Gianfang, Jinshanfang and other places to search for Song Xin's news. In Gianfang, he found out that someone had indeed seen him decades ago, but Song Xin left there a long time ago and his whereabouts were unknown. Song Xin went out to travel with Song Qingming's consent, but unfortunately he died outside, and even his body could not be found. When Song Qingming knew about this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Not long ago, Song Qingming, who was in retreat, suddenly received a message from Song Yuanfang, saying that two casual cultivators, one big and one small, took the spiritual objects that Song Xin had taken to Funiu, claiming to be Song Xin's descendants outside. After hearing this news, Song Qingming was also a little surprised and hurried out of his cave. Although it had been several decades, Song Qingming quickly recognized the low-level talismans Song Yuanfang handed to him. These talismans were indeed given to Song Xin when he left home. He could not help but sigh. Since they are the descendants of Xin, why did they come here after so many years? Yuanfang, what do you think about this? Song Qingming asked Song Yuanfang softly, but his eyes were still fixed on the talismans in his hand. Song Yuanfang replied calmly, I heard from the person who brought the child here that they came all the way from Funiu Mountain. The child didn't know his own life experience at first, and only learned about it from his mother half a year ago. When Uncle 19 left home, I was still young, but I also saw him. The child is indeed somewhat similar to him. I have arranged for someone to take him to the ancestral hall to check his bloodline, and there should be news soon. Then wait for them to come and ask them in detail. As the two were talking, a member of the Song family quickly walked into the conference room and said to Song Qingming, who was sitting above, reporting to the ancestor, we have just tested the bloodline, and this person is indeed the descendant of Uncle 19, let them in. After getting permission from Song Qingming, the member of the Song family hurried to the outside of the conference room and led the two people, one big and one small, into the conference room. Junior greets the two elders. Standing in front of Song Qingming was a somewhat immature boy of 15 or 16 years old. When he saw Song Qingming and Song Yuanfang sitting above him with great dignity, although the boy's eyes were a little afraid of strangers, his expression was still calm and he did not show any panic. Not far from him stood an older middle-aged man. After he came in, he kept his head down respectfully, and his eyes were always full of fear when he looked at Song Qingming and the others. After Song Qingming stared at the boy for a while, He slowly asked calmly, "What's your name, Song Yuan Heo? Did your father give you this name?" "I don't know, my mother never mentioned it." "Where did you get these talismans?" "Let me tell you in detail," Song Qingming continued to ask without changing his expression. "My mother also gave it to me. She said it was my father's relic. She asked me to go to Qing County to find a family of immortal cultivators named Song. Uncle Chen and I walked for more than half a year before we found this place," the young man answered in a light voice, and there was a hint of lack of confidence in his tone. Song Yuan Heo was born in Qi Mountain and grew up with his mother since he was a child. Except for a few relatives from his mother's family, he had never seen his father and rarely heard his mother mention him. It was not until a year ago that his mother suddenly told him about his life experience and asked Song Yuan Heo to go to Qing County, thousands of miles away, to find the help of his father's family whom he had never met. After learning about his father's affairs, Song Yuan Heo was a little overwhelmed for a while. He hesitated for a long time before he finally made up his mind to go to Qing County. It was related to his own path and his mother's expectations. Although Song Yuan Heo was still young and had not traveled far, he still plucked up the courage to follow a member of his mother's family all the way here. From Qi Mountain to Qing County, there is a distance of 10,000 miles. Both of them are just ordinary Qi refining cultivators. Song Yuan Heo and his companions encountered many dangers along the way. It took them nearly half a year to arrive in Qing County after walking and stopping. Because he didn't know much about his father, Song Yuan Heo thought that his father was just an ordinary Xiuxin family when he heard his mother's description at first. As a result, when they arrived in Qing County, they asked around and unexpectedly learned that there was only one Xiuxin family surnamed Song in the entire Qing County, which was the now prosperous Jinan clan, the Song family of Funiu. Song Xin was just a Qi refining cultivator back then, and Song Yuan Heo didn't expect that his father, whom he had never met, would come from a respected Jinan clan. With a little trepidation in his heart, after staying in Qing County for a few days, Song Yuan Heo still plucked up the courage to go to Funiu. In order to find his father's people, he had come here from a long distance and risked his life. No matter what the result would be, he had to try it. After Song Yuan Heo and his companions went up to Mount Funiu, they successfully met Song Yuan Fang, the manager of the Song family. However, after a round of questioning, the other party still did not express his opinion, which made Song Yuan Heo feel a little discouraged. After hearing Song Yuan Heo's answer, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said seriously, "Your father's name is Song Xin, and he is ranked 19th in the Xin generation of the family. According to your age, you should be ranked in the Qing generation. But since your father has already given you a name, there is no need to change it. You will be ranked directly in the Yuan generation in the family tree from now on." Yuan Heo thanked the senior. Hearing Song Qingming personally acknowledge Song Yuan Heo's identity, the middle-aged man who accompanied him immediately showed great joy on his face, and hurriedly reminded Song Yuan Heo to kowtow and thank him. "Thank you for the name, ancestor." Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Get up, no need to be polite." "Yuan Heo, how did your father die that year? Do you know about this?" Hearing Song Qingming asking about his father, Song Yuan Heo's face sank, and he slowly told the truth about Song Xin's death in front of everyone. After Song Xin left the family, he first went to Yanfeng for a few years. Not long after, he met Song Yuan Heo's mother Chen Yanayan during a monster hunting trip. The two fell in love at first sight and soon became Taoist couples. Song Xin simply followed her to Qi Mountain. After the two were together, Song Xin also revealed his identity to Chen Yanayan and asked Chen Yanayan if she wanted to return to the Song family with him. It was just that Chen Yanayan was used to the life of a casual cultivator, and couldn't let go of several relatives and friends who had supported each other for many years in Qi Mountain. After discussing it, the two decided to stay in Qi Mountain first. More than a decade ago, Song Xin, who is already over 60 years old, was fortunate to get a marrow cleansing pill in Qi Mountain, and he decided to retreat to the foundation building realm. However, Song Xin risked his life to build the foundation in this retreat, but in the end, he was not lucky enough to succeed in building the foundation. Not only that, Song Xin was severely injured by the backlash of spiritual energy in several meridians in his body during the foundation building process, and in the end, he could not even save his life and died directly in the retreat cave. Chen Yanayan was pregnant with Song Yuan Heo before Song Xin retreated. The two had agreed that no matter whether Song Xin could successfully build the foundation, after the child was born, they would bid farewell to their relatives and friends and return to Qing County to spend their old age. Unexpectedly, Song Xin suddenly died in the cave. The failure of the Taoist partner to build the foundation was a great blow to Chen Yannian. After giving birth to Song Yuanhao, except for the name left by Song Xin, she rarely mentioned the past of his father Song Xin in front of Song Yuanhao. The mother and son depended on each other for more than 10 years. They thought they would live a dull life on Funiu Mountain. It was not until Song Yuanhao grew up that he was suddenly found to have spiritual roots in his body and embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. The change of fate made him know the identity of his father Song Xin again. Although the probability of low-level cultivators giving birth to children with spiritual roots is higher than that of mortals, it is also very rare. Chen Yannian did not expect that her only child, Song Yuanhao, would actually be a person with spiritual roots. When she knew about this, she was also very happy. Although Song Yuanhao's spiritual roots had been detected several years ago, because Chen Yannian was just a casual cultivator and did not have a spiritual detection disc in his hand, he could not know the specific attributes of Song Yuanhao's spiritual roots. He could only judge his approximate spiritual root attributes through the speed of his early cultivation method, like most casual cultivators. She was originally an ordinary casual cultivator, and she had to support Song Yuanhao's cultivation. The mother and son lived a tight life. Most of the spiritual objects left by Song Xin were soon sold by Chen Yannian and exchanged for spiritual stones for Song Yuanhao's cultivation. Only the few low-level spiritual talismans and a medium-grade flying sword he brought were left. In order not to delay Song Yuanhao's daily cultivation, Chen Yannian often went out with others to hunt monsters in recent years, taking risks. Unexpectedly, Chen Yannian was seriously injured in the process of hunting monsters 2 years ago. Although he survived, it was difficult to recover in a short time. When Chen Yannian was injured, Song Yuanhao was still young and his cultivation was not high. The mother and son suddenly lost their source of income. If it were not for the help of several relatives and friends in Funiu Mountain, they would have a hard time. There was no extra spiritual stones to supply Song Yuanhao's daily cultivation. In desperation, Chen Yannian had the idea to send the child back to the Song family in Qing County to seek help from his father's clan, so that he could have a better cultivation environment. In addition, there is another reason, that is, Song Yuanhao's personal cultivation talent is not low. Since entering the Taoism, Song Yuanhao has only practiced for less than 5 years, and he has already broken through the third level of Qi Refining, far exceeding the cultivation speed of ordinary casual cultivators. Although Chen Yannian is still unclear about Song Yuanhao's specific spiritual roots, he can still guess that this child is very likely to be a 3 spiritual root cultivator with good spiritual root talent like his father Song Xin. Becoming a casual cultivator, although he is happy and free for a lifetime, he can only waste his life in the Qi refining stage like himself. For Song Yuanhao's future path, although Chen Yannian is reluctant in his heart, he still grits his teeth and decides to let Song Yuanhao come back to recognize his ancestors. Perhaps this child will have the opportunity to complete what his father Song Xin did not do in the past. Knowing that Song Xin died because he risked his life to force the foundation, Song Qingming was also full of surprise. He did not expect that Song Xin, who was a little hesitant when speaking in front of him, would have such courage to risk his life to impact the foundation building realm. When Song Xin went down the mountain to practice, Song Qingming had advised him not to give up on the path of cultivation. Unexpectedly, he actually chose to risk his life to break through to the foundation building realm. Thinking of his unintentional words of encouragement, which eventually cost the life of this young family member, Song Qingming sighed helplessly at this moment. The fate of individuals on the path of cultivation is unpredictable. Some people can forcefully break through to the foundation building realm, but more ordinary cultivators are not so lucky. The reality of cultivating the Great Way is still so cruel after all, and only a few people can be favored by the way of heaven. Looking at Song Yuanhao, who is somewhat similar to Song Xin, Song Qingming's eyes are also a little more compassionate. Although his path was not smooth and he eventually died outside, Song Xin still has successors in this life, which can be regarded as another kind of favor from heaven to him. Yuanhao, since you are a member of my Song family, you can stay in the mountains and practice with peace of mind in the future. You will get all the treatment that a cultivator of the Song family should have. Your father left a lot of merits in the family's treasury, and you can inherit them directly. I think your father will be pleased that he can come back today to recognize his ancestors. I am also an elder who watched your father grow up. This mid-grade spirit stone is a gift for you. I hope you can fulfill your father's last wish in the future and become a foundation-building cultivator. Seeing Song Qingming waving his hand and using magic power to send a shiny spirit stone in front of him, Song Yuanhao, who had never seen a mid-grade spirit stone before, was stunned where he was for a moment. After a while, he excitedly stepped forward to take the spirit stone and kowtowed to express his gratitude. You seem a little tired today. Go down and have a rest. I will arrange someone to accompany you to Qi Mountain in a few days to transport your father's bones back to Funiu Mountain for reburial. After the family monks passed away, they were buried in the monk cemetery in the back mountain. We can't always let your father stay alone outside. Let him be with the family elders he is familiar with. After hearing Song Qingming's arrangement, Song Yuanhao nodded slightly, and suddenly knelt down with a worried look on his face. Ancestor, I want to ask you for something. We are all family members. There is no need to be so formal. If you have anything to say, please stand up and tell me. After hearing Song Qingming's words, Song Yuanhao, who was kneeling on the ground, did not get up. He said with some trepidation in his heart, my mother's injury has not healed yet. I want to ask the ancestor to allow me to take her back to the family for recuperation. Well, it's rare that you have such filial piety. Don't worry about this. Since your mother married into the Song family, she is naturally a member of our Song family. Although your father is gone, Funiu Mountain is still your home. Your mother's injuries have not healed yet, and she may not be able to bear the long journey. Let Yuan Fang take you to the gold storage pavilion to get some healing pills. When you arrive at Qi Mountain, you can discuss it with your mother. As long as she is willing, you can bring her back with you. Thank you, ancestor. Hearing that Song Qingming agreed to his request, Song Yuanhao kowtowed in thanks and stood up with a happy face. Born as a low-level casual cultivator and without a father since childhood, Song Yuanhao's feelings for his mother are hard to give up. He did not forget his mother who had shared the joys and sorrows with him just because he enjoyed different treatment in the Song family. Seeing that Song Yuanhao still had a filial heart, Song Qingming was very satisfied. After knowing that Song Yuanhao was Song Xin's child, he had secretly made up his mind to make up for the family's debt to Song Xin. As long as the child can successfully cultivate to the point where he is suitable for foundation building in the future, Song Qingming will definitely find a way to support him. When Song Xin was building his foundation, the Song family was not a giant in Immortal clan, and there were not many ways to get the foundation building pill. Now that Song Qingming has broken through and become a giant and cultivator, it is not so difficult for him to support a younger generation in building his foundation. Knowing that Song Xin has a successor, Song Qingming was also very happy. The next day, he specially arranged for the family to hold an ascension ceremony for Song Yuanhao to celebrate for him. Knowing that Song Xin's descendants had found the family, those clansmen who had a good relationship with Song Xin at that time also rushed to the family ancestral hall to give Song Yuanhao a gift for going home. After the ceremony of joining the family was completed, seeing Song Yuanfang taking Song Yuanhao to the back hall to test his spiritual roots, Song Qingming also followed in, wanting to see what Song Yuanhao's spiritual root qualifications were. Seeing the spirit testing disc that Song Yuanfang had cast a spell to drive in front of him, Song Yuanhao was also a little excited. Although his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Qi Refining, Song Yuanhao had not formally tested his spiritual roots. He had always practiced according to his mother's guidance. He also always wanted to know the true attributes of his spiritual roots. Song Yuanhao placed one hand on the spirit testing disc for testing spiritual roots, and soon a black spiritual light appeared on the spirit testing disc. This is an alien spiritual root. Give yourself a slightly bigger goal. If you are an elder, you can add 1 chapter, and if you are a leader, you can add 2 chapters. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 512, Heavenly Karma, Refining Corpse Puppet. Just when Song Yuanfang shouted in surprise, Song Qingming had already walked in front of Song Yuanhao and stretched out a hand and placed it directly on his forehead. Yes, it's a thunder spiritual root. No wonder you can practice so fast even though the attribute of the spell you practice is wrong. Song Qingming put down his hand after a while and said with a smile on his face. Song Yuanhao, who was still in shock, was also a little confused when he heard that he was a thunder spiritual root cultivator. After practicing for so many years, most of the common sense of cultivation that Song Yuanhao knew was taught by his mother. He was not like the normal Song family cultivators in Funiu, who received family school education since childhood and learned various basic knowledge in the world of immortal cultivation. Although he had heard the name of the strange spiritual root before, Song Yuanhao did not know much about this kind of spiritual root. He just saw little from the abnormal behavior of Song Yuanfang and Song Qingming. That his spiritual root seemed to be very rare. Although cultivators with different spiritual roots are not as rare as those with natural spiritual roots in the world of Uyghur, they are also very rare. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in Xiaoyao sect, there are only a dozen of them. In terms of cultivation speed, cultivators with different spiritual roots are actually not much different from cultivators with dual spiritual roots, but in terms of fighting, cultivators with different spiritual roots often have a slight advantage. In Xiaoyao sect, these cultivators are generally the first to be cultivated to form a golden elixir. Excluding guest elders like Song Qingming, among the 9 golden elixir elders in Xiaoyao sect, 3 are cultivators with different spiritual roots, namely, Sect Master Yao Qianshu, Law Enforcement Elder Li Wutuang and Zhao Menglian. Although it is not easy for cultivators with different spiritual roots to form a golden elixir, as long as they can worship a slightly better master, they can at least successfully build a foundation and cultivate to the peak of foundation building. Yuanhao, your spiritual roots are very special. You may have a chance to successfully form a pill in the future. For your safety, you must stay on the mountain before building your foundation. You are not allowed to go down the mountain without my permission. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Yuanhao's face changed. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Song Qingming. Don't worry, I will arrange for your mother. You should be able to see her in a month at most. Don't go back this time, so as to avoid any accidents on the road. After hearing this, Song Yuanhao hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say much. He nodded slightly and agreed to Song Qingming's arrangement. Song Yuanfang walked up and said cautiously, 7th uncle, now there are many people in the family, Yuanhao's spiritual roots, should we keep it secret? No need, even if it is a cultivator with different spiritual roots, the family now has enough ability to protect him. As long as Yuanhao doesn't go down the mountain, no one dares to come to Funiu Mountain to attack him. Song Qingming waved his hand confidently. Although cultivators with different spiritual roots are rare, the Song family, as a giant family, is not a big surprise for one to appear. If Song Yuanhao is like Bai Yuxin, a cultivator with natural spiritual roots that even Yuanying old monsters are interested in, then Song Qingming can only choose to send him directly to Xiaoyao sect for his safety. As the first cultivator with different spiritual roots in the family, Song Qingming still wants to keep Song Yuanhao in the family. He can't say that he can support him to form a pill successfully in the future, but there will be no problem in building a foundation. The only thing he needs to solve is the problem of his future practice. The Song family has been established for more than 300 years, and now has all the 5 elements of the foundation building period. However, the practice of cultivating cultivators with different spiritual roots has not yet been collected. Because cultivators with different spiritual roots are rare, this type of practice is basically not found in the market, and he has to find a way to go to the Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion to have a look. After pacifying Song Yuanhao, Song Qingming arranged for Song Yuanfang to take several Song family Qi Refining monks and the middle-aged man surnamed Chen who came with Song Yuanhao to Qi Mountain early the next morning. In order to facilitate their journey, Song Qingming also specially lent the second-level flying boat on his body to Song Yuanfang. With this flying boat, Song Yuanfang and his friends can not only speed up their journey, but also pick up Song Yuanhao's mother in time, which can also save her from the pain of running around on the road. After Song Yuanfang went to Qi Mountain, he found Chen Yan'an very smoothly. When she learned that Song Yuanfang was here to pick her up to the Song family, Chen Yan'an was also very shocked. She didn't expect that the Song family would attach so much importance to her. The widow left outside that they would actually send a foundation-building monk to pick her up. When Song Xin was still alive, although he told Chen Yan'an that he was born in a family of immortals, he did not tell her the details of the Song family. Chen Yan'an did not know that Song Xin, who had never thought of asking his family for help in building his foundation, was actually born in a giant and immortal family. Thinking of the difficulties that her mother and son had experienced in Funiu Mountain over the years, Chen Yannian was also filled with emotion. Fortunately, Song Yuanhao has now successfully returned to the Song family, and the days have finally come to a happy end. After taking Song Yuanfang and others to dig up Song Xin's bones, Chen Yannian bid farewell to her relatives and friends in Funiu Mountain and followed the Song family to board the flying boat back to Funiu. On the way, Song Yuanfang, in accordance with Song Qingming's instructions, also told Chen Yannian about Song Yuanhao's thunder spirit root that was detected. Knowing that her child would have the hope of successfully building a foundation in the future, Chen Yannian was also overjoyed and cried. After Song Xin's bones were brought back to Funiu, under the instruction of Song Qingming, the Song family held a grand funeral for this member of the family who died outside, and reburied his bones in the family cemetery at the foot of the mountain. After the lively funeral, a figure with the somewhat vicissitudes of life appeared in front of Song Xin's brand new tombstone. 19th brother. I didn't expect that I would never have the chance to see you again after we parted that year. I didn't expect that you would choose the path to risk your life to build your foundation. You have the determination and courage. If the family had chosen to give you the foundation building pill, maybe you would have succeeded. Compared with you, I, a former loser, really feel that I have no face to reminisce with you, but you didn't even give me a chance to apologize. Looking at the tombstone of Song Xin in front of him, Song Xintang, who is already full of white hair, sat alone, crying as he spoke, crying like a child. After sitting and talking for a long time, Song Xintang finally wiped away the tears and stood up. Just as he was about to leave, Song Yuanfang suddenly came here and found him with a smile on his face. Uncle 9, Uncle 7 wants to see you. Please go to the meeting room. In the meeting room of the Song family, Song Xintang looked at Song Yuanhao in front of him, then looked at Song Qingming who was sitting at the top, and said hesitantly, Uncle 7, should we reconsider this matter? Yuanhao is so talented, it would be more appropriate to let Yuanfang, Yuanzu and others take care of him. Although I am a little older now, I can still contribute to the family, and there is no need to go back to the mountains to retire so early. Although Yuanfang and Yuanzu are more suitable, in addition to their daily practice, they also have a lot of family affairs to take care of. They are too busy now. I am also a little worried that they can't do a good job on this. After all, Yuanhao is the first cultivator with different spiritual roots in the family, so someone still needs to take care of him. You are also a cultivator with rich experience in all aspects in the family. I feel more at ease to leave it to you. Whenever the clan finds a younger generation with better talents and spiritual roots, the Song family will specially arrange an elder to be responsible for year-round teaching. This time, the elder chosen by Song Qingming for Song Yuanhao was Song Xintang in front of him. Since going to King Hefang, Song Xintang has been doing some shady things for the family in the market these years. He rarely returns to the family these years. Unexpectedly, he was reassigned an important task by Song Qingming as soon as he returned this time. Seeing that Song Qingming insisted on teaching Song Yuanhao himself, Song Xintang did not refuse again and nodded and agreed directly. Go back to King Hefang tomorrow. I will ask Yuanfang to arrange someone to replace you. You have worked hard outside these years. Don't be busy with other things when you come back. Just concentrate on teaching Yuanhao. Song Xintang is almost 100 years old. The reason why Song Qingming made such an arrangement is partly for his sake, wanting him to return to the family early to spend his old age. The Xin generation of the Song family has gradually aged. The oldest Song Xin has passed away in the mountains a few years ago. Except for Song Xinyuan's Iao sect, none of the Xin generation of cultivators left in the family has successfully established their foundation. In another 20 to 30 years, this generation will completely disappear on Funiu Mountain. Although their generation caught up with a great time of the family's development, they also paid a lot of blood for the family. In this monster turmoil alone, several people in the Xin generation died in the battle, and only a small half of them could live to the end of their lives. Not long after Song Yuanhao returned to the family, Song Qingming received another good news. After more than a year, the third-level array plate in Bai Yuxin's hands was finally successfully repaired. After receiving the sound transmission from Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming immediately rushed to Iao sect and got the third-level array plate he had always wanted from Bai Yuxin. This time when he met Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming also gained a lot. Not only did he successfully get the third-level array plate, but Bai Yuxin also helped him configure the array flags. After the two met, Song Qingming also took the opportunity to humbly ask Bai Yuxin about the way of array formation. Bai Yuxin did not hesitate to do so. Not only did he answer Song Qingming's questions, but he also taught him some more common third-level array diagrams, which also benefited Song Qingming, who majored in the way of array formation. After leaving Bai Yuxin's cave, Song Qingming came to Xiaoyao Sek's Good Merit Pavilion again, wanting to exchange for a few spiritual objects he needed. Ever since he got the secret technique of refining corpse puppets from Chen Zuixin a year ago, Song Qingming immediately mobilized the entire Song family to collect various materials needed for the secret technique. Now most of them have been collected, and only a few are hard to buy in the market. If he wants to refine the corpse puppet he wants quickly, Song Qingming can only try his luck in the Good Merit Pavilion. Uncle Song, some of these spiritual objects are rarely exchanged, and they are all piled up in the warehouse on the second floor. It may take some time to find them. You need to wait patiently for a while. The foundation building cultivator in charge of guarding the Good Merit Pavilion took the note handed over by Song Qingming, and after seeing the materials written on it, he said with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to go back. As long as you can find it, you can take your time to look for it, so I don't have to go to other places to worry about it." Just as Song Qingming was about to go to the side to drink tea and wait, another green-clothed woman in the foundation building stage came down from the second floor of the Good Merit Pavilion. When she saw Song Qingming standing in front of her, she hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Disciple Hu Ying, meet Uncle Song." Song Qingming waved his hand, and when his eyes swept across Hu Ying's face, he suddenly paused, then turned into a smile and slowly said, "Oh, it's really a coincidence that I met you here. How is Taoist Ziyan recently?" This green-clothed woman was Su Ziyan's junior sister Hu Ying, who had met Song Qingming once. After decades, Hu Ying's cultivation level has also been improved from the 5th level of foundation building to the 7th level of foundation building. Although it was only a one-time encounter at the beginning, after the cultivators reach the foundation building stage, they basically have the ability to remember everything they have seen. As long as it is not too long, they will generally not easily forget the appearance of a person they have dealt with. When Song Qingming attended a Xiandan League auction, he happened to run into her and Su Ziyan when he was about to leave. When the three of them returned to Qingming Mountain together, they encountered several foundation building monks who wanted to rob their spiritual objects on the road. After a fierce battle, they finally escaped from danger. The reason why they were attacked was that Su Ziyan got a damn-forming spiritual object Golden Sun Fire Essence at that auction. It was a pity that although Su Ziyan got this object by chance, she did not succeed in her Dan-forming retreat later. When he heard Song Qingming asked about Su Ziyan, Hu Ying's face suddenly showed a complicated look. After struggling for a moment, he slowly replied, reporting to Uncle Song, "Sister Su has not been doing well recently. She has encountered some troubles. I have been in no mood to talk to her in the past few days." "Oh. What troubles did fellow Taoist Ziyan encounter? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" After looking up at Song Qingming, Hu Ying did not hesitate in his heart and directly told Song Qingming about Su Ziyan's affairs. Since the last failure of forming a pill, Su Ziyan has been working hard to carry out the sex tasks in recent years, accumulating merits to exchange for spiritual objects for forming a pill. Finally, in the past few years, she has accumulated enough merits and reserved a 5-element spiritual object for forming a pill in the Good Merit Pavilion. Half a year ago, the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu and others brought back some spiritual objects for forming a pill from the Wu Kingdom, among which there happened to be a heavenly fire mysterious pearl that matched Su Ziyan's practice. This object, like the Golden Sun Fire Essence she got that year, is also a precious 5-element spiritual object that can assist cultivators in forming a pill. Moreover, Su Ziyan's refining of this object to form a pill is better than that of the Golden Sun Fire Essence. After learning the news, Su Ziyan was also very happy in her heart, and hurried to the Golden Pavilion to exchange for the spiritual object. Unexpectedly, because there were more disciples exchanging for spiritual objects for forming a pill this time, the Good Merit Pavilion also temporarily increased the merits required to exchange for the Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl. As a result, Su Ziyan's accumulated merits were not enough all of a sudden. Originally, some of her merits were temporarily borrowed from her friends. It was difficult to find someone to borrow merits in a short period of time. The Good Merit Pavilion now only gave her 10 days to raise merits, Otherwise this spiritual object would have to be given to others. Su Ziyan was shocked to hear this news. Even in the Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion, it was rare to have the opportunity to exchange for a spiritual object like Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl that could form a pill. If she missed this opportunity for no reason, Su Ziyan would probably have a hard time getting the spiritual object next time. There were not many spiritual objects in Uyghur that could assist cultivators in forming a pill. A 5-element spiritual object like Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl was already considered to be relatively effective. Generally, casual cultivators or foundation-building cultivators from Xiuxin families who wanted to impact the Golden Pill realm could only rely on the inferior Jade Dust Pill and other spiritual objects. After hearing Hu Ying's detailed account of Su Ziyan's difficulties, Song Qingming nodded calmly and said, "Martial nephew Hu, can you help me ask Taoist fellow Ziyan to come to the Good Merit Pavilion and tell her that I have something to ask her?" Uncle Master, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." After hearing that Song Qingming had something to ask Su Ziyan, Hu Ying was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and hurriedly left the Good Merit Pavilion with a look of joy. In less than half an instant stick of time, Hu Ying returned to the Good Merit Pavilion in a hurry with someone. Because he had not been able to collect enough good deeds to exchange for the Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl, Su Ziyan's expression was obviously much more haggard. Seeing Song Qingming, who had become a giant and senior, he hurried forward and saluted. "Ziyan greets Master Song. I wonder what Master Uncle wants me to do." Song Qingming stepped forward and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "We have known each other for many years, so there is no need to be so polite. Although I have joined a sect, I do not have the status of master and disciple with you. It is okay to continue to address each other as fellow Taoists. Well, since fellow Taoist Song thinks so highly of me, Ziyan will take the liberty to address you as fellow Taoists." Su Ziyan smiled brightly, and regained a trace of her former expression. "Just now I heard from Master Hu that fellow Taoist Su needs to exchange for a giant and spiritual object at the Good Merit Pavilion, and he is still short of good merits. I wonder how much you are short of now." Hearing Song Qingming's words, Su Ziyan looked at Hu Ying beside her with some surprise in her heart. The two of them were in a hurry on the way here, and Hu Ying did not have time to tell her in detail what had just happened. Su Ziyan did not know that Song Qingming actually came to her for this matter. Facing Song Qingming's inquiry, Su Ziyan knew that the other party might want to help her intentionally. She did not hesitate and said directly, "I have found a way to borrow some from someone these days, and I still need 2,000 points of merit." Song Qingming nodded slightly, took out a sect token from his body, and said to Su Ziyan beside him, "I just happen to have 2,000 points of merit, you can go with me." Seeing Song Qingming, who had already walked in front, Su Ziyan was also very excited and hurried to follow him. With the help of the monks on duty in the Good Merit Pavilion, Su Ziyan's sect token soon had 2,000 more merits. She finally got enough merits to exchange for the Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl, and she was very happy. In the Xiaoyao sect, a foundation-building cultivator like Su Ziyan, who has no giant and master to take care of her, can only rely on herself when she encounters the critical moment of forming a pill. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to compete with those giant and elders' disciples for the spirit of forming a pill. In order to raise merits, Su Ziyan tried her best to find people to help her in the sect. There were only 3 days left before the date set by the Merit Pavilion. Su Ziyan, who was still 2,000 merits short, was already at a loss. She thought she would miss the Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl she had been thinking about, but she didn't expect that she would meet Song Qingming, who generously helped her to make up the missing merits. It must be said that Su Ziyan was blessed by heaven. When Song Qingming was young, Su Ziyan helped him a lot. Song Qingming always remembered his kindness in his heart. Now that he heard that she was in trouble, Song Qingming naturally wanted to help her as much as possible. It is often better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. 2,000 good deeds are nothing to Song Qingming now, but it is a major event related to Su Ziyan's path. Su Ziyan is also very grateful to Song Qingming for his help. Today's good deeds are considered as borrowed from Brother Song. "I will never forget your help, haha. It's just a small effort, Brother Su, don't take it too seriously. I needed your help when I was building my foundation. Since I can help you today, I naturally have no choice but to do it." This can also be regarded as the cause and effect of heaven. Seeing that Su Ziyan was about to bow again, Song Qingming hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. After Su Ziyan and the others left, The monk from the Good Deeds Pavilion, who was looking for spiritual objects for Song Qingming, finally came down from the second floor. Song Qingming was lucky this time. He found several materials he needed in the Good Merit Pavilion. In addition, Song Qingming also exchanged a foundation building thunder attributed technique for Song Yuan Heo in the Good Merit Pavilion, Heavenly Fire Thunder Ju. In the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoao sect, techniques below the Golden Core stage can be directly recorded after using Good Merit to exchange, but this type of recorded technique has special restrictions and can only be viewed by one person at most. Song Qingming can only give the Heavenly Fire Thunder Ju to Song Yuan Heo for practice, and cannot pass it on to other clansmen. Moreover, the recorded Heavenly Fire Thunder Ju can only be practiced to the 9th level of the foundation building stage. If Song Yuan Heo is lucky enough to form a golden elixir in the future, the subsequent techniques of the Golden Core stage required for practice will also need to be obtained from the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoao sect. After successfully obtaining these materials and returning to Funiu, Song Qingming immediately became busy in seclusion. Half a month later, Song Qingming, who was in his cave, looked at the body of a young monk lying on the stone platform in front of him, and whispered to himself, "I hope I can succeed this time." After that, Song Qingming took out a green talisman and pasted it directly on the forehead of the corpse. Then he quickly cast a spell with both hands, and cast a set of spells, injecting his magic power directly into a magic array under the corpse. Soon, the 5 array flags inserted around the corpse slowly emitted a strange green light, forming a pentagonal green halo. Half an hour later, as the green halo became brighter and brighter, Song Qingming suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "5 souls gather together, get up, I found that many new book friends have come recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together?" 236,038,447. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Golden Wind. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, the corpse suddenly floated up out of thin air. After spinning in the air for a few circles, it slowly stood up. The eyes that had been tightly closed slowly opened, and 2 green eyes shot out. Although the corpse had opened its eyes, the green eyes in the eye sockets were completely lifeless, and they were very different from those of a normal living person. It was like a humanoid puppet that had lost its soul. Seeing that the corpse in front of him had been successfully transformed into a corpse puppet, Song Qingming also smiled with satisfaction. He could succeed once and not have to think of ways to get the corpse again, which saved him some trouble. To get a giant corpse puppet, you need to prepare a corpse of a cultivator who has just died, refine it into an ordinary Qi refining corpse puppet, and then refine the ghost pill obtained from the 3rd level Ghost King into the corpse puppet with a secret method, and then slowly cultivate it with spiritual objects for a period of time, and then the strength of this corpse puppet can be raised to the giant realm. After the Yinfeng Ridge mine began to operate, in order to save manpower costs, Xiaoao sect sent some sect disciples who made mistakes, some family monks who offended them, and independent cultivators here to work as free labor to dig ore. Some of these people had minor crimes and could get out after staying for 3 to 5 years. Those with serious crimes might even have to stay in there for life. This has been the style of the Xiaoao sect for many years. When the Liu family of Funiu Mountain in Qing County had an accident, the fate of all the cultivators on the mountain was that they were sent to this kind of mine by the Xiaoao sect. The original owner of the corpse in front of Song Qingming was an independent cultivator who offended the Xiaoao sect by making trouble in the market and was arrested by them. He was finally sent to the Yinfeng Ridge to mine the mine. After staying in Yinfeng Ridge for several months, this person took advantage of the laxity of the guards and attacked the guard monks to escape from the mine, but he failed in the end. The Xiaoao sect foundation building monks stationed in the mine executed this person in public in order to deter those monks who also made mistakes and mined here to atone for their sins. It just so happened that he needed a monk's corpse to refine a corpse puppet. After Song Qingming learned about this, he arranged for Song Yuanli to send the corpse back to Funiu to refine a corpse puppet, because the body of the monk who had just died must be used. Some sects that were good at this a long time ago, in order to find the body conveniently, opened graves and dug up tombs, and some even killed people for no reason like demon cultivators. Later, In order to rectify the bad atmosphere in the world of immortal cultivation, some famous and upright sects suppressed several large sects that were good at this, destroyed many secret techniques of refining corpse puppets, and regarded these acts of stealing corpses as demonic cultivation. This made these sects that were good at this restrained a lot and dared not go out to collect corpses casually. After refining this corpse puppet, Song Qingming directly cast the spirit division technique and slowly separated a new soul from his soul, and then absorbed this soul into the corpse puppet in front of him. When the spirit division technique is cast, it will cause waves of tearing pain in the cultivator's own soul. When Song Qingming completed this step, his face was already a little pale, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of beans. After breaking through the third level of the soul-devouring art, Song Qingming's soul was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. He quickly got used to it. Before long, he could control his split soul at will. As a green light ball slowly sank into the corpse puppet's forehead, the corpse puppet's eyes immediately showed a hint of spirit. Under Song Qingming's spell control, it slowly blinked its eyes, began to move its limbs, and gently moved its body. After planting his own soul, Song Qingming could control the corpse puppet at will, but now the corpse puppet's cultivation was only in the middle stage of Qi refining, and it was not very useful. Even if Song Qingming, a giant cultivator, controlled it, it would not be possible to defeat a cultivator in the late stage of Qi refining. After completing the soul-refining corpse puppet, Song Qingming spent a few more days in the cave to slowly learn to control this soul in the corpse puppet. After his soul was already very familiar with the control of this flesh, Song Qingming began to refine the ghost pill that had been prepared long ago into the corpse puppet according to the secret method of refining corpse puppets in his hand. This step is the most important step in refining the golden elixir corpse puppet, and it is also the most difficult step. If you are not careful, once the only ghost pill in Song Qingming's body fails to be refined, then Song Qingming's preparation and investment for so long will also be lost. For this reason, Song Qingming also worked very hard. After repeatedly thinking about the corpse puppet's secret method in his hand for more than 10 times, he began to prepare for the next step. It took more than 10 days to steadily refine the ghost pill into the corpse puppet. As soon as the ghost pill was refined, Song Qingming immediately felt the corpse puppet in front of him. The momentum on his body began to change instantly, and his cultivation quickly broke through from the middle stage of Qi refining to the late stage of Qi refining, and it was still rising rapidly. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately activated the spirit gathering array that had been arranged on the side to replenish the spiritual energy for the corpse puppet in front of him. In order to allow it to devour sufficient spiritual energy, Song Qingming also prepared thousands of spirit stones in the spirit gathering array in advance to increase the supply of spiritual energy in the cave. Several days passed quickly, until the corpse puppet's cultivation successfully broke through to the foundation building stage, and the speed of its cultivation slowly slowed down. Seeing the results in front of him, Song Qingming also showed a gratified smile. 3 years later, the door of Song Qingming's cave slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a black robe removed the formation restriction at the entrance of the cave, and walked out of his cave directly. The middle-aged man in the black robe had a faint light on his body, and his cultivation had reached the giant stage, but from his face, he was not Song Qingming, but a strange giant cultivator. The black-robed man looked around at the entrance of Song Qingming's cave, picked up a few pills on the ground, and slowly walked back to the cave, came to Song Qingming who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and stood motionless beside him. After a while, Song Qingming, who was sitting on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, took the pill from the black-robed man's hand, looked at it, nodded with satisfaction, and put it directly into the storage bag. Song Qingming patted the black-robed man's shoulder gently, smiled and said, "Your current cultivation has reached the giant realm. Eating this second-level elixir will not increase your mana much. When I have more money in the future, I will get you some better elixirs." This black-robed man was the corpse puppet that Song Qingming had personally refined 2 years ago. After more than 2 years of cultivation, the cultivation of this corpse puppet has now successfully broken through to the giant realm. Except that it has not yet cultivated its own life magic weapon, it is now no different from a giant cultivator. The appearance of the humanoid corpse puppet is similar to that of an ordinary cultivator. It is difficult to distinguish them without careful observation. At this moment, this corpse puppet and Song Qingming stood side by side, just like two giant cultivators with similar cultivation. Song Qingming was very happy that he had successfully cultivated a high-level corpse puppet in the Jiandan period. With this guy helping him, he would be much more stable in the future when he encounters a Jiandan cultivator of the same level. It's not convenient for you to follow me every day without a name. Since your last name was Jin in your previous life, I'll call you Jinfeng first. If I can think of a better name in the future, I'll help you change it. After talking to Jinfeng in front of him, Song Qingming took out a Qingling sword from his body and handed it to him. The corpse puppets in the Jiandan stage can be used to sacrifice and control magic weapons to fight the enemy, just like ordinary Jiandan cultivators. Song Qingming doesn't have many magic weapons on him now, so he can only let Jinfeng use the magic weapon he used before. In addition to successfully refining this Jiandan corpse puppet, the Song family has also welcomed several happy events in the past 3 years. The first is that Song Qingyu finally recovered from her injuries a year ago, and broke through her own cultivation to the 9th level of foundation building, and has reached the edge of forming a pill. Song Qingming was very pleased about this, and personally handed her the Yuchen pill he got from Wu a few years ago. Secondly, Wang Xian, who had switched her alchemy, had made rapid progress since she received a batch of spiritual medicines brought back by Song Qingming from the kingdom of Wu. With sufficient spiritual medicine supplies, Wang Xian's alchemy skills had finally advanced to level 2, becoming a level 2 lower grade alchemist. The pills that Jinfeng had just brought in from outside Song Qingming's cave were actually made by Wang Xian recently. Now that the family had a level 2 alchemist, the Song family no longer had to spend extra money to buy pills that could improve cultivation during the foundation building period from other places. Alchemy was the most popular of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. The addition of a level 2 alchemist to the family caused a stir in the Song family, and many young cultivators began to try to learn alchemy. In addition to Wang Xian, the level 2 alchemist, the Song family also had several level 1 upper grade alchemists. Unfortunately, the family had invested a lot of precious materials in them, but they still could not make them break through their alchemy skills. As long as there is sufficient supply of resources, compared with other immortal cultivation skills, it is not very difficult to get started with alchemy. However, it is not so easy to upgrade alchemy to the 2nd level. It still requires a certain talent for alchemy. The Song family cannot be impatient on this point. They still need to patiently find the right person to focus on training. After leaving Jinfeng in the cave to sacrifice the green willow sword, Song Qingming came to the outside of Wang Xian's cave in a cheerful mood. After sending a sound transmission talisman into it, Wang Xian quickly came out to greet him. "You look so happy. Did you gain a lot from this retreat?" Song Qingming took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Wang Xian, then nodded with a smile and said, "That guy's cultivation has broken through to the golden core stage a few days ago. I can't use these pills now, so I'd better return them to you first." Chapter 514 Leisure Time. Wang Xian took the barrier-breaking pill a few years ago, and successfully broke through to the 8th level of foundation building. Her cultivation speed is actually almost catching up with Song Qingyu, but each breakthrough in the later stage of foundation building is much more difficult than the previous one. Wang Xian needs at least 10 years to reach the state of forming a pill. Although Song Qingyu and Wang Xian's current cultivation speed is not as good as those gifted Jiandan seeds in Xiaoyao sect, as long as they can start to strive for the Jiandan realm before the age of 150, they will have at least 2 opportunities to form a pill in this life. Except for the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, there are very few cultivators who can successfully form a pill in one go. Among the dozen Jiandan cultivators in Wuigo, except for the genius Bai Yuxin, only Yao Qianchu, the head of Xiaoyao sect, successfully broke through the Jiandan realm in one go. Most of the others, including Song Qingming, succeeded in forming a golden elixir only on the 2nd try. The Guangling's Hunren, who had formed a golden elixir the most times, barely succeeded on the 4th try. His path was the most bumpy. He had lived for nearly 500 years and had only just reached the 5th level of the golden elixir. His path in this life was considered to have come to an end. A few days ago, Qingyu said she was going to attend the trade fair held by Guianfang. "I thought you were going with her." Wang Xian shook her head and said, "Sister Qingyu is almost ready to form a golden elixir, so she is anxious to search for golden elixir spiritual objects. I still have some distance to go to form a golden elixir, so there is no point in going. It is better to concentrate on practicing in the mountains and break through the 9th level of foundation building as soon as possible, It's a bit boring to stay in the mountains every day. Why don't we go out for a walk together? Song Qingming smiled and stretched out his hand to hold Wang Xian, and the two walked out of the cave slowly together. After walking down the mountain, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to walk and chat, strolling in the beautiful scenery of Funiu Mountain. In the past few years, Song Qingming was busy refining the golden elixir corpse puppet, and Wang Xian was studying the way of alchemy. The two spent most of their time in seclusion, and it had been a long time since they had enjoyed such leisure time together. Unlike Song Qingming, who went out alone when he was still in the Qi refining stage and had already traveled half of the Wei Kingdom, Wang Xian had been practicing in a fixed place most of the time since she entered the Dao. She rarely went out alone to travel, and she was immediately in a much better mood when she had free time to come out to watch the flowers and enjoy the scenery. The two went down from the top of the mountain, walking and stopping among the mountains and rivers, and soon came to the foot of the Funiu Mountain, next to the Mijiao town where Song Qingming was born. In recent years, because the Song family has been promoted to the Golden Elixir Immortal clan, the family territory has expanded rapidly, and the cultivators in the family are often not enough. The elders who manage the daily affairs of the family, such as Song Yuanfang, have also made many policies to encourage mortals to have children. The number of mortals directly controlled by the Song family has increased rapidly over the years, and the total population has risen to nearly 300,000. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 20 to 30 years, the Song family should surpass the Wang family of Qi Mountain and become the Immortal Cultivation family with the largest number of mortals in Qing County. The increase in the number of mortals will also increase the number of new cultivators in the Song family. When Song Qingming just built his foundation, the family would find a child with spiritual roots every 2 or 3 years on average. Even if it was only a cultivator with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, there would be celebrations on Funiu Mountain. Now, the Song family has children with spiritual roots sent to the mountain almost every year. Even cultivators with 3 spiritual roots are no longer a rare thing. The overall number of cultivators has already exceeded that of the family when they were building their foundation several times. The population of Mijiao town today has increased several times compared to 100 years ago. It has become a large town that can gather more than 80,000 mortals. The streets in the town are also much more prosperous than before, and can be compared with a mortal town that has developed for 1,000 years at the foot of the Wang family's Qi Mountain. Song Qingming and his companions who entered the town deliberately suppressed their cultivation and disguised themselves as ordinary mortals, so as not to alarm the monks stationed in the town. With the promulgation of many policies that benefited mortals, the monsters within 100 miles around Funiu Mountain were quickly swept away by the family law enforcement team. Now, even within a few dozen miles of Funiu Mountain, mortals have begun to appear. Without the threat of monsters, the lives of these ordinary mortals in Mijiao town have become more prosperous than before. Most of the faces on the streets are filled with soft smiles that can only be found in a good life. Wang Xian has lived in the mountains since she was a child because her parents are both monks. She has not had much contact with ordinary mortals. Now she has walked into the mortals under the mountain. As a foundation-building monk who usually looks high above, she is also curious and pulls Song Qingming to watch. Seeing Wang Xian looking envious at others buying things, Song Qingming remembered that the 2 ancestors of their family did not seem to have the gold and silver that ordinary people usually use, so he quickly sent a message to the Song family cultivator guarding Mijiao town, asking him to send some gold and silver. Knowing that his ancestor suddenly came down the mountain to his place, the Yuan cultivator stationed in Mijiao town was also immediately shocked, and hurriedly sent a large bag of gold and silver to Song Qingming, the ancestor. With money on her, Wang Xian's smile on the street became much brighter. Husband, this noodle is obviously not very delicious. How can these people eat so happily? Is it that the taste of us cultivators is different? Wang Xian, who was sitting in a noodle shop, looked up and asked with a puzzled look. Wang Xian took only one bite of the bowl of clear noodle soup, and immediately frowned and put down her chopsticks. Several ordinary mortals sitting not far from the 2 of them had finished their noodles just after they were served, and were still drinking the soup in their bowls with relish. Song Qingming shook his head slightly and explained, "It tastes the same. I also ate it when I was a child at the foot of the mountain, but for them, noodles are delicious as long as they can fill you up. The taste you want in your heart is different, so the feeling will naturally be different, it seems so." Looking at the way they eat, They are much happier than us cultivators." After the two walked on the street for a long time, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to a house west of Muzhou town. The past came to his mind like smoke. Since his parents passed away, Song Qingming had not been back here for a long time. 100 years passed in a flash, and the family members who were still in front of him had all left, leaving him alone walking between this world. Looking at the familiar scene at the door, Song Qingming stopped for a moment, but did not walk into his former home. After a while, he smiled and turned around and left. "My husband finally came back, why don't you go in and take a look?" Seeing that Song Qingming had arrived here, but chose to turn around and leave, Wang Xian asked in confusion. Song Qingming nodded and said, "It seems that there is no change outside. I think the descendants of the family should be living well. They are all young people I have never seen. We should not go in and scare them, haha. You, the old ancestor, look so young, and you still want those young people with crutches to kowtow to you. It does look a bit ugly." Wang Xian pursed her lips and laughed softly. "It's been many years since I last went to burn incense for my mother and others. Come with me to see them." Seeing that Wang Xian nodded and agreed, Song Qingming and the others no longer hid their own cultivation, and turned into two spiritual lights and left here directly. "Ah, it's the Immortal. The Immortal on the mountain has come down." After the two left, several mortals who passed by and saw the scene immediately exclaimed, causing a commotion nearby. Decades later, there were 7 or 8 more graves at Song's mother's cemetery, all of which were buried with Song Qingming's own descendants. Song Qingming's second sister, fourth brother, nephew Song Yunshan, and other descendants of the Song family chose to be buried here after their death, forming a cemetery on this hill. Most of the family members familiar to Song Qingming in his memory were here, not in the house at the foot of the hill. After offering a stick of incense to their mother together with Wang Xian, the two stood on the top of the mountain and admired the afterglow of the sunset, as if returning to the way they had seen their mother off decades ago. The difference is that Song Qingming has now become a famous Jinden's Henren, and Wang Xian is no longer the weak little cultivator in the Qi refining period who is unable to fight against fate. A few days later, outside Song Qingming's cave, after a black figure flew into the air, he cast a spell with both hands and released a green short sword. After the green short sword circled the black figure for a few circles, it suddenly became brighter and turned into a beam of light and flew down quickly, cutting a huge rock on the side of the mountain top in half. Looking at Jin Feng, who could freely control the green willow sword in the air, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction. Flew into the air and cast a spell to release the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body. Under Song Qingming's control, the 5 elements divine light mirror released a burst of 5-color divine light at Jin Feng in the air. Encountering the attack of the 5-color divine light, Jin Feng moved his arms and released a black shield in front of him, and forcibly took over Song Qingming's attack without much effort. After seeing this scene, Song Qingming smiled with satisfaction and put the 5 elements divine light mirror away again. "Although I cannot refine my own magic weapon, my attacking ability is slightly worse, but my defensive ability is no less than that of the cultivators of the same level." After successfully refining the green willow sword, Jin Feng's strength was even better, almost comparable to that of an ordinary Jinden level 1 cultivator. After 3 years of careful cultivation, Song Qingming finally got a Jinden helper he had always dreamed of. After coming down from the sky, Song Qingming was about to take Jin Feng back to his cave, when a golden talisman suddenly flew over quickly from the horizon on one side of Funiu Mountain. Chapter 515 Rebellion. After reaching the sky above Funiu Mountain, the golden talisman did not continue to move forward. Instead, it turned around and flew down through the Song family's mountain protection formation and flew in front of Song Qingming. Seeing the golden talisman that suddenly appeared in front of him, Song Qingming showed a slight surprise on his face. This third level Wanli transmission node is a relatively precious spiritual object in the Xiaoyao sect. The sect will not use it unless it is a very urgent moment. Song Qingming has been a member of the Xiaoyao sect for nearly 20 years, and he has only received one when the monster beasts are rioting. Now that the monster beast riots have just passed, Uyghur has also rarely begun to be peaceful. Song Qingming has not heard of any major events recently. The sect used the Wanli transmission node to send a message to him at this time, which also made Song Qingming feel a little confused. After opening the transmission node and taking a look, Song Qingming looked at Jin Feng beside him with a complicated expression, put it into a cloth bag on his waist, and slowly walked back to his cave. After a while, a green spiritual light flew out directly from outside Song Qingming's cave, passing through the mountain protection formation and quickly heading southwest. Guiyang Mountain, Xiaoyao Hall. Many of the Xiaoyao sect's giant and elders, except Zhao Menglian who was still in seclusion to break through, had already come to the hall. In addition, there were 2 cultivators in the foundation building stage in the hall, kneeling in front of the disciples and crying to everyone. These 2 foundation building cultivators did not wear the gray robes unique to Xiaoyao sect disciples, and did not look like Xiaoyao sect cultivators. After hearing what they said, many of the Xiaoyao sect's elders' faces turned very ugly. Jinzian, who had a hot temper, was already walking around anxiously, wishing he could rush out of the hall immediately. Just as everyone was anxious in the hall, Song Qingming, who was dressed in a green robe, walked in. Seeing so many giant and elders gathered in the hall, Song Qingming was also slightly stunned, and a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. The sect's 1,000 miles sound transmission note that Song Qingming had received earlier only had a simple sentence on it, notifying him to go to the sect to discuss matters immediately, but did not say what the matter was. When he arrived at Guiyang Mountain, Song Qingming did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that Xiaoyao sect was so anxious to invite him here. "Junior brother Song, you are here, come and sit down." Seeing Song Qingming who had already walked into the hall, the head of the sect Yao Qianshu hurriedly opened his mouth to greet him. After walking to the front of the hall and sitting down, Song Qingming took a look and found that he seemed to have just seen the 2 foundation building cultivators kneeling in front of everyone in the hall. These 2 people were the disciples of Chen Jinlian of Qi Mountain. The older one was named Lin Yudang, the 6th disciple of Chen Jinlian. Song Qingming had dealt with this person in Bailong Mountain in the past. It was with a foundation building pill exchanged from him that Song Qingming helped Song Qingyu succeed in building his foundation. The other person was Chen Jinlian's 8th disciple, named Zhang Rong. He looked younger than Lin Yudang, but his cultivation was higher than Lin Yudang's, and he had reached the peak of foundation building. Zhang Rong, who was kneeling on the ground, looked pale, and his clothes were a little tattered. He looked like he had just escaped death. Seeing the 2 disciples of Chen Liuzu of Qi Mountain appear here, Zhang Rong still looked so miserable, as if something big had happened. Song Qingming was also a little puzzled. Not long ago, the Uyghur Xiuxin world, under the leadership of Xiaoyao sect, repelled the monster army and ended the once-in-a-century monster turmoil. It has only been a short time since then. Could it be that Qi Mountain has been attacked by monsters again? Seeing the confusion on Song Qingming's face, Yao Qianshu hurriedly stepped forward and explained it to him briefly. Song Qingming slowly understood it, and the expression on his face became a little ugly like everyone else at the scene. Half a month ago, when several monks from Jinayan Pavilion in Qi Mountain were transporting spiritual objects at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly encountered a group of Qi Refining bandits nearby who robbed the goods. Chen Yuxia, the youngest of the 9 disciples under the seat of Chen Liuzu, was furious when she learned about this, and immediately led people down the mountain to settle accounts with the bandits. As a result, Chen Yuxia never returned, and did not return to Qi Mountain for several consecutive days. She disappeared for no reason. Seeing that something was wrong, Liang Wengsu hurriedly informed Feng Yang, who was in retreat, about this. Although Chen Yuxia was the youngest among many brothers and sisters, she was a direct descendant of Chen Jinlian. After learning that she might be in trouble, Feng Yang was also a little anxious and went to investigate alone. Unexpectedly, just as Feng Yang left, Mo Hongshan of the Ma family suddenly appeared at the foot of Qi Mountain with a large number of monks, and soon broke through the Qi Mountain protection formation. After the Ma family monks entered Qi Mountain, they not only killed many monks on the mountain, but also looted the entire Qi Mountain market. Among the disciples under the seat of Chen Liuzu, except Zhang Rong who managed to escape at the risk of his life, and Lin Yuding who happened to be not in Qi Mountain, the rest of them all failed to escape the pursuit of the Ma family and died in the battle on Qi Mountain. Feng Yang, who was lured out of Qi Mountain by the opponent, was also not spared in the end and died at the hands of Kitty Fairy, who had just formed a pill not long ago. After Zhang Rong finally escaped, he went to Bailong Mountain to find his senior brother Lin Yudang. The 2 of them traveled day and night and fled to Gianfeng yesterday. Then they took the teleportation array of Xiaoyao sect to Guiyang Mountain to report the news. After hearing the news, Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoyao sect, was also very surprised. Qingming Mountain had some unpleasantness with Tixianbao during the monster turmoil before, and Yao Qianshu also knew a little about this, but he never expected that Ma Hongxuan would have the courage to attack Qingming Mountain without notifying Xiaoao sect. Before Yao Qianshu sent people to Qingming Mountain to investigate the matter, a letter from Tixianbao shocked the entire Xiaoao sect under the leadership of Ma Hongxuan. The Ma family of Tixianbao officially announced that they would leave Xiaoao sect from now on, draw a clear line with the Uyghur Xiuxin world, and no longer recognize Xiaoao sect's nominal rule over Tixianbao. Leaving Xiaoao sect and attacking Qingming Mountain, these two events were only a few days apart. It is obvious that the Ma family had planned this for a long time, including the success of the Kitty Fairy of the Ma family in forming a pill, which Xiaoao sect knew nothing about. Faced with the sudden betrayal of the Ma family, many Xiaoao sect elders, including the head Yao Qianshu, were somewhat unimaginably caught off guard. They did not realize that Ma Hongxuan dared to stand on the opposite side of the sect. After the monster riot, Ma Hongxuan changed his previous tough attitude towards the sect, and his attitude towards the Jinden elders such as Chu Fengping was much more enthusiastic than before. Not long ago, the Ma family exchanged 2 foundation building pills from the Good Deeds Pavilion of the Xiaoao sect. Yao Qianshu did not expect that Ma Hongxuan would choose to betray the sect. The rebellion of the Ma family was not only unexpected by Song Qingming and other Jinden elders, but even the Grand Elder Li Mufang, who was in retreat, was alarmed. When Song Qingming first arrived, he was a little surprised why Li Mufang's seat on the high platform was empty in such an occasion. It was not until Yao Qianshu explained it to him that he realized that Li Mufang had already gone to Tixin Fort in person to find Ma Hongxuan, the traitor, to question him. Since junior brother Song has arrived, let's split up into 2 groups and start the action. Junior sister Bai will take junior brothers Chu, Jin, and Song to Qingming Mountain to take back this spiritual vein first. The other junior brothers will go with me to Tixin Fort to pick up Uncle Li. Junior brother Guangling, you don't have to go. You should stay in the sect. The Ma family broke with this sect this time, and there may be more behind this. Everyone should be careful when they act. Under Yao Qianshu's arrangement, the many Jinden cultivators present, after arriving at Qianfan by teleportation array, immediately split into 2 teams and headed for their respective destinations. Outside Tixin Fort, Li Mufeng, dressed in white, looked solemnly at a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him, and said in a cold tone, Wu Jiuan, your Jiuan sect actually dared to blatantly extend its hands into the territory of Uyghur. Are you planning to go to war with my Xiaoao sect? Wu Jiuan shook his head calmly and said, Dao Li, your words are a bit heavy. Didn't Tixin Fort claim to break away from Uyghur and join my Uyghur cultivation world? This place should no longer belong to Uyghur. If Dao comes here without any problems, my Jiuan sect will naturally welcome you. But now that Tixin Fort has joined my Uyghur cultivation world, my Jiuan sect will naturally take care of the Ma family's affairs. If Dao insists on starting a war here, then Wu can only accompany you, HMPH. In that case, if you want to save Ma Hongxuan, then I can only test your ability first. As soon as Li Mufang finished speaking, he took a step forward out of thin air, and his aura began to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Wu Jiuan immediately put away the smile on his face and became very serious. After Song Qingming and his 4 companions brought a team of foundation-building cultivators to Qingming Mountain Market, they found that it had almost become a ruin. Except for some casual cultivators who were shopping in the ruins, they did not see a single Ma family cultivator. Qingming Mountain Market was jointly operated by Qingming Mountain and Xiaoao sect when Chen Jinlian was still alive. The managers of the market were not only Qingming Mountain cultivators, but also many disciples sent by Xiaoao sect to run the business here. One of them was the most beloved disciple of Jin Zian, the Jinden elder. This time, the Ma family led people to raid Qingming Mountain. Originally, they were mainly targeting Fen Yang and his group. Most of the casual cultivators living at the foot of the mountain had encountered some troubles. The Ma family did not kill most of the Xiaoao sect disciples in the market. They just seized their spiritual objects and storage bags and drove them down Qingming Mountain. Jin Zian, the direct disciple, was lucky and nothing happened. Not long after Song Qingming and others arrived at Qingming Mountain, the mission was easily completed because the Ma family had already retreated. After leaving a few foundation-building disciples to repair the Qingming Mountain Market formation, everyone quickly turned around and rushed directly to Tixin Fort to meet up with Yao Qianshu and others. Chapter 516, Battle of Iron Castle. Qingming Mountain is only a few thousand miles away from Qingming Fort. If a giant cultivator travels at full speed, it can reach there in less than half a day. Qingming and others had just arrived at Qingming Fort when they saw a burst of spiritual light above Qingming Fort from afar. The Ma family had already activated the mountain protection formation to resist the enemy. Outside Qingming Fort, Yao Qianshu, the head of Xiaoyao sect, and several other giant cultivators were standing in midair, facing the 7 or 8 giant cultivators who were standing against the mountain protection formation with their backs. On the side of Qingming Fort, except for Ma Hongxuan who looked calm, the others were all wearing a blue robe embroidered with the golden clouds. They were obviously cultivators from the same sect. Next to Ma Hongxuan, there was a beautiful woman in purple. This woman had just formed a den not long ago and was only at the first level of Jinden. She was the fairy Kitty who had participated in the sword test conference of Qingming Mountain with Qingming. When Yao Qianshu and his 4 men arrived at Qingming Fort, they just started to attack the Qingming Fort mountain protection formation, but many giant monks flew out of the formation and stopped them. Seeing that the other side had more people, Yao Qianshu did not dare to continue, and stepped aside to question the other side, asking why they wanted to interfere in the defense of the country. Although the Qingming Fort side had a clear advantage in numbers, they seemed to be a little afraid and did not choose to immediately attack the Xiaoyao sect members. Facing Yao Qianshu's questioning, these people only responded with a few words without any pain, and did not want to argue too much. The two sides just stood there and confronted each other. After seeing the blue-robed monks who were confronting Yao Qianshu in front, Chu Fengping on the flying boat suddenly changed his face and said loudly, "They are from the Jiuan sect of Yu State." No wonder Ma Hongxuan dared to betray the sect. I didn't expect that the Ma family had already surrendered to the Jiuan sect. Hearing the Jiuan sect from Chu Fengping's mouth, Qingming immediately thought of the old Linghu ghost who competed with him for the phantom boat in the 7-star square of Wu State a few years ago. This person was from the Jiuan sect. Jiuan sect is also a Yuanying sect. The mountain gate is located in the Yu State Xiuxin realm in the west of Wei State. Because the Yu State and the Wei State Xiuxin realm are separated by a huge mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of miles, it is difficult for low-level monks below the foundation to cross, and the monks of the two countries rarely communicate. The Yu State Xiuxin realm was originally like Zhang State in the east, with only a few giant sects, and there was no huge Yuanying force like Xiaoyao sect more than 100 years ago. The great elder of the Jiuan sect, Wu Jiuan, suddenly succeeded in condensing his nascent soul and advanced to the nascent soul realm. The Jiuan sect also became a nascent soul sect over the past 100 years. Under the leadership of Wu Jiuan, the Jiuan sect quickly integrated the entire Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, and its strength was greatly enhanced. It is no worse than the current Xiaoyao sect. Ma Hongxuan, this old man who eats from the inside out, took so many benefits from the sect, but secretly joined the Jiuan sect. I will definitely take his head off with my own hands later. Xiaoyao sect's elder Jin Xian, who has always had a hot temper, just finished speaking. Jin Xian had already jumped out of the flying boat and flew to Qingming Fort first. Half a year ago, Ma Hongxuan suddenly went to Qingming Mountain in person and went to the sect's good merit pavilion, wanting to use his good merits to exchange for a large amount of spiritual objects to support his cultivation families. At that time, the Xiaoyao sect elder on duty at the Good Deeds Pavilion happened to be Jin Xian. This guy was deeply moved by Ma Hongxuan's words and the miserable appearance he pretended to be. He agreed on the spot and let Ma Hongxuan take a large number of spiritual objects from the Good Deeds Pavilion. After learning the news that the Ma family betrayed the sect, Jin Xian was also the most angry among the many elders of the Xiaoyao sect. Ma Hongxuan cheated so many sect spiritual objects from him. Even if the supreme elder Li Mufang did not blame him, this matter would more or less have some bad effects on Jin Xian's position in the Xiaoyao sect in the future. Ma Hongxuan, you shameless villain, give me your life. Jin Xian came to the front of the two sides. Before he said hello to Yao Qianshu, he took out a jade ruler magic weapon from his body with an angry face and rushed straight to Ma Hongxuan on the opposite side. Haha. Jin Xian, I just flattered you a few words in front of you. Do you really think that you can beat me with your cultivation? Seeing the furious Jin Xian, Ma Hongxuan's momentum immediately changed, and he turned into golden light and took the initiative to meet him. Ma Hongxuan and Jin Xian were also enemies who were extremely jealous of each other when they met. They started to fight seriously as soon as they attacked. Both of them were in the 4th stage of giant in cultivation, and their strengths were not much different. The fight was also very fierce. "Brothers, follow me and kill Ma Hongxuan, the traitor first." Bai Yuxin and others had just come to support them. Yao Qianshu, who was confident in his heart, did not say any more nonsense. He gave an order and took the lead to kill Ma Hongxuan, who was still fighting with Jin Zian. Seeing Yao Qianshu take action, Jiwen Sect did not hesitate. Immediately, 2 golden lights came forward to stop Yao Qianshu, and the 2 sides immediately fought together. After obtaining the Mist and Snow Ice Lotus at the Star Conference a few years ago, Yao Qianshu's injuries have recovered by more than half, and he can fight with others. However, he has not yet recovered all his strength. At most, he can only exert about 70% of his power in his prime, which is equivalent to the strength of an 8th-level giant and cultivator. After receiving the order from the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, the rest of the Xiaoyao sect immediately took out their magic weapons and rushed directly to the battlefield. More than a dozen giant and cultivators from both sides fought outside the Iron Immortal Fort. The outbreak of battles between so many giant and cultivators is also very rare in the Uyghur cultivation world. For a while, magic weapons were flying everywhere in the sky above the Iron Immortal Fort. Even the mountain protection formation of the Iron Immortal Fort below was shaken violently by the aftermath of the magic of the battle. The many low-level cultivators of the Ma family hiding in the Iron Immortal Fort were also terrified when they saw the battle between the giant and masters in the sky, fearing that the mountain protection formation above could not resist and would be affected by the battle between the giant and cultivators above. Although the number of giant and cultivators on both sides was equal, the overall strength of the many giant and cultivators on the Tixianbao side was obviously inferior to that of the Xiaoyao sect. Although the Jiwen sect also had 2 giant and late-stage cultivators, their strength was slightly inferior to that of Bai Yuxin and Yao Qianshu from the Xiaoyao sect, and they could only barely hold them back. The remaining people, including Ma Hongxuan, had only 3 giant and mid-stage cultivators, and the remaining 3 were only at the giant and early stage. On the Xiaoyao sect side, except for Song Qingming, who was only at the giant and 2nd level, the remaining 5 were all giant and mid-stage cultivators, and were obviously much stronger than the other side. After the fight, the people of Tixianbao quickly fell into disadvantage, but Ma Hongxuan and others could occasionally use the 3rd-level mountain protection formation behind them to cover them, so they would not be defeated so quickly for the time being. After Song Qingming joined the battlefield, his opponent happened to be the weakest of the many giant and cultivators on the other side, the Fairy Kitty. When he participated in the sword test conference in Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming was fortunate enough to meet her. At that time, this woman shined in the sword test conference and easily won the top 3. At that time, Song Qingming's cultivation was only the 7th level of foundation building, and he barely made it into the top 10, whose strength was far less than that of Ma Kitty, who was already at the peak of foundation building at that time. Decades passed in a flash, and when they met again, both Song Qingming and Ma Kitty had successfully formed a golden elixir and became a high-ranking golden elixir real person. However, because Song Qingming broke through the golden elixir realm first, his cultivation strength had already surpassed Ma Kitty. Facing Ma Kitty, who only had the 1st level of golden elixir, Song Qingming, who is always cautious in fighting with others, did not underestimate this woman. He summoned his 2 most powerful magic weapons, the Mobe Sword and the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, and was ready to fight, giving the other party no chance to counterattack him. It has only been 5 or 6 years since Ma Kitty broke through the Giant realm. Although she has already refined her own magic weapon, her personal strength is still at the bottom in this battle of giant and cultivators. Facing the fierce attack of Song Qingming's 2 magic weapons, Ma Kitty could only rely on her own magic weapon to barely cope with it, and was soon suppressed by Song Qingming and fell into disadvantage. Seeing that this woman was already overwhelmed by his attack, Song Qingming took the opportunity to take off the cloth bag around his waist. After a ball of black air rolled out of the cloth bag, a man in a black robe soon appeared beside Song Qingming. Is this breath of giant and corpse puppet? Seeing the figure of Golden Wind, Ma Kitty also quickly felt the pressure of the giant stage coming from him, and shouted in surprise. Facing Song Qingming alone was already difficult to resist, and with the help of another giant and corpse puppet, Ma Kitty immediately became flustered when facing the siege of Song Qingming and the other 2. Seeing that she was having trouble holding on, Ma Kitty's face flashed with a hint of determination. She cast a spell to control her own magic weapon. A pair of gold and silver copper rings directly enlarged and were put on the golden wind beside her, temporarily stopping the opponent's actions. After taking a breath, Ma Qiudi sprinkled a handful of gold powder on Song Qingming beside her, and cast a spell to turn the gold powder in the air into countless silver butterflies, commanding these silver butterflies to entangle Song Qingming. This technique of turning gold powder into butterflies is an illusion that Ma Qiudi has practiced for many years. Although this technique is of no great use after reaching the golden core stage, it should not be difficult to contain the opponent for a moment. As long as she delays a little time for herself and withdraws to the mountain protection formation in time, she can temporarily turn danger into safety. Unexpectedly, just as Ma Qiudi turned around and escaped dozens of feet away, she suddenly heard the sound of the magic weapon breaking through the air behind her. She turned around and found that the mobile sword controlled by Song Qingming had already killed her. Seeing this, Ma Qiudi was too surprised to see it. She quickly cast a spell and released a yellow talisman to form a shield in front of her, blocking Song Qingming's attack in a very thrilling way. This talisman was given to Ma Qiudi by Wu Jinyuan, the supreme elder of Jinyuan sect. After she chose to join Jinyuan sect after losing this life-saving trump card, Ma Qiudi panicked and immediately put away the magic weapon in front of her and quickly retreated, trying to distance herself from Song Qingming. Chapter 517, Golden Core Battle. The psychedelic technique that Ma Qiudi had just used would indeed be impossible to break so quickly on an ordinary giant and early-stage cultivator. However, she didn't know that Song Qingming's consciousness was comparable to that of a giant and late-stage cultivator because he had practiced a soul-devouring art. Ma Qiudi's little illusion was no longer good enough in front of him. Song Qingming saw the floor and broke it in less than a moment. Although the attack just now failed in the end, Song Qingming had forced out the only third-level lower-grade defensive talisman on the opponent, which was a great gain. Before Ma Qiudi could retreat far, Song Qingming immediately chased after her. At the same time, the golden wind on the side had already circled to the front and blocked Ma Qiudi's escape to the mountain protection formation. Facing the double-sided attack of Song Qingming and the golden wind, Ma Qiudi suddenly felt bad in her heart, and once again used a second-level upper-grade talisman to stick on herself, turned around and accelerated to the side of Ma Hongxuan, who was fighting desperately with Jin Zian. At the beginning of the battle, Ma Qiudi also underestimated Song Qingming's strength. She thought that although her cultivation was one level lower than his, she should be able to do it by just holding him back for a while. As a result, not long after the two of them fought, Song Qingming's strength made Ma Qiudi feel a lot of pressure. What she didn't expect was that Song Qingming also had a powerful golden pale corpse puppet hidden in his body. If it weren't for a third-level defensive talisman to protect her, Ma Qiudi might have been seriously injured by Song Qingming. Seeing that this woman decisively gave up escaping back to the mountain protection formation and went straight to Ma Hongxuan, Song Qingming naturally saw that Ma Qiudi wanted to reunite with Ma Hongxuan to relieve her own pressure. After summoning the phantom boat, a golden light immediately lit up under Song Qingming's feet, and he quickly chased after him with a golden wind. Ma Qiudi's cultivation was not as good as Song Qingming's, and she had not cultivated any powerful speed skills. Naturally, she could not outrun Song Qingming and his partner, who owned the third-level spiritual boat phantom boat. She was intercepted by Song Qingming halfway. At this time, Ma Hongxuan, who was standing aside, had also noticed the unfavorable situation on Ma Qiudi's side. He pretended to fight and retreat with Jin Zian, and slowly moved over here. This time, Ma Hongxuan's little trick did not hide from Jin Zian. Just before he moved far, a fire dragon immediately appeared in front of him, blocking Ma Hongxuan's way and forcing him back. Hey, old thing, you still want to take care of others? I think you should take care of yourself first. Ma Hongxuan's face was not very good after being seen through by Jin Zian. Although he could not take advantage of Jin Zian in the battle, he would not fall into a disadvantage. However, with the opponent's new obstruction, it was not so easy for Ma Hongxuan to repel Jin Zian, the tough opponent, and go to support Ma Qiudi, who was already in danger. Just when Ma Hongxuan was in a dilemma, another crisp scream came from not far away. Ma Qiudi, who had been suppressed by Song Qingming to the point where she could only defend herself, was finally caught by Song Qingming and the others. The magic weapon Qingli sword controlled by Jin Feng stabbed her arm. Seeing that Ma Qiudi, who was not far away from him, was about to collapse, Ma Hongxuan's eyes turned red, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, covering his life magic weapon, a red palace lantern. This palace lantern was integrated with Ma Hongshan's blood, as if it had been greatly nourished, and the spiritual light suddenly increased. A huge red firebird appeared from it and swallowed the fire dragon, blocking Ma Hongshan directly into its belly. The powerful spell that Ma Hongshan just used was a secret technique that temporarily increased the power of his own magic weapon at the cost of consuming his own life essence in blood. Once this secret technique was used, regardless of whether it could injure 1,000 enemies, Ma Hongshan himself would inevitably injure himself by 800. If it was not for this critical moment, Ma Hongshan would never resort to such a desperate measure. After quickly solving the trouble that was obstructing him, Ma Hongshan ignored the Jin Ziyun behind him and immediately rushed towards Song Qingming with great momentum. Song Qingming, who was suppressing Ma Qi with all his strength, soon sensed that there was a powerful force approaching from behind, and quickly stopped and turned around to deal with Ma Hongshan, who was about to kill him. Seeing that Ma Hongshan's eyes were slightly red, and his momentum was a little abnormal, especially the big red bird following Ma Hongshan, the pressure he exuded gave Song Qingming a very strong feeling, and he also felt a little dangerous. Seeing this, Song Qingming frowned and quickly controlled Jin Feng to come to his side and gather several shields. Just as the shields in front of him were erected, the giant red bird, under the control of Ma Hongshan, had already flown in front of Song Qingming. The giant red bird burst into a red flame and instantly broke through the two shields in front of Song Qingming and the others, forcing them back dozens of feet away. Song Qingming, who had taken the blow, was sweating coldly as he looked at Jin Feng, whose half hand was already black. If Jin Feng hadn't blocked him just now, Song Qingming would have been seriously injured and would have found it difficult to continue fighting. Even after the battle, Song Qingming would probably have to waste some time practicing to recover from his injuries. Fortunately, Jin Feng was just a giant and corpse puppet. This injury would at most affect his current combat effectiveness and would not cause too much trouble. In the future, Song Qingming only needed to spend some spiritual medicine and let him recuperate on his own for a period of time, and he would slowly recover and restore his combat effectiveness. After forcing Song Qingming to retreat, Ma Hongshan did not hesitate. He picked up the injured Ma Qi below and turned around to head straight for the Iron Immortal Fortress Mountain Protection Formation. However, when he set off, Jin Ziyun, who had been chasing them, had already arrived behind them, dancing two fire dragons around to the front to stop Ma Hongshan and the others. "I'll stop him, you retreat quickly," Ma Hongshan whispered, and immediately controlled the red giant bird above his head to meet the two fire dragons, and soon fought with Jin Ziyun and the others again. With Ma Hongshan's help to buy time, Ma Qi did not delay, and immediately turned into golden light to bypass Jin Ziyun and went directly to the mountain protection formation below. But at this moment, a white light also lit up in the other direction. It was Song Qingming, who had just been forced back by Ma Hongshan and had reacted, who came back and chased them directly, wanting to intercept Ma Qi before she returned to the mountain protection formation. Ma Qi in midair had already felt that she was getting closer and closer to the mountain protection formation, but before she could be happy, she looked back and suddenly found Song Qingming on the other side stepping on the phantom boat. Seeing that the opponent's escape speed was much faster than hers, it seemed that he could just stop her in front of the mountain protection formation, which made Ma Qi's face look a little desperate. Just when she was about to stop Ma Qi, an old man suddenly jumped out of the Qingming mountain protection formation, holding a green jade ruler with a bright aura, and shot a powerful green light blade at Song Qingming, who was chasing from one side with a fierce face. The old man's cultivation was only the 7th level of foundation building. The jade ruler in his hand was a very powerful talisman called Greenleaf 3-star ruler, which was obtained by the Ma family at a high price at the Xiandan League auction. Song Qingming had also seen this thing in the past. Facing this sudden attack, Song Qingming was completely unprepared. Although the power of the talisman is far less than that of ordinary magic weapons, if he took this attack head-on, even if Song Qingming was a giant and cultivator, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Looking at Ma Qi not far ahead, Song Qingming sighed slightly, and hurriedly stopped his body to avoid the attack, watching Ma Qi fleeing back to the mountain protection formation in a panic. This time, Song Qingming was summoned by the sect to come to Qingming to attack the Ma family. As a guest elder, he had already made great efforts on the battlefield. He didn't want to put himself in danger just to keep one person from the other side. The old man of the Ma family who was building the foundation on the side, after the unsuccessful sneak attack on Song Qingming, saw that Ma Qiu had successfully escaped back to the mountain protection formation, and hurriedly put away the talisman Qingming Sanxing ruler in his hand, and quickly fled to the mountain protection formation behind. However, just as the old man from the Ma family turned around, a man in black robe suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way with a bad face. HMPH. Since you're already out, you'd better not go back. Hearing Song Qingming's somewhat cold voice behind him, the old man from the Ma family suddenly showed a trace of despair on his face. However, even if he was facing a giant and cultivator, he was still unwilling to give up. He took out the talisman Qingming Sanxing ruler and wanted to resist again. However, Song Qingming did not give him another chance this time. The Mobe sword in his hand had turned invisible and rushed straight to the old man from the Ma family. It quickly passed through the several magic shields that had just been erected in front of him and directly pierced his chest. Feeling the big hole that suddenly appeared in his chest, the old man from the Ma family looked at Song Qingming, who was walking towards him with a shocked face. And his body slowly fell down. The Qingming Sanxing ruler in his hand, which had not yet been activated, also fell to the ground beside him. Song Qingming stepped forward and took a look with a slightly angry expression. He used his magic power to take the storage bag on the body and the green leaf 3-star ruler beside him. After a slight glance, he stuffed it directly into the jade pendant on his waist. After collecting the spoils on the ground, Song Qingming did not try to attack the mountain protection formation of Tixin Fort. He directly took out the phantom boat and turned into a white light with a golden wind beside him, and rushed back to the battlefield where many giant and monks were fighting in the air. Chapter 518, No Matter What. In Tixin Fort, Ma Qiu, who had managed to escape, looked at the old man who had died tragically at the hands of Song Qingming outside the formation, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for the elder of the Ma family who risked his life to appear outside the formation and help Ma Qiu hold Song Qingming for a moment, she would have been in danger at this moment. It's a pity that this man was only at the foundation building stage. Although he successfully rescued Ma Qiu, he himself did not have the opportunity to escape and paid the price of his life. The fights between high-level cultivators in the world of cultivation are often so cruel. The Ma family chose to betray Xiaoyao sect, and they must be prepared to bear such terrible consequences at any time. After Song Qingming rushed back to the battlefield, he immediately joined Jin Ziyun's battlefield and besieged Ma Hongshan with him. Seeing that Ma Qiu had escaped safely, Ma Hongshan was relieved. Even when facing the joint efforts of Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun, the pressure on him doubled. However, as a veteran giant and cultivator, Ma Hongshan's experience in fighting was far beyond that of Ma Qiu, who had just formed a den. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, he could still cope with it in a short period of time. But the good times did not last long. Ma Qiu had just escaped back to Tixianbao, and within half an instant of time, another person from Jiuyun sect was soon forced to withdraw from the battlefield. A Jiuyun sect giant and elder who fought with Chen Zuixin had only a third-level cultivation base, and his personal strength was far inferior to that of his opponent, Chen Zuixin, who practiced sword cultivation. After fighting for more than 100 rounds, this Jiuyun sect elder gradually lost to Chen Zuixin, and he seized the opportunity to cut off half of his left arm with a sword. The Jiuyun sect elder, who had been severely injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight the enemy, hurriedly used an auxiliary talisman to turn around and retreat directly to the Iron Immortal Fortress Mountain Protection Array. Seeing that many people on the battlefield had already fallen into disadvantage, Yu Wuji, the head of the Jiuyun sect who was fighting by Yuxin, was also a little anxious. He hurriedly sent a secret message to other Jiuyun sect monks who were fighting against the enemy, and they joined together and retreated to the Mountain Protection Array. Although the overall strength of the giant and monks on the Jiuyun sect side was not as good as that of the Xiaoyao sect, and they suffered a little loss shortly after the battle began, they were still able to barely hold on with the protection of the Iron Immortal Fortress Mountain Protection Array, temporarily dragging the Xiaoyao sect people outside the array, and did not give Song Qingming and others too many opportunities to directly attack the Mountain Protection Array. Although Xiaoyao sect had the advantage on the battlefield and had injured several giant and monks from the other side, they only brought giant and monks to Tixin Fort this time, and there were not many low-level monks accompanying them. Under the desperate containment of many giant and monks from the other side, they could not do anything about the Tixin Fort Mountain Protection Formation for a while. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate again, there was a sound of breaking through the air from the sky, and a blue shield light suddenly flew from the sky in the distance. After a few flashes, it appeared in the middle of the battlefield and turned into a smiling middle-aged man. The person who came was the unyielding Grand Elder of Qingming sect, Wu Jingwen. Haha. Uncle Wu is back. After seeing Wu Jingwen appear, everyone in Qingming sect immediately showed great joy and hurried to approach him. On the other side, everyone in Xiaoyao sect felt a powerful momentum emanating from Wu Jingwen, and knew that the other party was a unyielding monk. Their faces changed and they quickly stopped attacking. Before Xiaoyao sect and the others could make any move, another green light flew over from a distance. Li Mufeng, who was half a step behind Wu Jingwen, had already arrived on the battlefield. After seeing Li Mufeng, Song Qingming and the others, who had just been a little flustered, immediately calmed down. Li Mufeng, I believe you have had a great time fighting today. Why don't you go back and recover your mana and fight again tomorrow? Facing Wu Jingwen's challenge, Li Mufeng, with a cold face, ignored him. He looked at Yao Qianshu and others beside him, and directly uttered the word go, and left Tixin Fort with everyone. After watching Li Mufeng and the Xiaoyao sect people leave, Wu Jingwen put away the relaxed look on his face, and asked the Qingming sect people with a heavy face, why are Ziheng and Kitty not here? We just had a fight with Yao Qianshu and others, and the two junior brothers and sisters were accidentally injured by the Xiaoyao sect people. Seeing that Wu Jingwen's face seemed a little bad, Yu Wuji, the head of the Qingming sect, carefully stepped forward and replied. Wu Jingwen frowned slightly when he heard this, and after a moment, he waved his hand at everyone and said, everyone, go back first. In Tixin Fort, Wu Jingwen went to check on the injured Makiri as soon as he returned to the fort. In this battle, although Makiri was forced into a very embarrassing state by Song Qingming, most of her injuries were flesh and blood injuries, and her mana was overconsumed during the battle, so she was not seriously injured. She only needed to retreat and recuperate for a year or two to basically recover. After seeing that Makiri was fine, Wu Jingwen generously gave her 2 healing pills, smiled and comforted her for a long time before slowly leaving and coming to another cave where Wang Ziheng was recuperating. Compared with Makiri's injuries, Wang Ziheng, who lost half of his right hand, was more seriously injured. Although he could regenerate his broken limbs through some high-level spiritual medicines, it would take about 10 to 20 years to fully recover, and during this period, he could no longer rashly use his mana to fight with others. Although Wang Ziheng's cultivation was not high, only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, he was also a cultivator from the Qingming sect like Wu Jingwen, and was considered a core elder in the Qingming sect. Seeing Wang Ziheng, who had followed him for so many years and promoted the Qingming sect, injured like this, Wu Jingwen also showed a look of displeasure on his face. Didn't Ma Hongshan say before that Yao Qianshu was seriously injured and could no longer attack at will? Why is he here today? You have been in Weiguo for so long, why haven't you figured out such an important thing, Uncle Master? Calm down. It is true that Yao Qianshu was injured. Junior brother Ling Hu saw something when he fought with him today. This person's injuries have not fully recovered. Otherwise, with junior brother Ling Hu's cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to deal with him for so long and still escape unscathed. We also heard some news a few years ago. During the last monster rebellion, Yao Qianshu forcibly attacked in Zixingfeng and took a deer soul pail. We didn't expect that his injuries would recover so quickly. As soon as Yu Wuji finished speaking, Ling Huji, who was standing next to him, echoed him and said, Master brother is right. The last time I went to Wuguo to attend the Star Conference, I also saw Yao Qianshu. His injuries were indeed serious at that time. I don't know how the old guy recovered so quickly. After Ling Huji finished speaking, he glanced at Wu Jingwen. Seeing that he didn't keep his eyes on him, he slowly put his mind at ease. Although Ling Huji's cultivation had reached the late Jinden stage and ranked 2nd among the many Jinden elders of Qingming sect, he originally came from another small sect and was incorporated into Qingming sect after Qingming sect unified the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. His status in the sect was not higher than that of other elders. When he went to Wu Kingdom to participate in the Star Conference that day, he actually saw Yao Qianshu take down a mist and snow ice lotus on the last day, but he didn't guess that Yao Qianshu's injuries would recover almost immediately after getting this thing, so he didn't specifically tell Wu Jingwen and others about it. Although after a battle with Yao Qianshu, Ling Huji had some guesses in his mind that Yao Qianshu's recovery from injuries might be related to his getting the mist and snow ice lotus that day, but at this moment he could only pretend not to know and didn't dare to say it directly. Originally, He had never been trusted by Wu Jian in the sect. If he brought up the matter again at this time, Wu Jian might get angry and put all the blame for the day on him. I didn't reach an agreement with Li Mufang today. This guy will definitely come out in full force after he returns. Wu Ji, go and discuss with Ma Hongshan to see if they can withdraw in advance. Withdraw? Uncle, didn't we promise Ma Hongshan at the beginning that we should at least buy them a year? Wu Jian waved his hand and snorted coldly. Humph. Tell Ma Hongshan not to be too greedy. It's come to this critical moment. Why would he be reluctant to give up this little property? We helped him rob such a large number of spiritual objects from Qi Mountain last time. Doesn't he think he didn't earn enough? Although Xiaoyao sect has withdrawn today, we are already at a disadvantage after this battle. Tixin Fort is too far away from the sect, and it is difficult for us to mobilize manpower. Once the Xiaoyao sect's army arrives, we will definitely not be able to defend this place. We must make plans early. Hearing Wu Jian's angry rebuke, Yu Wuji nodded hurriedly and walked out without saying anything more. 3 days later, in the main hall of Gianfang, Li Mufang sat at the head with a calm expression, and Yao Qianshu and many other Xiaoyao sect's giant elders sat down below. In the Battle of Tixin Fort, although Xiaoyao sect had a slight advantage, with only a few giant monks, there was no way to break through the protective formation of Tixin Fort. They could only retreat to Gianfang and prepare to mobilize enough manpower to continue attacking Tixin Fort. When the monsters rioted, Xiaoyao sect did not send troops to support Tixin Fort at first. On the one hand, it was because Yao Qianshu was suddenly injured and Xiaoyao sect itself was short of manpower. On the other hand, Li Mufang also wanted to use this monster riot to hit the Ma family and weaken their strength. Li Mufang obviously did not expect that Ma Hongshan would choose to surrender to Wu Jian and bring the power of Jian sect into Uyghur. A Jian family in the territory under whose command betrayed the sect and surrendered to other forces. This was something that Xiaoyao sect absolutely could not tolerate. Even if he had to go to war with Jian sect next, Li Mufang was ready at this moment. Uncle Li, I received a message from junior brother Guangling yesterday. It will take about 10 days at most for the sect to prepare 5 flying boats and rush to Gianfang. Chapter 519 Long-Term Considerations. The mountain protection formation of Tixin Fortress has a 3rd level middle grade 1. If the giant cultivators cannot take action, the Xiaoyao sect must have at least twice as many low-level cultivators as the opponent, so that the Xiaoyao sect can break through this mountain protection formation in a short time. For this reason, under Li Mufang's command, the Xiaoyao sect has quickly gathered manpower in Guiyang Mountain and mobilized several large flying boats of the sect to transport low-level cultivators, preparing to directly flatten Tixin Fortress in one go. Li Mufang nodded to Chu Fenping, who is reporting the situation below, and then said, send another secret letter to Guangling, asking him to go to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion and get 2 3rd-level formation breaking beads. In case the Jian sect also mobilizes a large number of people to support, we still need to break the formation by force. This uncle, the sect only has these few 3rd-level formation breaking beads. I don't think it's necessary to use such an important spiritual object to deal with the Ma family. Hearing that Li Mufang was going to use the 3rd-level formation breaking beads, Chu Fenping on the side reminded him hesitantly. The breaking formation bead can imprison a spiritual energy in the spiritual veins for a short period of time. It is a rare spiritual object specially used to deal with the mountain protection formation. Because the refining of this thing requires a very rare and precious spiritual object, earth vein essence stone in the spiritual veins, so the breaking formation bead is also very rare. Even the low-level breaking formation beads of level 1 or 2 are hard to find in the market, let alone the breaking formation beads of level 3 or above. Even in the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect, there are only a few. These 3-level breaking formation beads, like the 3-level puppet beasts that supported Jinshan Fang in the past, are important treasures of the sect. Xiaoyao sect generally does not easily use this trump card unless it is absolutely necessary. Our Xiaoyao sect has been established for thousands of years, and I am in charge of the 6th generation. The reason why the sect has been able to lead the Uyghur cultivation world for so many years is not because of mercy. No matter how much it costs, we must break through Tixin Fort this time. Otherwise, if even a small Ma family dares to betray the sect like this, how can we lead the entire Uyghur cultivation world in the future? I also know what you all think, but for the long-term consideration of the sect, we must let everyone know what the consequences of betraying the sect will be. Just as the Xiaoyao sect was gathering its strength, the Ma family of Tixin Fort was also busy. Many low-level cultivators were running around in the city, carrying various spiritual objects. On the west side of Tixin Fort, in a wide cave, Ma Hongshan and Ma Qi, as well as more than a dozen foundation-building elders of the Ma family, were gathering together to discuss the family's future plans. As early as the time of the monster riot, in order to borrow reinforcements from Yu State to help resist the numerous monsters besieging Tixin Fort, Ma Hongshan had secretly reached an agreement with Jiuyuan sect and was ready to lead the entire Ma family to leave Xiaoyao sect and join Jiuyuan sect. At that time, facing the siege of the four Demon King armies, the Ma family only had one giant and cultivator, Ma Hongshan. Without the support of Qi Mountain, they could only rely on the Tixin Fort Mountain Protection Formation to hold on. And the Xiaoyao sect happened to be in a passive position due to the sudden injury of the leader Yao Qianshu, causing the entire Uyghur front to fall into passive position, and there was no way to send reinforcements to Tixin Fort. In order to preserve the family's vitality, Ma Hongshan, who was facing huge pressure from the monsters, directly hooked up with Jiuyuan sect of Yu State after some entanglement. Yu State, where Jiuyuan sect is located, is a country with a relatively small territory, and the pressure of facing monster riots has always been much smaller than that of Wei State. After Jiuyuan sect unified the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, with the existence of the Yuanying ancestor, the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world has gained some advantages against the monsters. During this monster turmoil, they withstood the attacks of several monster kings very early, so Jiuyuan sect was able to send giant and monks to help the Ma family defend Tixin Fort. Ma Hongshan originally thought that the Xiaoyao sect would be seriously injured in the face of the monster turmoil this time. When the monster turmoil was over, Tixin Fort would turn to Jiuyuan sect, a new Yuanying force, and Xiaoyao sect would be unable to do anything to them. Unexpectedly, the Ma family had just made a decision to betray Xiaoyao sect in just a few months. The situation on the front line of the defense of the country suddenly changed. First, Song Qingming defended Jinshan Feng and killed the White Lion Monster King. Then, under the leadership of Yao Qianshu, Li Xianian, Song Qingming and others broke through the Zixing Feng occupied by monsters. Not long after, under the dispatch and support of Xiaoyao sect, Giai Feng and Toyanshan were relieved of the crisis, and soon Tixin Fort also welcomed the reinforcements of Xiaoyao sect. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Ma Hongshan regretted his original decision, but he had already chosen to board the Jiuyuan sect's ship. It would not be so easy for the Ma family to get off the ship again. In order to win the trust of the Jiuyuan sect, the Ma family not only revealed a lot of secrets within the Xiaoyao sect to them, but also sent Ma Qi, the younger generation with the most hope of forming a pill in the family, to the Jiuyuan sect, and also accepted a lot of benefits from the Jiuyuan sect. Once these things were known by the Xiaoyao sect, there was no need for the Jiuyuan sect to do it themselves. The Xiaoyao sect, which had long been thinking about cleaning up the Ma family, would definitely flatten the Tixin Fort and wipe out the Ma family from the Uyghur Xiuxin world. Over the years, the Ma family has monopolized the Xiuxin resources near the Tixin Fort, and has been able to continue to grow and develop. It has also made many elders in the Xiaoyao sect dislike the Ma family and have the intention of suppressing them. Ma Hongshan is not like all the cultivators of the Ma family, who can only be a thug for the Xiaoyao sect all their lives and have their fate controlled by others. The Ma family, who had already tasted the sweetness of a strong family, would not be willing to accept the sect's suppression, which would make the family's efforts for so many years return to the past overnight. Ma Hongshan, who had made up his mind, discussed with Jiuyuan sect and decided to go all out. Before leaving Xiaoyao sect, he raided Qi Mountain and killed Feng Yang, looting all the accumulation of Qi Mountain for hundreds of years. In addition to the old grudge between the Ma family and Qi Mountain, the reason for killing Feng Yang and others was that Qi Mountain now had a very good relationship with Xiaoyao sect. Ma Hongshan and Jiuyuan sect were also afraid that Feng Yang would help Xiaoyao sect to deal with them after knowing that the Ma family had betrayed Xiaoyao sect, so they chose to attack Qi Mountain first, eliminating a hidden danger for them in advance. Clan leader, is there really no other way? Didn't Jiuyuan sect agree to merge Tixin Fort into Yu Kingdom's cultivation world? How come they changed their minds so quickly? They let us go to Yu Kingdom's cultivation world, but they only arranged a second-grade upper-grade spiritual vein for us. Aren't they too insincere? Okay. Didn't I just say that since Jiuyuan sect can no longer defend this place, we are not waiting to die if we stay here? Let's go to Yu Kingdom first. It's better to keep the Green Mountains and not be afraid of running out of firewood. Yu Kingdom is relatively stable. As long as we develop for a few decades, we can find a way to cultivate a third-grade spiritual vein. Hearing the tone of a foundation-building elder below, it seems that he is still reluctant to give up the third-grade spiritual vein of Tixin Fort, and Ma Hongxin felt helpless. In the Battle of Tixin Fort a few days ago, Ma Hongxin didn't expect Jiluan sect to suffer so quickly. 2 giant cultivators were injured by the opponent, and he also lost a lot of blood in order to rescue Ma Kitty. Until now, Ma Hongxin's face still looks a little pale. Another older Ma family elder below sighed and asked, "Clan leader, Jiluan sect has only prepared 2 large flying boats for us. There are so many mortals and cultivators in the family, and we have to transport so many supplies. How can we possibly fit them all at once? And the Li family and the Chen family. They have also agreed in advance to leave with us. We can't just ignore them now. Do you want to talk to sect leader Yu and see if we can send 2 more large flying boats?" Ma Hongxin frowned and said, "Do you think Jiluan sect is so easy to talk to? What's the point of me talking to them now? I can't take care of these now. The most urgent thing is to quickly load the important things I told you about earlier onto the flying boat. In the past few years, we have transported a lot of mortals to Yu State. As for the remaining mortals, forget about those who can't be taken away. No matter what, Xia Oyo sect will not attack mortals. As for the people from the Li family, stabilize them for the time being and don't let them know that we are about to withdraw." Fortunately, the clan leader had already made preparations and had arranged the retreat in advance a few years ago. Otherwise, if the family suffered such a huge loss all at once, it would be difficult for us to restore the family's strength in a short time when we arrived in Yu Kingdom in the future. Seeing Ma Hongxin's unhappy face, an elder below hurriedly flattered him. "You all know that our Ma family has guarded Tixin Fort for Xia Oyo sect for hundreds of years, but in return they still suspected us. No matter what happens in the future after joining Jiluan sect, at least Xiudai has successfully formed a pill and worshipped Wu Jiluan. When we arrive in Yu Kingdom, they should not openly exclude us." Ma Hongxin finished speaking and sighed slightly. 5 days later, Xia Oyo sect had not yet gathered its manpower. The Xia Oyo sect disciples who were monitoring Tixin Fort on the front line suddenly sent back news that 2 large flying boats suddenly flew out of Tixin Fort and went directly west. Hearing this news, everyone in Xia Oyo sect also reacted immediately. The Ma family and Jiluan sect might be running away directly. Without waiting for the low-level monks from the sects who had not yet arrived, Li Mufang used his small flying boat to carry the 9 giant monks from Xia Oyo sect and headed straight for Tixin Fort. As expected, there were only a few monks from the vassal families of the Ma family and millions of ordinary mortals left in Tixin Fort. The remaining monks and people from Jiluan sect had long disappeared. When these monks abandoned by the Ma family and Jiluan sect saw the people from Xia Oyo sect outside the formation, they took the initiative to open the mountain protection formation and let Song Qingming and others in before they launched an attack. "Follow me to chase. We must not let the Ma family go like this." After seeing the deserted Tixin Fort, Li Mufang snorted coldly and turned into a beam of white light with everyone chasing directly to the west. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Leave a Way Out. To the west of Tixianbao is a huge mountain stretching for thousands of miles, called the Skylark Mountains. This mountain, like the Yunwu Mountains to the east of Qing County, is a place rarely visited by people. There is no road to pass through it, and there are venomous snakes and monsters rampant. Not to mention those mortals without cultivation, even ordinary Qi refining cultivators find it difficult to pass through here. This time, Jiluan sect came to support Tixianbao, so that they could evacuate Tixianbao at any time in case they were defeated by Xia Oyo sect. The large flying boats that the Ma family and Jiluan sect took were used by the big sects in the world of immortal cultivation to transport supplies. The flying speed was slightly faster than that of the foundation building cultivators. It would take at least 7 or 8 days to successfully pass through the Skylark Mountains, and the evacuation speed was far slower than the small flying boats that Li Mufang and others took. Although the Jiuan sect had made preparations in advance and used magic weapons to cover the whereabouts of the two flying boats, they were soon discovered by Li Mufeng and others who had been chasing them from Tixin Fort less than 3 days after entering the Skylark Mountains. Seeing a green light quickly catching up from behind, knowing that he could no longer hide, Wu Jiuan immediately led all his giant monks to meet them, trying to delay the Xiaoyao sect's pursuers and buy time for the two flying boats to evacuate. Li Mufeng, I have already returned Tixin Fort to you. There is no need for you Xiaoyao sect to get entangled with it anymore, humph. If you take the initiative to hand over Ma Hongshan, I can give your Jiuan sect a chance and no longer care about your meddling in the affairs of Uyghur. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you today, Wu Jiuan. You'd better think about it, Wu Jiuan replied calmly. Fellow Taoist Li, I still say the same thing. The Ma family has joined my Jiuan sect. It is impossible for me to ignore their affairs. I hope that fellow Taoist will give me some face and don't go too far. You are going too far. Fellow Taoist Wu, you have the nerve to say that. You brought people to Uyghur to interfere in the affairs of my Xiaoyao sect. Isn't it going too far, Wu Jiuan? If it weren't for the face of Unyielding sect, I wouldn't be here just to ask you to hand over the Ma family. The Unyielding sect mentioned by Li Mufeng is located in Qin State, west of the floating cloud mountains. There are 3 unyielding cultivators in the sect. It is stronger than the Xingqian sect of Wu State. It is also recognized as the most powerful sect among dozens of countries in the floating cloud mountains. The Yu state where the Jiuan sect is located was originally a small country and did not have a unyielding sect. Wu Jiuan was able to break through the unyielding with the support of the unyielding sect after unifying the Yu state's cultivation world. Although the Jiuan sect has become a unyielding sect, it still surrenders to the Qin state on the surface and has not completely gotten rid of the influence of the unyielding sect. This is also the point that other unyielding sects in the floating cloud mountains look down on them the most. When Wu Jiuan heard Li Mufeng mention the unyielding sect, his face changed and he immediately looked a little unhappy. In recent years, he has led the Jiuan sect to expand its territory and strengthen its own strength, just to get rid of the influence of the unyielding sect on them as soon as possible, so that the Jiuan sect can truly become a first-class sect in the floating cloud mountains. It's just that Jiuan sect has only been a unyielding sect for 100 years, and its foundation is still far behind that of old unyielding sects like Xiaoyao sect. The reason why Jiuan sect took the initiative to come to Uyghur Tixin Fort is that it also wants to merge with the Ma family, a Jiandan family, to strengthen its own strength. After the monster turmoil facing the Xiaoyao sect whose strength has declined, Jiuan sect is also a little restless. Faced with the Ma family's initiative to surrender, Wu Jiuan didn't think much and agreed directly. Not only did he promise the Ma family a lot of benefits, but he also helped support Ma Kitty to successfully form a pill. I thought that this time the Ma family surrendered, Jiuan sect already had the strength to compete with Xiaoyao sect. Wu Jiuan didn't expect that in the Battle of Tixin Fort, even when the 2 giant monks of the Ma family turned against him and joined his side, Jiuan sect still failed to defeat the weakened Xiaoyao sect. Wu Jiuan had no choice but to take the initiative to evacuate Tixin Fort. Although they failed to defend the Iron Immortal Fort, Wu Jiuan would not give up these Ma family monks that they had recruited with great difficulty. Otherwise, Jiuan sect would have paid such a high price this time, and it would be completely in vain. I will hold Li Mufeng back, and you are responsible for stopping the other Jiandan monks of Xiaoyao sect. Don't fight with them, just hold them back. I have arranged for you to lead people to meet them in front. As long as the flying boat passes the Skylark Mountains, it should be safe. Seeing that Wu Jiuan had not spoken to reply to him, Li Mufeng did not entangle with them anymore. With an order, he led the Xiaoyao sect to kill directly. The 2 unyielding monks took the initiative to fly high in the sky, and soon there was a sound of earth-shaking fighting from the horizon. Seeing this, the Jiandan monks on both sides were on the verge of a fight, and soon they were entangled together. Although this time, the Jiuan sect returned to Yu Kingdom in advance because Wang Zihan was injured and could not take action, and they were missing a Jiandan monk. They were obviously no match for the Xiaoyao sect in a head-on fight. However, under the leadership of Yu Wuji, the Jiuan sect learned from the last lesson and did not continue to fight alone. Instead, they chose to gather together to fight the enemy, so that they could support each other at any time and not give the other side too many opportunities to seriously injure or kill their companions. The 2 sides fought for a long time. Although the Xiaoyao sect had the upper hand, they did not gain much advantage. They were unable to break through the defensive formation formed by the Jingyuan sect, and could not break the deadlock on the battlefield. At this time, a golden light flew from the distant sky. It was Zhao Menglian, a giant and elder who was in seclusion in the sect not long ago. Seeing another giant and cultivator coming to his side, Yao Qianshu's face lit up, and he immediately sent a message to Chen Zuixin beside him. Brother Chen, take Sister Zhao to chase the 2 flying boats of Jingyuan sect. Uncle Li has ordered that the Ma family must not be spared. If it's any later, they may have passed through the Skylark Mountains. After receiving the order from the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, Chen Zuixin immediately withdrew from the battle, retreated to the side and joined Zhao Menglian, who rushed to the battlefield, and directly past the crowd to chase to the west. Seeing that Xiaoao sect had divided its troops to chase the flying boat in front, Mo Hongshan and Ma Kibudi also thought it was not good in their hearts, and they also left the battlefield to catch up and stop Chen Zuixin and the others. However, Mo Hongshan and his side had just left the battlefield, and before they ran far, they were soon stopped by Song Qingming and Jin Ziyan. The 2 Ma family members were not stronger than Song Qingming and Jin Ziyan. They tried their best to use their magical powers to get rid of Song Qingming and Jin Ziyan, but they were unable to do so. Instead, they were forced back by Song Qingming and his men because they were too anxious. Fellow Taoist Song, the Ma family is in trouble today. We are forced to do so. We hope that you can show us some help. The Ma family will definitely repay you in the future. Just as the 2 were fighting, Song Qingming suddenly heard a secret voice transmission from Ma Hongshan, begging Song Qingming to let them go. Seeing that Song Qingming ignored him and still had no intention of letting him go, Ma Hongshan said in a sad tone, thinking of the hundreds of years and dozens of generations of cultivators in my clan, who have shed so much blood for their Xiaoao sect, but still cannot gain their trust. Fellow Taoist Song, your Song family is still weak now and cannot threaten the Xiaoao sect. When the Song family becomes stronger in the future, it will definitely end up like our Ma family. I advise you to leave yourself a way out first. Hearing Ma Hongshan's earnest words, Song Qingming was just stunned for a moment, and did not choose to make way for the 2 people from the Ma family. There was still no expression on his face, as if he had not heard Ma Hongshan's voice transmission. Although Song Qingming was very surprised at the beginning of the long-planned rebellion of the Ma family, after learning some of the situation later, he gradually understood some of Ma Hongshan's motives. Although the Ma family seemed to be developing very rapidly after it came into the hands of Ma Hongshan, the gap between them and the sect has also been getting bigger and bigger in recent years, and the Xiaoao sect has long intended to suppress them. After guarding the Iron Immortal Fortress for hundreds of years, many people in the Ma family have become accustomed to the days when the family dominated the area, and even dared to reach out and bargain with the interests of the upper sect Xiaoao sect. They have long since selectively forgotten their identity as a vassal Xiuxin family. In the Xiuxin world, the strong are always respected, and the weak will not have much room for choice. Even though the Ma family has guarded the northwest of the country for hundreds of years for the Xiaoao sect and made great contributions, in the eyes of the Xiaoao sect, they will always be a chess piece of the sect and will not be qualified to be chess players. When the Ma family chess piece has become more and more powerful and a little disobedient, it is inevitable that it will be suppressed by the sect. As long as the Xiaoao sect still exists, it will not have much impact on the Uyghur Xiuxin world. What the Xiaoao sect needs is a chess piece that can help them guard one side and deal with the invasion of monsters, rather than a Ma family that breaks away from the control of the sect and wants to compete with the Xiaoao sect for cultivation resources. Whether it is the Ma family today or the Song family tomorrow, as long as they are low-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, they will be oppressed by high-level cultivators to a greater or lesser extent. If they want to escape this fate, they must be strong enough. The Ma family chose to betray Xiaoao sect, which was not only a helpless move, but also a bit too greedy. If they chose to join a sect that was more powerful than Xiaoao sect, and let Xiaoao sect take the initiative to make concessions to them, perhaps the Ma family could have a better result, but choosing Jingyuan sect, which was not as powerful as Xiaoao sect, led to the current situation. Ma Hongshan's choice was indeed a bit too hasty. Seeing that Song Qingming was unmoved, Ma Hongshan gritted his teeth and directly sacrificed a yellow talisman. After the talisman was activated by his magic power, it turned into a cocky half-moon blade in Ma Hongshan's hand, and quickly approached Song Qingming in front of him. Junior brother Song, be careful. Chapter 521 Injured. Seeing this amazingly powerful yellow crescent blade rushing towards Song Qingming, Jin Ziyun's face changed. While reminding Song Qingming loudly, he took the initiative to offer one of his defensive magic weapons and came to Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who had already discovered Ma Hongshan's move, also frowned and controlled his life magic weapon 5-color divine light mirror to transform into a large golden mirror to protect himself in front of him. The talisman that Ma Hongshan used was a 3rd-level middle-grade talisman left by the previous head of the Ma family and treasured for hundreds of years. It was also Ma Hongshan's biggest trump card. The power of this talisman was very good. If used well, it was enough to temporarily force back a late giant and cultivator with a high level of cultivation. The reason why Ma Hongshan chose to use it on Song Qingming, who had a lower level of cultivation, was to try to see if he could hit the opponent hard with one blow and break the deadlock in front of him. After this crescent blade encountered Jin Ziyun's defensive magic weapon in mid-air, it quickly bounced off Jin Ziyun's magic weapon in the eyes of the two people who were somewhat surprised. Moreover, its power did not weaken much, and it continued to move towards Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming was also shocked. He hurriedly took out a 3rd-level low-grade defensive talisman and tried his best to inject his magic power into it. The crescent blade arrived in front of Song Qingming in just a moment. Although the 5 elements divine light mirror was greatly boosted by Song Qingming's urging, it tried its best to block this attack, but it only blocked it slightly, and the crescent blade pierced a big hole in the mirror. Fortunately, at this moment, a defensive talisman in Song Qingming's hand had been activated, and quickly turned into a green barrier to block Song Qingming, successfully intercepting the crescent blade whose power had been reduced by half. Song Qingming, who had just resisted Ma Hongshan's attack and was still a little frightened, stood there. After stabilizing his body, a trace of blood had already flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Junior brother Song, are you okay?" Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to be injured, Jin Ziyun glanced at the 2 Ma family members who had taken the opportunity to pass them and headed west. After hesitating for a moment, he first approached Song Qingming and cared about his injuries. After putting away the 5 elements divine light mirror that was already a little damaged in front of him, Song Qingming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly to Jin Ziyun, indicating that he was fine. After taking a healing pill, the 2 of them quickly took the flying boat to chase west together. The 3rd-level middle-grade talisman that Ma Hongshan launched on Song Qingming did not hurt his body just now. The reason why Song Qingming was injured was actually because the 5 elements divine light mirror, his life magic weapon connected to his essence and blood, was damaged. For Song Qingming, this was not a serious injury. It was just that his life magic weapon would be difficult to use in the next battle, and Song Qingming's combat effectiveness would be slightly affected. As long as the life magic weapon of a giant and cultivator was not completely damaged in battle, it could generally be slowly repaired in daily practice. Seeing that the 5 elements divine light mirror was seriously damaged, Song Qingming did not care too much and did not withdraw from the battle. He chose to chase the 2 Ma family members with Jin Ziyun. Ma Hongshan led Ma Qi and the 2 to the west and chased for several hours. Finally, they saw Chen Zuixin and the 2 who were attacking the large flying boat of Jingyuan sect in front. At this moment, although the 2 large flying boats of Jingyuan sect were still relying on the formations installed on the flying boats to resist the attacks of Chen Zuixin and Zhao Menglian, they were already seriously damaged and in danger. This kind of large flying boat, which consumes a lot of materials, is usually equipped with a small second-level upper-grade formation because it needs to frequently shuttle between places where monsters are rampant. However, facing the full-strength attack of a giant and cultivator, it can only delay for a moment at most. Seeing this, the 2 Ma family members hurried forward to stop the other party from continuing to attack the flying boat. Zhao Menglian, who was standing by, saw the 2 Ma family members rushing over aggressively, so she had to give up a large flying boat in front of her and turned around to stop the 2 Ma family members. After Zhao Menglian came out of seclusion this time, her cultivation had reached a higher level and broke through to the 6th level of Jiandan. She easily stopped Ma Hongshan and Ma Qi alone. The only trump card in Ma Hongshan's hand had been used on Song Qingming before. Now facing Zhao Menglian, who had a higher cultivation level than him, the 2 Ma family members had no way to stop it. They could only watch Chen Zuixin break through the defense formation of the first flying boat. Facing a giant and mid-stage cultivator like Chen Zuixin, even if there were hundreds of Qi refining cultivators and a dozen foundation building cultivators on the flying boat, They could not be Chen Xuingxin's opponent. Seeing that the flying boat formation was broken, many Ma family cultivators on it also showed despair. Some foundation-building cultivators with higher cultivation immediately abandoned the flying boat and began to flee on their flying swords. Qi refining cultivators with lower cultivation could not fly with flying tools. At such a height of hundreds of meters, once they left the flying boat and fell, even if they were not killed on the spot, they would definitely be seriously injured. In such a desolate mountain full of dangers, it would be difficult for an ordinary Qi refining cultivator to survive if he was trapped here. Except for some of the Qi refining cultivators who were forced to jump off the flying boat, most of the hundreds of cultivators on the flying boat of Jingyuan sect, whether they wanted to escape or stayed on the flying boat, eventually died under Chen Xuingxin's sword. Only 2 fast-running foundation-building cultivators escaped Chen Xuingxin's pursuit when they fled separately, and their good luck saved their lives. Seeing Chen Xuingxin ruthlessly slaughtering the Ma family cultivators on the flying boat, Ma Hongxuan and Ma Qiudi were also filled with grief and anger, and somewhat helpless. Just as Chen Xuingxin was about to kill many Ma family cultivators on the flying boat, 2 spiritual lights suddenly lit up in the sky. They were Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun, who had already chased over. Ma Hongxuan, who was in grief and anger, saw that he and the others were about to be besieged by the Xiaoyao sect again, so he quickly put away his grief and sent a secret message to Ma Qiudi beside him. The 2 immediately gave up rescuing the Ma family cultivators on the flying boat in front and turned to flee to the side. Ma Hongxuan, let's see where you can run to. Jin Ziyun, who had already caught up to the nearby area, shouted with a little magic power before he arrived, and it had already reached the ears of the 2 people from the Ma family. This heart shock technique is also a secret technique that Jin Ziyun has practiced for many years. When fighting against the enemy, the magic power is transmitted through sound, which can shock the opponent's mind in a short time and stop the opponent's actions. Ma Hongxuan has a better cultivation level and was not affected too much. He just froze for a moment and then recovered. Ma Qiudi, who had a lower cultivation level, did not react so quickly and stood there stupidly until Ma Hongxuan reminded her with a voice transmission. Ma Qiudi woke up. Ma Qiudi woke up and wanted to continue to escape, but she didn't expect a red ribbon to appear under her feet and directly wrapped around one of her thighs. With a cry of surprise, Ma Qiudi was left there again. The one who controlled the magic ribbon was Zhao Menglian, who had already caught up with him. Her cultivation was higher than Ma Hongxuan's, and she was stronger than him in terms of speed and power. With the help of Jin Ziyun's mind-shocking technique, she quickly caught up with Ma Qiudi and entangled her. Seeing this, Ma Hongxuan could only turn back and hurried forward to help Ma Qiudi out. This time, the 2 Ma family members failed to escape successfully and were entangled by Zhao Menglian again. Soon, Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun also surrounded them and joined the battle. In the previous battle, the 2 Ma family members were somewhat no match for Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun. Now there was another Zhao Menglian with a higher cultivation level on the battlefield, and the battle immediately fell to the side of Xiaoyao sect because Song Qingming's life magic weapon was damaged in the previous battle, which affected some of his combat effectiveness. He didn't know if Ma Hongxuan still had a killer weapon like the 3rd level middle grade talisman. For this time, he just held Ma Qiudi aside, stayed away from Ma Hongxuan as much as possible, and handed him over to Jin Ziyun and the others. After a fight, the pressure on Ma Hongxuan and the other 2 increased. They didn't see other people from Jingyuan sect coming to help, and they couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Seeing Chen Xuingxin slaughtering all the low-level monks of the Ma family on the flying boat, and then getting up to chase another large flying boat of Jingyuan sect that had just escaped, Ma Hongxuan, who was powerless to stop them, couldn't help but regret his original decision. Did I really make the wrong choice and ruin the future of the family? Ma Hongxuan asked himself in his heart, and then looked at Ma Qiudi on the side, and silently made another decision in his heart. Qiu Dai, don't fight, leave quickly, there are still many important spiritual objects of the family in this storage bag, you take it first, I will buy you time later, you go first, I will be there soon. After Ma Hongxuan finished speaking, he secretly threw a gray storage bag to Ma Qiudi on the side. After Ma Qiudi put away the storage bag, Ma Hongxuan used the secret method again, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence on his own life magic weapon, and repeated the same trick to summon a huge red bird again. As soon as the red bird appeared, it directly spit out a powerful sea of fire towards Ma Hongxuan, covering the besieged Xiaoyao sect members and Ma Hongxuan himself in the flames. This spell was somewhat indiscriminate between enemies and friends. Whether it was Ma Hongxun himself or the three people from Xiaoyao sect, facing such flames, they could only choose to temporarily retreat. Taking this opportunity, Ma Qiudi immediately held a Bingxin talisman that had been prepared long ago, quickly escaped from the Sea of Fire, and turned around and headed north. Humph! Still want to run? Where are you going? Song Qingming and Jin Xian, who had just retreated, were about to chase Ma Qiudi, but they didn't want to be forcibly blocked by the red giant bird controlled by Ma Hongxun. Chapter 522, The Last Gasp. This time, Ma Hongxun didn't seem to intend to let Xiaoyao sect chase Ma Qiudi. He desperately used the mana in his body to drive the red giant bird, and forcibly cast various powerful spells to actively attack Song Qingming and the other two, completely ignoring his own mana consumption. Seeing this, Song Qingming also understood that Ma Hongxun was no longer planning to leave himself a way out, and only wanted to buy time for Ma Qiudi to escape. We can't let her go. Junior brother Song, you go around the side, and I and senior sister Chen will take care of Ma Hongxun. Jin Xian, who also saw Ma Hongxun's intention, immediately sent a message to Song Qingming beside him. Song Qingming had just left the battlefield and wanted to go around the side, but he didn't expect a red giant bird to suddenly fly over from the back and swoop down on him fiercely. Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to go around to chase Ma Qiudi, even if he was injured, Ma Hongxun still gritted his teeth and controlled the red giant bird to attack Song Qingming directly from a distance to stop him from going to chase. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only stop and retreat more than 10 feet to avoid the attack of the red giant bird. In the previous battle, Song Qingming was already injured, and now he could not use the magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror for defense. Naturally, he did not want to resist the sharp attack that Ma Hongxun was now desperately performing. If he was accidentally injured by Ma Hongxun again, it would be more trouble than gain. He tried to bypass it several times, but failed. Looking at Ma Qiudi who had disappeared into the sky, Song Qingming could only shake his head helplessly, gave up the idea of chasing Ma Qiudi, and refocused his attention on Ma Hongxun. This time, when going to chase the people of Tixianbao, Li Mufang had already directly instructed everyone who participated in the battle that the people of Jingyuan sect could ignore them, but the people of the Ma family must not let them go easily, especially Ma Hongxun, the head of the Ma family. Xiaoyao sect must severely punish this traitor. After consuming a large amount of mana to contain Song Qingming and the other two for a while, Ma Hongxun's mana had been consumed by more than half at this moment, and even the red bird he urged had lost some of its light. Seeing that Ma Hongxun was finally dying, Zhao Menglian and Jin Xian were delighted and immediately increased their offensive strength. Soon, they forced Ma Hongxun to retreat again and again, and it became increasingly difficult for him to resist a joint attack of the 3 Xiaoyao sect members. At this time, because of the excessive consumption of mana in his body, Ma Hongxun had not only lost the ability to fight back, but also had no spare energy to escape. Unless reinforcements could come to his aid in time, he would definitely be defeated and killed. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyao sect rats, you want my life, right? If you have the guts, come and take it. After being suppressed by Song Qingming and the other two for a while, Ma Hongxun suddenly began to laugh wildly, and then his eyes were already red, and he suddenly fixed himself and cast a spell. His body suddenly began to overflow with golden light, emitting a somewhat dangerous aura. Not good. This old guy is going to self-destruct his golden elixir. Senior sister Zhao and junior brother Song, be careful. Seeing the dangerous golden light on Ma Hongxun, Jin Xian hurriedly shouted, stopped attacking and retreated, and quickly controlled his defensive magic weapon to block in front of him. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from Ma Hongxun, Song Qingming immediately felt a hint of danger. Hearing Jin Xian's reminder, Song Qingming immediately followed him and retreated several dozen feet away. The two of them jointly propped up several defensive shields. Zhao Menglian, who had a higher cultivation level, did not show too much panic. She just retreated a few dozen feet and stopped. With a palm-sized silver shield in her hand, Zhao Menglian released a powerful shield to protect her. The three of them had just put up the shield when a very violent vibration sounded from Ma Hongxun in front of them, followed by a red smoke that quickly attacked Song Qingming and the others, and soon submerged them in a sea of red clouds. The power of the explosion shook Song Qingming and Jin Xian, who were hundreds of feet away, but it only destroyed the first defensive shield they had set up. The power soon weakened and did not cause any harm to them. Feeling that the residual power of the explosion in front of him had slowly dissipated, Song Qingming turned around and glanced at Jin Ziyun beside him, revealing a hint of doubt. This power is a bit wrong. It doesn't look like a self-destructing golden elixir. I was deceived by that old thing again. After Jin Ziyun finished speaking, he immediately put away the defensive magic weapon in front of him and flew out of the red cloud. When Song Qingming also came out of the cloud, in the sky not far away on the other side, Mo Hongshan, who had turned into golden light, had already escaped more than 10 miles away and was desperately trying to escape. But not far behind him, Zhao Menglian, who had also turned into purple light, had already chased after him, and the distance between him and Mo Hongshan was getting closer and closer. Just now, Mo Hongshan pretended to explode his golden elixir and forced several people from Xiaoyao sect to retreat. In fact, he only exploded his own life magic weapon, and did not really explode the golden elixir in his danshan. Otherwise, Song Qingming and others who were so close would not have been able to block the aftermath of the explosion so easily. Zhao Menglian had also noticed that something was wrong a long time ago, so she did not retreat too far. When Ma Hongshan wanted to escape, she was the first to react and chased him directly. There was not much mana left in his body, and he had just exploded his life magic weapon and suffered serious injuries. Even though he had taken several healing pills, Ma Hongshan was still very weak at the moment. His flying speed in the air was obviously not as fast as before. After chasing for less than 20 miles, Zhao Menglian threw out the red ribbon in her hand again, and soon stopped Ma Hongshan in front of her again. At this moment, Ma Hongshan, who was already extremely weak, had lost his life magic weapon and was covered in injuries, and was at the end of his strength. Facing Zhao Menglian's attack, Ma Hongshan soon lost his ability to resist. Before Song Qingming arrived at the battlefield, Zhao Menglian and Jin Ziyun had already killed Ma Hongshan. Congratulations to senior sister Zhao and senior brother Jin for eradicating the traitor, haha. Junior brother Song is too polite. You have also made great efforts to successfully kill the old man Ma Hongshan this time. When you go back, I will report to Uncle Li. You will definitely have contributed a lot. Jin Ziyun was very happy when he grabbed Ma Hongshan's head, which had already lost its breath. He personally cut off Ma Hongshan's head this time, which not only relieved his anger, but also made great contributions to the sect after killing the traitor Ma Hongshan. Zhao Menglian's face was also very happy. She came out of seclusion this time, and her strength has increased a lot. Just now, Zhao Menglian was the first to catch up with Ma Hongshan. After the war, she will definitely not lose to Jin Ziyun in terms of credit. 2 junior brothers, Ma Kitty has already escaped. It is estimated that we can't catch up. Let's go to support junior brother Chen first. It's been so long. The flying boat is estimated to have passed through Qi Mountain. I don't know if junior brother Chen has succeeded. Senior sister Zhao is right. Let's go to support senior brother Chen first, and then meet up with senior brother and the others together. Hearing Zhao Menglian's suggestion, Song Qingming nodded and agreed immediately. Jin Ziyun, who was full of joy on the side, also nodded. After searching Ma Hongshan's body, the 3 of them quickly left the place and continued to rush west. The 3 flew forward for about half a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a green light lit up in front of them from far to near. After getting closer and taking a closer look, Song Qingming found that this green light was Chen Zuixin, who had gone to chase another flying boat not long ago. Junior brother Chen, how is it? Did you catch up with that flying boat? Seeing that Chen Zuixin seemed to have some traces of fighting with others, Zhao Menglian's face was also a little puzzled, and she immediately asked. Chen Zuixin was already at the 4th level of the Golden Core, and he was also a sword cultivator who was good at fighting. The low-level cultivators in the foundation building and Qi refining stages on the Jingyuan sect flying boat were not able to fight back in front of Chen Zuixin. It was impossible for anyone to make him show traces of fighting. This was not just Zhao Menglian's fault. Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun, who came with him, also showed some confusion on their faces after seeing Chen Zuixin. Hearing what Zhao Menglian said, Chen Zuixin sighed slightly and said, I caught up with him not long ago, but unfortunately I haven't broken through the defensive formation on the flying boat. Jingyuan sect has sent a lot of reinforcements, including a Jinden cultivator. This person is quite powerful and has reached the 5th level of Jinden. I fought with him for dozens of rounds and failed to gain any advantage. I was afraid that I would fall into Jingyuan sect's trap if I fought for a long time, so I got away and withdrew. How far is that flying boat from here? Has it passed through the Skylark Mountains? I still have a few hundred miles to catch up with them. Now it's been less than half an hour. According to my estimation, they are about to pass through the Skylark Mountains. Hearing what Chen Zuixin said, Zhao Menglian shook his head and said to everyone, "It seems that we can't catch up, so forget it." Yes, Uncle Li also instructed us before that we should try not to enter the Yu Kingdom's cultivation world to avoid their ambush. Now the other side has reinforcements, so we should report this situation to the head brother as soon as possible. After discussing for a few words, the four of them quickly reached a consensus and turned eastward to return to the battle site between Xiaoyao sect and Jingyuan sect. Before Song Qingming and his four companions returned, several giant and cultivators from Jingyuan sect who were fighting against Yao Qianshu and his companions had received orders to withdraw from the battle and, under the leadership of Wu Zhuan, boarded the small flying boat they carried with them and quickly fled westward. Li Mufang and Yao Qianshu and his companions also pursued them all the way, but when they saw that the enemy had already passed through the Skylark Mountains and fled into the territory of Yu, they gave up and returned to the battlefield to join Song Qingming and his companions. Chapter 523 Post-War Settlement. Seeing the head of Ma Hongshan in Jin Ziyun's hand, the rest of the Xiaoyao sect was also very happy. The Ma family betrayed the sect. If the sect tried its best but still failed to kill Ma Hongshan, the culprit, and let him escape to Yu state smoothly, even if the Xiaoyao sect could kill many low-level cultivators under the Ma family, it would definitely greatly damage the reputation of the sect. Although this battle failed to completely wipe out the entire Ma family, Ma Kitty and some Ma family cultivators still escaped. However, the Xiaoyao sect also made them pay a heavy price, which was enough to deter other immortal cultivation families in Wei state. This war, which was caused by the rebellion of the Ma family and lasted for several days, finally came to an end at this moment. Li Mufang heard the results of the battle reported by Jin Ziyun and Chen Zuixin, and there was still a trace of satisfaction on his face. He took the initiative to praise Song Qingming and others who went to chase Ma Hongshan. In addition to the Ma family monks who were killed, Xiaoyao sect also seized a large flying boat from Jingyuan sect, which contained a lot of supplies that the Ma family was going to transport to Yu state, many of which were just robbed from Qi Mountain market. These spiritual objects, together with a large flying boat, were worth nearly 100,000 spiritual stones. Because Ma Hongshan had already handed over many precious things of the Ma family to Ma Kitty in advance, although Song Qingming and others still found a storage bag on him later, they did not find anything good except a few volumes of exercises, 2 magic weapons and some spiritual stones, which really disappointed everyone in Xiaoyao sect. After returning to Tixin Fort, Li Mufang took Song Qingming and many Xiaoyao sect elders and immediately set off to return to Qi Mountain, handing over the aftermath of Tixin Fort to Qu Fengping, who is always good at communicating with people. Now, all the Ma family monks have evacuated Tixin Fort, but there are still millions of ordinary mortals left here, as well as more than a dozen vassal immortal cultivation families near Tixin Fort. Xiaoyao sect has never implicated mortals at will, but without the protection of the Ma family, it would be difficult for them to live their free and easy lives. In order to prevent so many mortals from the Ma family from gathering together and causing problems for management, Qu Fengping specially dispatched a large flying boat from the sect to transport some of the mortals to Gianfeng and Gaoyan County in the south. According to the rules of Xiaoyao sect, even if these mortals from the Ma family will not be punished now, if there are cultivators with spiritual roots in the future, they will not be qualified to ascend to immortality for at least 100 years, and can only be ordinary mortals for the rest of their lives. As for the dozen or so foundation-building immortals under the Ma family, Xiaoyao sect also dealt with them in batches according to their crimes. Several foundation-building immortals who followed the Ma family and were ready to defect and flee to Yu state were soon liquidated by Xiaoyao sect, and their families were confiscated and exterminated, ending up with a worse fate than the Ma family. There were still some fence-sitters who were not completely willing to go all the way with the Ma family. Xiaoyao sect also understood that they were under the command of the Ma family and were forced to participate in the Ma family's judgment. Qu Fengping still gave some relatively relaxed policies to these immortal cultivation families as appropriate. He only gave them a verbal warning and confiscated many of the merit points of these immortal cultivation families in the sect's good deeds pavilion. Facing Qu Fengping's interrogation, these vassal immortal cultivation families, regardless of whether they sincerely betrayed the sect with the Ma family, all cried out for injustice and accused each other at the beginning, which disrupted the interrogation rhythm of Xiaoyao sect. However, Although Xiao sect did not interfere much in the affairs of Tixin Fort in recent years, the Ma family has become more and more disobedient in recent years, and has long attracted the attention of Xiao sect among the many immortal cultivation families under Tixin Fort. Several have long been secretly controlled by the sect and monitored the Ma family's every move for Xiao sect through the several nails that the sect had secretly planted in Tixianbao for many years. Chu Fengping quickly dug out several immortal cultivation families headed by the Chen and Li families, who deliberately confused the public, and let these Ma families die hard. Immortal cultivation families get the punishment they deserved. Although Xiao sect did not kill all the accomplices who assisted in the rebellion like the Ma family monks, the days of these immortal cultivation families were not much better. Just like the Liu family of Funiu Mountain in the past, the leaders were basically executed directly, and the remaining low-level monks were directly sent to several mines controlled by Xiao sect and became miners. Even the Yinfengling mine in Qing County received a lot of such monks at once. Through this round of cleansing, the remaining forces of the Ma family in Tixianbao have been completely eradicated. Xiao sect regained control of the entire Tixianbao, and also controlled all the markets and mines of the Ma family near Tixianbao. Soon the news of the Ma family's betrayal of the sect spread throughout the Wei state. The Ma family, which had been glorious for more than 500 years in the northwest of the Wei state, completely disappeared in the long river of Wei state's history in less than half a month. After returning to Qingming Mountain, Li Mufang immediately rewarded the many giant and elders of the Xiao sect who participated in the battle. Including Song Qingming, everyone finally received a lot of rewards for the good deeds of the sect. In addition, in order to compensate Song Qingming and Lu Boying who were accidentally injured in this battle, Li Mufang generously rewarded each of them with a third-level lower-grade spiritual talisman, which really surprised Song Qingming, and he took the spiritual object with a happy face. This time, in the Battle of Tixianbao, Song Qingming killed the old man of the late foundation building stage of the Ma family outside the mountain protection formation. Not only did he get a valuable talisman treasure Qinggai Sanxin ruler from him, but he also found more than 3,000 spiritual stones and many miscellaneous spiritual objects in the old man's storage bag, even without counting the value of the talisman. The other spiritual objects in the old man's storage bag alone are estimated to be worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones. These spiritual objects were obtained by Song Qingming alone by killing enemy cultivators on the battlefield. After the Xiao sect knew about this, they did not say much and directly and generously rewarded these spiritual objects to Song Qingming. After Li Mufang finished rewarding the merits, Yao Qianshu on the side asked cautiously, "Uncle Li, this time because of the obstruction of Jiyuan sect, we did not do our best to completely eradicate the Ma family, and there were still some hidden dangers for the sect. Now we have a grudge with Jiyuan sect in the west. Should we be more cautious about Tixianbao in the future?" Li Mufang smiled and shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Ma Hongshan is dead, Wang Ziheng is seriously injured, and Jiyuan sect has lost 2 giant fighters at once. Now they don't have the strength to compete with us. They dare not cross the Skylark Mountains easily. Feng Ping is there. Jiyuan sect has intervened in my defense of the country this time, and I have already put it on record. Sooner or later, we will have to settle this account with Jiyuan sect." After the battle with Jiyuan sect, although Li Mufang was very angry, he still remained rational at all times, and did not lead Song Qingming and others to rush into the territory of Yu state to continue to argue with Jiyuan sect. However, because the Jiyuan sect intervened in the Uyghur Ma family's affairs, the two sects have now completely broken up. If there is a chance next time, Li Mufang will definitely find a way to deal with them. Now that Feng Yang is dead in Qingming Mountain, the independent cultivators on the mountain are leaderless, and even the formation has not been repaired yet. Should we send a suitable person to take over Qingming Mountain? Don't be so anxious about this for the time being. Those independent cultivators are used to freedom. It is difficult to make them submit to the sect so quickly. Let's not intervene in the spiritual vein of Qingming Mountain for now. Send a few more second-level formation masters, and let Chen Jinliang's 2 disciples go back and take a look first. Li Mufang sighed. After staying in Qingming Mountain for a few days, Song Qingming also bid farewell to the Xiao sect and returned to Qing County alone. After learning that Xiao sect was going to attack Tixin Fort, Xiao sect immediately mobilized the entire Uyghur force and prepared to fight to the death with Jiyuan sect and Tixin Fort. The Song family, far away in Qing County, also received the conscription order issued by the General Affairs Hall of the sect and began to get busy. However, Before they could mobilize the monks to set off, the news that Song Qingming and other high-level monks of Xiaoyao sect broke through Tixin Fort and wiped out the Ma family soon reached Funiu, interrupting the busy figures of Song Qingyu and others. Seeing Song Qingming return to Funiu from a distance, Song Qingyu and other elders of the Song family immediately came to greet him and express their concern. Including Song Qingyu, they received a letter from Xiaoyao sect 2 days ago, in which they learned that Song Qingming was injured in the Battle of Tixin Fort, and everyone in the Song family was a little panicked. Song Qingming has always been the biggest pillar of the entire Song family. If Song Qingming were to have any accident, the Song family, which had just risen, might fall back immediately. Seeing everyone's concern for him, Song Qingming smiled helplessly and explained that although Song Qingming's life magic weapon was severely damaged and could no longer be used in Tixin Fort, his injury was not serious this time. He only lost some of his blood essence. Song Qingming just needed to practice patiently and recuperate for a while. After learning about Song Qingming's situation, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian were relieved. After returning to Funiu, Song Qingming immediately began to retreat and heal his injuries. His life magic weapon was damaged, and even the corpse puppet Golden Wind was seriously injured. In the Battle of Tixin Fort, although Song Qingming gained a lot of spiritual objects and good deeds of the sect, he also paid some prices. Just when Song Qingming had just been in retreat for less than 2 months to heal his injuries, Funiu suddenly welcomed 2 relatively unfamiliar guests, forcing Song Qingming to choose to leave retreat early. Senior Song, we too have an urgent matter and need your help. We hope you can forgive us for our impoliteness. As soon as they saw Song Qingming walk in, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang on the side hurriedly stood up and saluted him. Chapter 524, Inheritance of Kung Fu. Seeing Zhang and Lin coming to visit, Song Qingming was somewhat surprised. The Song family was far away in the northeast of Wei State and had rarely interacted with the independent cultivators in Qi Mountain. Logically, if they had any urgent matters that were difficult to resolve, they should have gone to Xiaoyao sect. Why did they come to Funiu Mountain? Don't be polite, the 2 of you. When I hadn't yet formed a pill, I went to Qi Mountain to participate in the trade fair. Your master, Patriarch Chen, also took care of me, but the past is like smoke, and now things are no longer the same. You 2 came to my Funiu Mountain today, and you can tell me what you want. If it's convenient for me, Song, I will not refuse. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong looked at each other, and slowly said, Senior Song, you also know that the Ma family thieves attacked my Qi Mountain, and several senior brothers died in the battle. Now there are only 2 of us brothers and sisters left in such a huge Qi Mountain, and we are a little powerless. Junior brother Zhang and I came here today to discuss with you. We want to sell the Qi Mountain spiritual vein to the Song family at a discount. I wonder if you are willing to take over Qi Mountain. This Qi Mountain was left to you by Patriarch Chen. Now that fellow Taoist Feng and others have just died, how can my Song family take advantage of the situation to take over the spiritual vein of Qi Mountain? You 2 are really making things difficult for me. Hearing that Lin Yudang suddenly wanted to sell the spiritual vein of Qi Mountain to the Song family, Song Qingming was surprised and delighted, but he refused without even thinking about it. Since the Ma family raided Qi Mountain with the help of the Zhuan sect, most of the disciples of Chen Jinlian's lineage have died at the hands of the Ma family cultivators. Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang are the only 2 disciples of Chen Jinlian left in the world. In the Battle of Tixin Fort, Xiaoyao sect killed Ma Hongshan, which was also a revenge for their brothers. As for the 3rd-level spiritual vein of Qi Mountain, Xiaoyao sect did not choose to take over it after the war, but returned it to Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang. Song Qingming had known this for a long time. Even Xiaoyao sect did not want to get involved in Qi Mountain's affairs. Song Qingming naturally knew that Qi Mountain's spiritual vein was not so easy to take over. Because the geographical location was already in the Fujian Mountains, Qi Mountain was surrounded by monsters and beasts, and there were no mineral resources. Even the number of mortals was very scarce. The most valuable thing was Qi Mountain's 3rd-level spiritual vein. Chen Jinlian occupied Qi Mountain for hundreds of years. In fact, he relied on operating Qi Mountain Market and collecting spiritual stones from many casual cultivators who rented caves below to support his own lineage of cultivators and maintained the operation of the entire Qi Mountain. Now, the Qi Mountain Market, which was finally established in cooperation with the Xiaoyao sect, was destroyed after the Ma family's sneak attack. Qingming Mountain has lost its largest source of income. In particular, after Feng, the only giant and cultivator of Qingming Mountain, died in battle. Qingming Mountain began to be powerless in dealing with the attacks of surrounding monsters because of the lack of giant and combat power to guard the mountain. Many scattered cultivators on the mountain felt less and less safe, and many scattered cultivators had already fled Qingming Mountain with their families. It has only been less than a few months, and Qingming Mountain's spiritual vein has begun to run out of money. It is difficult to even deal with the attacks of surrounding monsters and operate the spiritual stones to maintain the mountain protection formation. Therefore, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang, two brothers, began to look for someone to take over Qingming Mountain's spiritual vein. In addition to Xiaoyao sect, there are not many people in the entire Wei state who are capable of taking over Qingming Mountain's third-level spiritual vein. Soon they came to Funiu and found the Song family. Seeing that Qingming didn't even think of asking about the price and directly refused the matter so quickly, Lin Yudang's face changed slightly, but he still insisted on continuing to speak. Senior Song, you don't know that my two brothers and I are not really willing to hand over the sacred mountain left by the master to others. It's just that the situation in Qingming Mountain is serious now, and we no longer have the ability to defend the mountain. If Senior Song is unwilling to take over, I'm afraid we can only give up this sacred mountain and watch Qingming Mountain fall into the hands of monsters again. For the sake of the many human lives on Qingming Mountain, we are willing to transfer the spiritual veins to the Song family at a low price. I hope that Senior can consider it again. As soon as Lin Yudang finished speaking, he stood up and saluted Qingming again, his eyes full of pleading. Hearing Lin Yudang's words, Qingming sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to consider this matter, but my Song family was just promoted to the family spiritual vein a few years ago. We have finally accumulated some spiritual stones and invested them in the Yinfangling mine. Although my Song family is now a giant and immortal clan on the surface, in fact, the entire family is now penniless. Even if I want to take over Qingming Mountain, the Song family alone is not capable of managing the spiritual mountain. I think you should go to the head brother to discuss this matter and see if the sect is willing to support it. Otherwise, there should be no one else in the entire Uyghur who is capable of taking over Qingming Mountain. Hearing what Qingming said, Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong immediately showed a trace of unsightly look on their faces. To be honest, before coming to Funiu, junior brother Zhang and I had already gone to Guiyang Mountain to discuss this matter with Sect Master Yao. The Xiaoyao sect is only willing to assist us in rebuilding the Qingming Mountain market, and has no intention of taking over this sacred mountain. Qingming said calmly, if even the sect is unwilling to intervene, this matter will be difficult to handle. I am indeed powerless at the moment. Qingming Mountain is too far away from Qing County. Even if I could take care of it, it would be beyond my reach. You two should make a decision on this matter as soon as possible. If you really can't defend Qingming Mountain, you can come to Qing County if you want to find a place to live in the future. I was also given some kindness and guidance by your master back then. Although I can't help you much, I can still take care of you for him. You can rest assured about this. Having said that, Qingming had done his utmost for his fellow disciples Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang. Although the Song family also wanted a third-level spiritual vein, Qingming Mountain, which was thousands of miles away from the family and was already full of dangers, was obviously not the most suitable choice for the Song family now. Not to mention that Lin Yudang wanted to sell Qingming Mountain's spiritual vein to the Song family at a discount, even if they really gave Qingming Mountain to him for free. I'm afraid Qingming still needs to think carefully about whether to wade into this muddy water. Senior Song, I still have the alchemy inheritance left by my master, as well as a golden elixir technique. I wonder if these two things can be exchanged for your help and help us Qingming Mountain get through the current crisis. Just when the scene fell into a somewhat awkward scene, Zhang Rong, who had been sitting aside and had not spoken, suddenly said something to Qingming that surprised him. Are you talking about the technique inheritance left by Ancestor Chen? Do you still have these things now? Qingming confirmed with some caution. Before Chen Jinlian passed away, he helped Feng Yang to form a fake pill, just to let him inherit the family business of protecting Qingming Mountain. The many precious spiritual objects that Chen Jinlian had at that time were also left directly to Feng Yang. When the Ma family attacked Qingming Mountain, Feng Yang died on the spot, and these things naturally fell into the hands of the Ma family. Later, Xiaoyao sect wiped out the Ma family and seized the magic weapon that Chen Jinlian used that year from Ma Hongshan. Song Qingming thought that these spiritual objects left by Chen Jinglian that year were either on the escaped Ma Kitty and other Ma family cultivators, or had already fallen into the hands of Xiaoyao sect. He also didn't expect that Chen Jinglian's alchemy inheritance was still in Zhang Rong. The junior dare not deceive the senior. Before the Ma family attacked Qi Mountain, senior brother Feng already had a premonition, and before leaving, he deliberately left the two things passed down by the master on the mountain. Later, Qi Mountain was breached by the Ma family, and several senior brothers handed these things to me. Under their desperate cover, I escaped. I have hidden these two things in a safe place. If the senior is willing to agree to us, I am willing to give these things to the Song family with both hands. I hope the senior can reconsider it. Speaking of the recent battle of Qi Mountain, Zhang Rong, who had personally witnessed the tragic death of his fellow brothers, still felt a little unbearable in his heart, and his eyes turned slightly red. Hearing that the other party still had the alchemy and martial arts inheritance left by Chen Jinglian, Song Qingming, who had no intention of interfering in the matter, suddenly changed his expression. He stood up and paced around, thinking for a moment, and then slowly said, "You have these two things in your hand. If you take them directly to Guiyang Mountain, you should be able to exchange them for the protection of the sect." "Why did you come to me again?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Rong replied with a somewhat embarrassed look. Senior Song is right. These two things are indeed enough to exchange for Xiaoyao sect to protect Qi Mountain. But you also know the rules of Xiaoyao sect. Once we give these things to them, the inheritance left by the master will be completely cut off. Although we two brothers are not talented enough to carry forward the master's sect, we don't want to cut off the master's inheritance. Otherwise, even if we defend Qi Mountain, we will be speechless to face the master in the future. The reason why Zhang Rong said this is because Xiaoyao sect's Good Merit Pavilion has extremely strict control over the inheritance of martial arts above the 3rd level, and does not allow the inheritance of martial arts above the Jinden stage to be circulated freely in the territory. Whether it is a casual cultivator or a family, you can get a lot of benefits by offering a set of Jinden period exercises, but one thing is that this set of exercises will have little to do with you in the future. You can practice it yourself, but you must sign a contract and cannot pass the exercises on to others. If Zhang Rong and Lin Yuding offer the inheritance left by Chen Jinlian to Xiaoyao sect, it means cutting off the inheritance of their master, which is indeed difficult for them to accept. But it is different to use it to make a deal with the Song family. No matter what, Song Qingming's rules will at least not be as strict as Xiaoyao sect, so they will not have no room for negotiation. Chapter 525 Tripartite Cooperation. Hearing Zhang Rong say this, Song Qingming immediately understood their thoughts and nodded slightly, saying, "I can help you once, but Qi Mountain is still a little difficult to deal with. I am afraid that I am a little powerless alone. If I want to defend Qi Mountain, I must find a way to get help from the sect. How about this? I will go to Guiyang Mountain with you again and discuss with the head brother. If the sect is willing to help you rebuild Qi Mountain Market, I can come forward to protect you Qi Mountain for 10 years. What do you think?" "That's great. Thank you for your help." Seeing that Song Qingming was willing to help, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang hurriedly bowed and saluted, and said a word of thanks to Song Qingming. Although Song Qingming only said that he was willing to protect them for 10 years, as long as there is enough time, Qi Mountain can slowly recover and let Xiaoyao sect see their value, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang will have the opportunity to use the power of Xiaoyao sect to steadily defend Qi Mountain. Even if Xiaoyao sect is unwilling, a lot of things can happen in 10 years. Zhang Rong's current cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building, and he may succeed in forming a pill at any time. As long as he can successfully form a pill, it will not be a big problem to defend Qi Mountain in the future. If it really doesn't work, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudan can still find another way out at that time, and find other giant and casual cultivators or forces to take over the Qi Mountain spiritual vein. No matter what, as long as Song Qingming can temporarily protect them for 10 years and get through the current crisis, Qi Mountain will definitely have hope of revival in the future. This third-level inferior spiritual vein of Qi Mountain was taken from the monster hundreds of years ago by Chen Jinlian at the risk of his life. In addition to Chen Jinlian's disciples, there are also many of their relatives and mortals on the mountain. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Zhang Rong and Lin Yuding will never give up the spiritual vein and take these people away from their hometown. After negotiating with Zhang and Lin, Song Qingming took the two of them to Guiyang Mountain in a flying boat and reported the matter directly to the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu. Yao Qianshu was not surprised to learn that Song Qingming was willing to protect Qi Mountain. He initially thought that Song Qingming agreed to Zhang Rong and the others for the spiritual vein of Qi Mountain. To cultivate a third-level spiritual vein, at least nearly 100,000 spiritual stones are needed. It is actually normal for Song Qingming to be greedy for Qi Mountain, a third-level inferior spiritual vein. However, it will not be so easy for the Song family to manage this spiritual vein in the future. Hearing that Song Qingming did not completely want to take over Qi Mountain, but only agreed to protect them for 10 years, Yao Qianshu's face showed a little disappointment, and he immediately understood that Song Qingming still did not seem to want to get involved in Qi Mountain's affairs, but for some reason, he agreed to Zhang and Lin to temporarily protect them for a period of time. In this regard, Yao Qianshu also guessed that Zhang Rong and Lin Yuding must have used something to impress Song Qingming, which would make him want to help. However, Yao Qianshu did not ask about this matter directly. After all, this was a personal transaction between Qi Mountain and Song Qingming. As the head of Xiaoyao sect, he could not intervene directly. Headmaster Yao, Qi Mountain market was established by you and my master. You can see the income of the market every year. I hope you can help us again. Don't worry, when the market is rebuilt, we can give you another 10% of our profits every year. After listening to Zhang and Lin talking about their intentions and demands for a long time, Yao Qianshu shook his head with a somewhat embarrassed look and said, I have understood what you mean just now. I did promise you before that I am willing to rebuild Qi Mountain market with you. However, rebuilding Qi Mountain market requires such a large amount of spiritual stones, but you can only take out such a small amount of spiritual stones. I can't agree to it directly just because you want the sect to pay the most. As the head of the sect, I still have to be fair in doing things. I must consider the sect in everything. I hope you two can understand. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, Master brother is right. Why don't you two go back and think of a way to see if you can gather some more spirit stones? What I promised you will still stand by your promise, so you don't have to worry about that. Junior brother Song, I do have an idea that can help them solve this problem, but it will only be useful if you agree. I hope you can listen to my opinion first. Just when Zhang Rong and Lin Yuding were about to leave to think of a way to gather spirit stones, Yao Qianshu suddenly said something that surprised both them and Song Qingming. Song Qingming smiled softly when he heard this and said, Master, if you have any opinions, please feel free to tell me. I brought them here today, and I will definitely not refuse anything I can agree to. Yao Qianshu paused and said, every investment of spiritual stones in the sect must be made with absolute certainty. Just relying on the empty words of the two of them, it is really hard for us to believe whether Qi Mountain market is worth such a strong investment by the sect. Junior brother Song, you are already a family member, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Since you have promised them to protect Qi Mountain for 10 years, if you can also participate in Qi Mountain market, I can represent the sect and promise to help them pay the spiritual stones first, and then slowly return them to the sect when the market is up and running in the future. If Qi Mountain market can be managed as hard as before, it will also be able to make a lot of money every year. If it is Junior brother Song, you can represent the Song family to occupy a part of the market shares. I think this matter can be accomplished. This master brother also knows that my Song family owed the sect a lot of spiritual stones for the Yinfengling mine a few years ago. Now where can we get extra spiritual stones to participate in the reconstruction of Qi Mountain market? Master brother, you are willing to give me this opportunity, but the Song family is afraid that it is not fortunate enough to enjoy it. Song Qingming sighed with a look of surprise. Yao Qianshu said with a smile, don't worry, Junior brother Song, you only need to occupy a small part of the market shares, and you can't give out many spiritual stones. Did Uncle Lee just give you 10,000 points of good deeds not long ago? You have these points and can directly go to the Good Deeds Pavilion to exchange some spiritual stones. It is enough to invest what you need. After Xiaoyao sect in Chen Jinlian established Qi Mountain market, they also earned a lot of spiritual stones from Qi Mountain's independent cultivators in just a few decades. If Qi Mountain can be sure to stabilize and restore to its previous situation, Yao Qianshu will naturally be willing to invest this amount of spiritual stones. However, in just a few months, Qi Mountain has lost a large number of independent cultivators and has long been worse than before. At this time, it would be difficult for Zhang Rong and Lin Yuding to control the situation by rebuilding Qi Mountain market alone, and it would not be enough to restore Qi Mountain to its former prosperity. It was hard to say when Xiaoyao sect could earn back the spiritual stones invested in Qi Mountain market. Yao Qianshu wanted to get Song Qingming involved in Qi Mountain market, simply because he was worried about Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang. The situation in Qi Mountain would be somewhat unstable without a giant and cultivator, but as long as Song Qingming was willing to invest in Qi Mountain market, Xiaoyao sect's investment would definitely be more secure. As long as the Song family invested, even if the agreement between Song Qingming and Qi Mountain ended 10 years later, as long as the Song family still had shares in Qi Mountain market, Song Qingming would definitely not sit idly by and watch Qi Mountain market. This was also the result Yao Qianshu wanted most in this proposal. Seeing that Yao Qianshu had made up his mind to drag him down, Song Qingming felt helpless. He was reluctant to get involved in too many things in Qi Mountain. He also blamed himself for being greedy and agreeing to Zhang and Lin, which made Yao Qianshu target him. Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang, who were standing by, heard what Yao Qianshu said and immediately agreed to his proposal. Now, for them, as long as they could stabilize the situation in Qi Mountain and give up some benefits, they would be very happy to accept it. Xiaoyao sect and Qi Mountain were both willing to let the Song family invest in Qi Mountain market. At this time, Song Qingming wanted to refuse, but it was difficult to find an excuse. Seeing this, he could only nod and agree. Under Yao Qianshu's proposal, after the Qi Mountain market was built, Xiaoyao sect occupied 50% of the shares of the market, Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang on Qi Mountain occupied 30%, and the Song family occupied at least 20% of the shares. For this purpose, Song Qingming also needs to invest an additional 10,000 spiritual stones to rebuild and repair Qi Mountain market. The 10,000 points of sect merit he just got from Tixianbao, before it stayed on Song Qingming's sect token for long, were soon exchanged for spiritual stones and invested in the construction of Qi Mountain market. Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang, whose needs have been perfectly solved, are also very happy. Now Xiaoyao sect and the Song family have established a cooperative relationship with Qi Mountain. With these two major helpers, Qi Mountain will be able to restore its former prosperity in the near future. After negotiating with Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming took Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang directly to Qi Mountain, summoned the remaining scattered cultivators on Qi Mountain, and announced that he, a giant and cultivator, will be in charge of Qi Mountain for the next 10 years, and will rebuild the market on the mountain with Xiaoyao sect. After learning the news, the Qi Mountain cultivators, who had been harassed by monsters and were already a little nervous, immediately became excited and told each other. Soon, the entire Northern Wei state learned about this important news. The day after Song Qingming arrived at Qi Mountain, Zhang Rong found Song Qingming with a copied Chen Jinlian's skills and his many years of experience in alchemy, and took the initiative to hand over these two precious things to him. Song Qingming, who had obtained these two important inheritances from Chen Jinlian, did not make too many excessive demands on Zhang Rong, but only asked him to swear an oath not to sell these two things to outsiders. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.